Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
Upon hearing Remy's suggestion and remembering his impressive magical gloves, Harry's eyes lit up. He enthusiastically agreed, telling Remy to take full creative control of the broom project and promising to pay whatever he asked. Remy was more than pleased. This was his first, proactive business deal and had been a complete success. With a client as lovely as Harry, who gave him total freedom, Remy was determined to deliver his absolute best work. A sudden high-pitched squeak interrupted Remy's thoughts, grabbing the attention of all four friends. They looked up to see a Eurasian red squirrel on a tree branch, chattering and waving its little paws at them. "Ronald," Remy said, "I think this squirrel is way cuter than your rat. Want to switch pets? I can catch it for you." Ronald's eyes showed a flicker of desire, but he shook his head after a long moment of hesitation. "I can't. Scabbers has been with me since I was born. If I abandoned him now that he's old, he would be so sad, and my parents would never agree." "Wow, you're more sentimental than I thought. But what kind of rat is Scabbers to have lived this long anyway?" I'm not sure," Ronald stammered. "Maybe he has some special bloodline. I'll ask my parents later." As the four of them continued walking and talking, the squirrel in the tree grew more agitated. It chattered even louder, gnawing its teeth against the tree trunk to create a scraping sound, desperate to get their attention. But no one noticed. Seeing them about to leave, the squirrel darted into a tree hole, grabbed an old iron box with its teeth, and rushed back out. It jumped onto a branch right in front of the group and began tapping the box with its tiny paws. "What's it doing?" Ronald asked. "Charging a toll. That box looks like a Muggle sugar cube tin. My mom used to have one," Hermione mused. "Is it asking for sugar cubes? Or is it giving us some? It doesn't look like it's giving us anything. I think the box is empty." While the others guessed, Remy had a nagging feeling of familiarity about the box. The closer he looked, the more certain he became. "That's my box," he said with a laugh. "I think I figured it out. I found a squirrel's nest a while back and cleaned it out. That must have been your nest." He reached out his hand to touch the box, but the squirrel quickly snatched it away. It scurried to another branch and stopped, looking at Remy. It pointed a paw at Remy, then at itself, and then tapped the box. "It seems to want you to go somewhere with it. Maybe to its nest," Ronald said. "You robbed its nest?" Hermione gasped. "The poor thing must not have enough food for the winter and is asking you for a replacement." "I don't think that's it," Remy replied. "Squirrels are expert hoarders, and there are plenty of pine trees around." Still, he was a little unsure. "You guys go on to Hagrid's. I'll be there soon." "No way. Let's all go," Harry said. "I'm curious what it wants." Ron and Hermione quickly agreed. Hermione insisted she needed to supervise Remy to make sure he restocked the squirrel's winter stash. The squirrel led them to a tall pine tree, where it gestured toward the trunk before scrambling up and down. "You want me to climb the tree with you?" Remy asked. The squirrel chirped and nodded. Remy looked back at his friends, shrugged, and began to climb. The tree wasn't too tall and had plenty of wide, horizontal branches, making the ascent easy. He followed the squirrel to a large tree hole and peered inside, his eyes widening in surprise. The hole was overflowing with pine nuts. There were so many that they were spilling out. The squirrel looked proud, pointing at the mountain of nuts, then at the box it had opened, and then back at Remy with another series of gestures. "Let me guess," Remy said, a smile spreading across his face. "You're saying you'll give me all these pine nuts if I give you what's in this box?" Squeak. The squirrel nodded excitedly, bouncing up and down. Remy was taken aback. He tentatively created a small magic crystal and held it out. The squirrel stopped jumping and stared at the crystal, its tiny black eyes locked on it as if mesmerized. It followed the crystal's every movement. "It really wants the magic crystal?" Remy thought. Had it eaten one before and survived? Hesitantly, Remy handed the magic crystal to the squirrel. It snatched it up, brought it to its mouth, and carefully scraped off a tiny bit of powder with its front teeth. The squirrel's eyes squinted in pure ecstasy. It then put the almost whole crystal into the box. It hopped back to a branch and began rubbing the box against the trunk, clearly showing how much it loved the box and the prize inside. "No wonder you're still alive," Remy said, amused. "You have incredible self-control. You only take a little at a time." He grabbed a handful of pine nuts from the hole and shook them in front of the squirrel. The squirrel didn't even react, just glanced at them before going back to rubbing the box. Remy grabbed 2 more handfuls and then created 2 more magic crystals, which he handed to the squirrel. "I'll give you these, but don't get greedy. I'll bring you more regularly in the future, if I remember." He gently rubbed the squirrel's head and then, in his own unique way, jumped down from the tree. Harry and the others gasped, too stunned to catch him. Remy landed safely, his clothes a little dusty, but otherwise unharmed. "It's just one of the magic crystals," he explained, dusting himself off. "It has plenty of food. There are enough pine nuts in that hole to last it a whole year." Harry and Ronald nodded in understanding, having seen the whole exchange. Hermione, however, was still confused. "Magic crystal?" she asked. "What is that?" "It's used to replenish magic," Remy said. "I usually put it in my tea. If you're interested, I can give you some when we get to Hagrid's." Hermione nodded, but continued to glance at Remy with a newfound curiosity. Though Hagrid looked rough, he was a warm and welcoming host. He brewed them a pot of tea and brought out a plate of his famous rock cakes. Remy was certain these were the hardest food he'd ever encountered. He tried to bite into one, but only left a row of teeth marks. He finally had to ask for a saw, and even then, he could only cut a large piece of the cake into small, manageable chunks. "Oh, I forgot to tell you," Hagrid said, turning from the stove with a massive kettle. "You have to eat them with tea. They get much softer when they're wet. Might not be chewy, but it'll be perfect for you." Harry and Ronald's faces fell. "Why didn't you say that sooner?" They thought, their jaws aching. Remy had no idea. As Hagrid went to pour, Remy put a hand on the kettle. He took out his crystal ball and invited Hagrid and Harry to test their magic. Harry's magic measured a staggering 2,500, far more than Ronald's, but Hagrid's was over 7,000. Considering Hagrid's size, it wasn't a total surprise, but Harry's score was impressive, even for a boy who had defeated a Dark Lord at the age of 1. "Now for Remy's special magic drink," Remy announced, dropping a magic crystal into the huge kettle. After a moment, he added another, thinking about the kettle size. The ordinary tea suddenly released a powerful, fragrant aroma that not only attracted Hagrid's dog, but also made a few boxes in the corner of the room stir. Hagrid looked uneasy. He wanted to say something, but didn't. As the noises from the boxes grew louder, he sighed. All right. I don't know why, but take it." He walked over to a crooked, handmade cabinet and pulled out a few small bowls. They were small only in relation to Hagrid's hands, as they were quite large themselves. He poured the tea into each bowl and then, seeming to remember something, asked nervously, "What did you put in there? Is it very valuable?" "Not to me," Remy said. "Please feel free." Hagrid breathed a sigh of relief. He picked up the bowls and, one by one, put them into the boxes, carefully blocking the view with his body. The others were bursting with curiosity. When Ronald asked, Hagrid refused to answer, only telling them not to mention it to anyone. Remy stepped in, using a magic card to change the subject. Hagrid was so delighted that he gave Remy 2 more rock cakes. He then brought out a box filled with his savings and told Remy to take what he wanted. Remy only took a handful of nuts and a few sickles, which touched Hagrid so much he gave him 3 more rock cakes, even though Remy hadn't finished the first half. The cakes were impossibly hard, even after soaking them in tea. Remy wondered if they were bulletproof. "What are you doing, Remy?" "Oh my God, Puff, what is that? A gun? It's pretty." The 3 friends stared in disbelief as Remy pulled out a small, elegant pistol from his pocket. It was pink, with an irregular pattern of silver spots. "This is the Pavna Witness," Remy said, introducing the gun. It hasn't been released yet, but it's so beautiful I got it early. It's light, uses 9mm bullets, and has a small recoil. It's the perfect pistol for a woman. Hermione's eyes were sparkling. She was completely captivated. I gave this pink one a nickname, Remy continued. The pink fluffy bunny. He took a silencer from his pocket and attached it. The silencer was also pink and had two fuzzy decorations that looked like bunny ears. This gun isn't very powerful, but it's extremely insulting to anyone defeated by it. Grinning, Remy placed a rock cake on the windowsill and loaded the magazine. This gun holds 13 9mm bullets, the largest capacity of any female pistol. Wait, Harry said, standing up quickly. You're not going to shoot in here, are you? Why not? Why do you even have a gun? There are no enemies here. There are no enemies, but I want to see if this rock cake is bulletproof. But don't worry, I put on the silencer. It won't be loud, and it won't cause any trouble. Remy loaded the gun. Harry and Ronald quickly hid in the corner. Hagrid and Hermione, however, stayed where they were, looking on without any fear. Remy aimed, held his breath, and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The sound was indeed quiet. The rock cake, however, absorbed the bullet perfectly. The cake had no hole on the back, only a small bulge where the bullet had lodged itself in the center. It's perfect, Remy said, picking up the rock cake and handing it to Harry and Ronald. He then handed the pistol to Hermione, who hadn't taken her eyes off it. There are no bullets in it, he said. You can have it. If you like, I can give you a magical pistol that can be used like a wand. A magic gun, perhaps. Hermione's eyes lit up, but after a moment of hesitation, she shook her head. No, thanks. I just like the way it looks. I'm not interested in guns at all. Remy raised a skeptical eyebrow. If you're really not interested, why are you emphasizing it so much? You're giving yourself away. After finishing the bulletproof experiment on the rock cake, Remy turned to study the changes in the magic power of the four people after they drank the magic crystal tea, measuring them every 5 minutes. Through research, it was found that everyone's magic power increased by 5% to 20% after drinking magic crystal tea. But after half an hour, it returned to the previous level and did not really break through the upper limit. This discovery made Remy very unhappy. He thought that he could increase the magic value limit by 1 or 2 points. Maybe it needs to be taken for a long time to be effective. It seems that long-term experiments are still needed. Harry and the other two are still growing up, so we probably won't be able to find out anything from the test. Hagrid. Remy glanced at Hagrid and felt that it was not reliable to ask Hagrid because he lived a little far from the castle, and it would be troublesome if he came here every day for testing. After much thought, Remy decided to ask Filch for help. Filch's magic power is relatively low, so if the magic crystal really has an effect, it should be able to show up on him more quickly. Oh, and there are also Long Johns and Hedwig, but they are owls, not humans. Even if it works on them, it may not be suitable for humans, but it can be used as a control experiment. As he was thinking, Harry suddenly found a newspaper on a cabinet and was immediately attracted by the content of the newspaper. Remy, look, isn't this the vault we went to? Harry patted Remy's arm anxiously. Let me see. Well, it seems so. Remy nodded. Why aren't you surprised at all? Why should I be surprised? It's been hacked. That means someone, a dark wizard, wants to get the contents of that vault. Didn't he get it? We took everything out of it a long time ago. But there are not so many buts. That's the adult's business, not ours. I have more important things to do now. What's up? I don't know, but I felt since I came here that there is something more here than in the castle. And these things are what the castle should have but lacks. What? I told you, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. Waving his hand to signal Harry to go play, Remy really had no interest in Voldemort now. He was only interested in the mysterious intuition that just flashed through his mind and was trying his best to grasp it. Seeing Remy in a trance, Harry had to go to Hagrid to discuss the matter. However, Hagrid didn't want to talk to him about it, and even refused to admit that the stolen vault mentioned in the newspaper was the vault they entered. This made Harry a little depressed, and he could only drink his tea in silence. 3 of the 5 people were not in the mood to talk. Hermione looked out the window and suggested that they should go back. This suggestion was immediately supported by Harry and Hagrid. Under Harry's constant questioning, Hagrid didn't know what to say and now just felt extremely embarrassed. As everyone stood up and walked out the door one by one, when they heard a buzzing sound, Remy, who had been frowning and thinking with his head down, suddenly had a dazzling light in his eyes. He understood. Bang! Remy slapped his thigh excitedly and waved his fist vigorously again. That's it. I was wondering if Hogwarts Castle was missing something. I have an idea, Remy said excitedly. What's missing? Hermione asked curiously. You will understand later. When I succeed, it will definitely shock the entire magic world. Not just the magic world of in-country. As he spoke, Remy quickened his pace and walked toward the castle. The others looked at each other and hurried to catch up. I went back to the dormitory to think about it first and measured the magic points of Chioku and Hedwig by the way. As expected, these two owls both have magic points, but they are very little, less than 100. After recording their magic values in the notebook, Remy officially began to conceive his big plan. During this time, Harry and Ronald tried to peek several times, but Remy discovered them in advance and closed the notebook, so they didn't see any information. The more Remy acted like this, the more curious Harry and Ronald became. They even hid in a corner and plotted to wait until Remy went to bed at night to steal his notebook. However, they were soon disappointed because Remy left the dormitory not long after and disappeared. They didn't know that Remy had a laboratory, and they didn't know that Filch, whom they feared, had been recruited by Remy. This night was particularly long for Harry and Ronald. The two curious students waited until they could no longer hold on and fell on the bed, but Remy still did not come back. It was not until the next morning that the two were woken up by the other two people in the dormitory and told to have breakfast together and prepare to go to class. Remy didn't come back yesterday? Harry asked, trying hard to keep his eyes open. Seamus shook his head. I don't know. Anyway, he wasn't in the dormitory when we woke up. Just as he finished speaking, suddenly, the door was pushed open and Remy walked in with a bright look on his face. Oh, Remy, we were just talking about you. Where were you last night? Were you caught by Filch and put in detention again? Seamus asked. No. Are you getting ready to go to class? Let's go to class together, Remy said. Harry stared at Remy with a strange look for a while and felt that Remy was not normal today. It's not just a little abnormal, it's extremely abnormal. What classes do you have today? Harry asked. This morning we have Professor Flitwick's Charms class. I heard that this class will start teaching real magic. I don't know if I can learn it, Neville said weakly. Charms class? Want to teach magic? Harry shuddered suddenly and became much more energetic. Remy, you don't want to perform magic in the classroom, do you? Have you forgotten about the wand shop? You are now. Don't worry. I'm not the same person I was before. I feel like I've made rapid progress in the past few days. What the hell is fast? It's only been a week, okay? No matter how fast you are, what can you do? Harry hung his head, just praying that Remy would really improve rapidly, or at least not cause an explosion in class. Otherwise, Gryffindor House would definitely be deducted points again. The others didn't know about Remy and asked Harry why he was so worried about Remy using magic, and Harry patiently explained it to them. After the explanation, everyone looked at Remy with a strange look. After dinner, they came to the classroom together. Remy found that all his roommates were very far away from him, and they were even about to invade the Slytherin College area where they were taking classes together. Only Hermione, who didn't know the truth, didn't stay away on purpose. She even asked Remy if he knew what magic he was going to learn today, and talked about some small magic tricks in daily life that she had learned. Remy just smiled in response, and waited quietly for Professor Flitwick's arrival with great anticipation. Professor Flitwick has a unique advantage in class, which is that when he catches students who are not paying attention, most people will not notice him approaching. For example, no one noticed when Professor Flitwick entered the classroom until he used the levitation spell to send feathers to each student, and then the students realized that Professor Flitwick had arrived, and they were all stunned and attracted by Professor Flitwick's magical ability. Today, I will formally teach you the first and simplest magic, the levitation spell. Professor Flitwick said as he stepped on a thick stack of books. The feather you were given is a practice prop. Your goal in this class is to make it fly, Professor Flitwick continued. Upon hearing that it was a practice prop, some students who had already received the feather and were ready to study it hurriedly put it down for fear of damaging it. Seeing that all the students remained quiet and looked at him expectantly, Professor Flitwick nodded with satisfaction and then took out his wand. I've already taught you the spell and the movements of waving the wand in the last class, but we practiced them separately before. Now let's do the spell and waving the wand at the same time. Let me demonstrate first. Wingardium Leviosa. As Professor Flitwick chanted the spell and waved his wand, the feathers on the desk next to him suddenly floated in the air. After controlling the feather to dance in the air, Professor Flitwick explained the key points again and emphasized in particular that one must not forget the final action of shaking the magic wand, and then announced that everyone could practice freely. Remy, who had been listening attentively, smiled confidently, then opened his wizard robe and took out a wand from his inner pocket, then another wand, then another wand, and then another wand. He took out 10 magic wands in one breath, and the students next to him were so stunned that they even forgot to practice. What? Do you have so many wands? Hermione asked, eyes wide. Haven't you heard a saying? What? Poor students have more stationery. With a slight smile, Remy lined up the wands and selected them, then picked up the chosen wand. God, please help me become a real wizard. Remy stroked the wand with his sword finger and stared at the feather on the table with fixed eyes. A powerful aura rushed up into the sky and even blew his wizard robe and hair. 1 second, 2 seconds, not to mention the classmates around. Even Professor Flitwick was dumbfounded. Now, Remy suddenly let out a loud shout and waved his wand vigorously. Wingardium Leviosa, as Remy chanted the spell and waved the magic wand. The next moment, everyone was shocked to find their bodies flying uncontrollably. Not only Remy's classmates, but the entire classroom, including Professor Flitwick, was floating, including people and objects, except Remy. But the next moment, boom, bang, crackling. Ouch, I'll go. Depend on. A large group of people and objects fell down with a crackling sound. The classroom was suddenly in chaos, and the ground was a mess. Only Remy was giggling. I was able to improve the levitation charm into the weightlessness charm the first time I used it. I'm really a magic genius. It's just that this magic wand isn't very powerful. It seems I have to DIY one myself. Remy muttered to himself happily, and then looked at Professor Flitwick, who had just gotten up, and smiled brightly. Professor Flitwick, is this considered a success? After all, you all floated up. Can you give me some extra points? Remy asked. This. Professor Flitwick looked confused. Say it failed, but it did succeed. But if we talk about success, it doesn't seem to be a success. It was successful, but not completely successful. Just barely. 5 points for Gryffindor, but don't practice anymore or the other students won't be able to practice properly. Professor Flitwick said. Okay, no problem. Remy agreed immediately. He succeeded in his first try. Why should he practice anymore? A genius like him has raised his attainments in a levitation spell to an unprecedented and unparalleled level without any practice. If you practice this diligently, will you let others survive? Be good at giving others a way out so that you can meet again in the future. Give young people a chance to catch up. Hypnotizing himself constantly in his mind, Remy happily half lying on the table at the back, watching others practice calmly. Glancing furtively at Remy, Hermione took a deep breath and began to practice. She performed the magic very smoothly, and it was obvious that it was not her first time performing it. It was obvious that she had mastered this magic long before the class. Only she wasn't happy at the moment, and seemed to be trying to make other things on the table fly, not just the feathers. But she didn't succeed until an explosion was heard in the distance. Looking at Seamus's charred face and Feather's corpse, Harry sighed heavily and covered his face with his hands. At this moment, he was full of worries about his future. It's over. Seamus has also been infected by Remy. Will I be the next one? Harry thought desperately. He didn't want it to explode, when he waved his wand. You have to know that he is different from Seamus and Remy. He wears glasses. If an explosion occurred and the glasses were to shatter and the lenses were to get stuck in the eyes, oh my God, that would be too horrible. Shivering, Harry hesitated for a long time holding the wand, and finally put it down and decided to take it slow. He was really afraid that he had been infected by Remy. Compared to Harry's worry, Remy whistled at Seamus. Whoosh! Seamus, congratulations on opening the door to a new world. From now on you are the explosive genius of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, said Remy. Seamus came back to his senses and exhaled a breath of black air. Black air. If I'm a blasting genius, then what are you? A blasting master? No, I'm the outlaw. The two of us can work together as mid and jungle to defeat all enemies, said Remy. Simo rolled his eyes. You know what? At that moment, his teeth and the whites of his eyes looked particularly white because of his dark face. The farce ended. Although Professor Flitwick said he could give Seamus another feather, Seamus firmly refused. It can be seen that he also has some shadows at this moment. By the end of the get-out of class, less than a quarter of the students had successfully cast the levitation spell, but Professor Flitwick seemed very satisfied with the result and happily gave Hermione 10 points for perfectly casting the levitation spell. 15 points were added to a class, which made Remy suddenly realize that adding points was actually quite easy, although it was still a little more difficult than deducting points. After all, deducting points is a technical job. If it is just for causing trouble, it is the lowest reason for deducting points. Remy is too disdainful to do those unskilled jobs. If you want to play big. In the morning, he blew up a wand in the spells class and successfully cast a 99% success rate levitation spell. In the afternoon, Remy once again successfully performed transfiguration and turned a needle into a match at the cost of a wand. But just after it turned into a match, the match also exploded. But at least it can be considered 50% successful. After that, Remy was also blacklisted by Professor McGonagall, who forbade him to continue practicing magic in the classroom. Overall, Remy had a great time in both classes today. He even ate 2 more chicken legs during dinner because of his good mood. It's a pity that he still can't beat Ronald. This guy never stops talking even when he is chatting. He is definitely a master at free meals and eating buffets. In the following time, Remy's life suddenly became extremely busy. He has many things to study, some of which are already in the final stages, and some of which are just beginning. Thanks to the magic detection crystal ball, Remy suddenly had the idea to make another crystal ball that could detect the magic value in real time. In this way, Remy can clearly know the magic consumption each time when using alchemy, which greatly makes up for Remy's lack of a clear concept of magic power and greatly improves the progress of perfect alchemy. In addition to alchemy, Remy also took the time to renovate the laboratory and build a stone wall to partition the quarter near the gate. Behind the wall is the actual experimental area, while the area in front of the wall near the door is the dining area that Remy designed for Soulbaum. Remy plans to open a psychological counseling center here in the name of helping students relieve stress, and the attending doctor is Hundan. It can eat up other people's negative emotions. There is no one more suitable to be a psychologist than it, and it can also provide them with food to eat. Remy definitely cannot do such a thing without approval. The application has been submitted to Headmaster Dumbledore, who said that he would personally experience and study it with the 4 deans before giving Remy a reply. Remy felt that this was a sure thing, so he decorated the room early, made the sign, and even printed the flyers. He could open the business immediately after the approval. These did not take up too much of Remy's time. Instead, the class assignments assigned by the professors gave Remy a headache. He felt overwhelmed just by reading the theoretical knowledge, let alone solving the problems. Remy, let me say it again, I can't possibly give you your homework to copy. Can't you do it yourself? You're so smart. After class, Hermione said as she walked quickly forward. I'm not smart at all. I'm the dumbest in Hogwarts, okay? Just copy the homework for me, please. Remy said. Hermione shook her head vigorously. Her face tensed the whole time, and no matter what Remy said, she refused to lend her homework to Remy to copy. "Don't say anything more. I will never lend it to you to copy. You are so smart and know so much. Why do you pretend to know nothing and copy my homework? I don't need you to do this to me." Hermione said, "Remy, who let you on purpose? I really can't do it. And you, Harry, Ronald, don't even think about copying my homework. Go back and do your homework well. Otherwise, how are you going to increase the house point for Gryffindor? Look at Remy. You're in the same dormitory, and he alone has added more points than the rest of you four combined," said Hermione. Harry and Ronald looked at each other, wanting to retort, but having no reason, and finally could only lower their heads in shame. Remy's teeth suddenly ached even more after hearing what Hermione said. He did add more than 40 house points to Gryffindor during this period, but these points were all because he asked questions to the professor, and the professor thought that the questions raised by Remy were very good and important, so he gave him extra points. They were not obtained by answering questions at all. "Okay, it seems that Hermione thinks I'm hiding my abilities because I keep adding extra points. I wonder if I can copy Gryffindor's homework if I deduct points from them in the future." Just as they were thinking about it, suddenly Hermione, who was leading the way, let out a scream, and then the four of them felt the ground shaking at the same time. They quickly reached out to hold the guardrail, and then they found that the moving stairs under their feet suddenly moved, and the speed was unusually fast, at least 50% faster than usual, and the amplitude was also particularly large. "What's going on? Hermione, where are you taking us?" Harry asked. "Where am I taking you? I'm going to the library. How would I know where you're going if you follow me?" Hermione said speechlessly. "But this direction doesn't lead to the library. What's going on with the staircase? How can it move such a long distance continuously?" Ronald asked. "Look back," Harry exclaimed. "There is no way back for us." "Really? And the stairs aren't moving. What's going on? Isn't it broken? It's possible. What should we do now?" "Wait for the professor to come." While the three were discussing, Remy looked back, then back to the platform in front of him with a puzzled look on his face. This room, could it be that Dumbledore is annoyed that Harry never comes here to take risks, so he controls the moving staircase to send him here directly? Thinking of this possibility, Remy suddenly felt a toothache. It would be fine to send Harry, and it would even make sense to send Ronald and Hermione together, but why bring him along as well? He had no interest in the Philosopher's Stone inside. He had long been tired of playing with that thing. To be frank, he had almost worn out the Philosopher's Stone by polishing it. Noticing Remy's strange gaze, the three of them stopped discussing and looked at the small platform above, and then their expressions became a little strange. "This room seems to be," Ronald swallowed. "It's the room that Principal Dumbledore mentioned at the banquet that must not be approached." "It seems so. What should we do? Go up? Or continue to wait here?" "How about wait a little longer? But the question is, if Filch or the professors find us at the door of this room, will they think we came here on purpose? Oh my God, if they really think that, we're doomed. We might actually be fired. Then now that we are here, what are we hesitating about?" Remy interrupted their conversation and straightened his wizard robe, then walked towards the platform first. Remy's idea was simple. Since he was already here, he might as well take a look inside to see if it was the same as he remembered, so that he wouldn't be sent back again next time after he left this time. "Wait a minute, Remy. Headmaster Dumbledore said this place is very dangerous. If you don't want to die miserably, don't worry. A disaster of my level can live for at least 10,000 years." As he was talking, Remy had already reached the platform and kicked the door open violently. With a bang, the three people behind sighed helplessly and hurriedly took a few quick steps to catch up with Remy. Now, there is no retreat. The dim, gloomy room was filled with a smell of decay. There were a lot of messy things on the ground, and there were many strange statues, each of which was covered with cobwebs and dust. "This appears to be a utility room," Harry whispered. Nodding, Remy looked around and walked to the right where there was a not very long corridor. There were statues on both sides of the corridor. Each of them had claws and fangs, and it was obvious that they were not good statues. The ground was covered with a thick layer of dust, and shoe prints were left wherever you walked on it. Remy ignored the fact that this would leave traces and walked straight to the door at the end of the corridor. The door was a bit shabby and looked like a broken door that could be broken down by a push after being ravaged by time. However, when Remy pushed it, he couldn't move it no matter what. It looks like we need a key. We might be able to find it if we look around. I think there's something strange about the statues near the entrance. Maybe the key is in one of them, Harry said, with a hint of excitement in his voice. No need, just stand back a bit. He waved his hand to signal the three to step back. In the eyes of the three people and a Mr. Dumbledore who was hiding in the distance and observing and did not want to reveal his name, Remy took out a square object that looked like a lunchbox from his crotch pocket. But at this moment, no one would think that Remy took out a lunchbox, especially Harry and Hermione, who grew up in the Muggle world. It's because what Remy took out was so classic that they had seen it in many TV shows and movies. Remy, what you're holding is a time bomb, right? Harry asked, swallowing. I guess so. It's just an ordinary C4 plastic bomb, but it does have a timed detonation function, Remy said without turning his head, and took out a roll of black duct tape without any delay. Harry, really? But why would you be so dangerous? Well, even if you can get it because of family reasons, aren't you a little too calm? Just as Remy was about to attach the bomb to the door, Hermione suddenly rushed forward and grabbed Remy's arm. Are you crazy? Using a bomb to blow up the door may open it, but I guarantee that in less than a minute, all the teachers and even the principal will rush over. Then we will all be expelled. Before Remy could retort, Hermione pulled Remy away. Isn't it just opening a door? Is it necessary to make such a fuss? I'll do it. With that, Hermione took out her wand, took a deep breath, and pointed it at the keyhole on the door. Allaho hole open. As Hermione chanted the spell, the door lock clicked and then slowly opened. Okay, the door is open. Go in if you want, but there are some things I must make clear. I won't go in with you, and if you get caught, don't say I opened the door for you. Hermione turned around and looked at the three useless or unreliable men, but she didn't get the admiring look she wanted. Harry and Ronald both stared at her with wide eyes, while Remy stepped forward and held her shoulders to make her turn around. Turning around, Hermione saw a dog head that was bigger than her, baring its teeth and drooling at her. Hermione was stunned for a second, then, "Hey!" Looking at Hermione, who was running away screaming, Remy smiled slightly, thinking that Hermione was quite brave and didn't faint from the fright. What a pity! After visually estimating the size of the dog's head, Remy took out a tape measure and walked to the huge grinning dog's head to start measuring. He even lifted its mouth to measure the length of its canine teeth. Not to mention Harry and the others. Even I, the big dog, was stunned by Remy's behavior. What followed was endless rage, and it felt humiliated. At this moment, its true appearance was revealed. Its three heads took turns attacking the door frame and kept showing its mouthful of sharp teeth. Woof, 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 woof. Harry and Ronald were so scared that they stepped back to look for Hermione, but Remy looked at the three-headed dog calmly, and even squatted in front of it, then used alchemy to create a piece of chalk and drew a slightly curved line on the ground. The attack range has been determined. Come over here. It's safe, Remy said. At first, the three of them still didn't dare to move forward, until they saw Remy slap the big dog and yell at it to be quiet, and the big dog couldn't attack Remy. Then the three of them approached cautiously. Oh my God! What kind of animal is this? Why does it have three heads? The legendary three-headed dog? Why is it imprisoned here? Oh, its mouth stinks. Hermione frowned and fanned her face with her hands. If my dad were here, maybe he could have treated its teeth, if it hadn't frightened my dad. If my mother were here, she would have washed it thoroughly. It's so dirty, said Ronald. If my dad was here, he would have shot it or used a man-portable rocket launcher, Remy said. Harry, Ronald, Hermione, why do your parents have such a big difference in style from ours? Woo-woo-woo. Faced with the pointing and criticizing of the three little brats, the three-headed dog shrank back with a whimper of grievance, and even hooked the door with its claws to close it. However, it was of no use. As soon as it closed the door, Remy opened it again. The three-headed dog was about to rush forward angrily to fight for its own face, but the next moment, it suddenly froze, and its 3 heads and 6 eyes all stared at the magic crystal in Remy's hand. It seems to be working. Remy smiled slightly and drew circles in the air with the magic crystal. Little dog, do you want to eat this magic crystal? Remy asked. Crash. The waterfall drops 3,000 feet straight down. It turns out to be saliva falling from the sky. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog nodded vigorously. If you want to eat, that's easy. Here you go. Remy threw the magic crystal high up, and while the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog were fighting for the magic crystal, he created another magic crystal. No need to fight. I have plenty here. Come here and lie down, and I will give you this magic crystal. Remy pointed to the door and said. The 3 heads of the 3-headed dog hesitated for a moment, and while they looked at each other, its body ran to the door very quickly and lay down. At this moment, the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog exploded instantly. Head number 1 in the middle. Woof, 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 woof. Old man, is this the body you control? You spineless dog. Head number 2 on the left. Woof, 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 woof. You stinky dog that gave you the food. I think it was you, the vicious dog, who complained first. Head number 3 on the right. Woof, 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 woof. You ate the magic crystal just now. We didn't even taste anything. You must have sold us out after tasting the sweetness. Head number 1 in the middle. Woof, 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 woof. When dogs bite each other, both get a mouth full of fur. It wasn't until today that Remy truly felt how sweet and true this sentence was. After just watching for a while, Remy felt it was too noisy. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive times, Remy used a combination of positive and negative yin-yang slaps and head slaps, giving him a slap on the head. Be quiet. Do you hear me? Remy yelled. The 3 heads fell silent at the same time, and then they became even noisier. Middle head number 1. Woof, 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 woof. He still said you 2 didn't betray me? Why did you listen to him? Head number 2 on the left. Woof, 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 woof. You dog, don't you listen to him just as well? We only listen to him because we see you are obedient. Head number 3 on the right. Woof, 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 woof. That's right, we all keep quiet because you're a quiet boss. Middle head number 1. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Bullshit. I'm only quiet to appease you. Right head number 3. Woof, 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 woof. Is there a possibility, that all 3 of us have betrayed? Left head number 2. Woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. If all 3 of us betrayed, would it still be called betrayal? Middle head number 1. Woof, woof. Woof, 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 woof. Yes, number 2 is right. None of us have betrayed. Just when Remy couldn't stand the noise anymore and was about to beat up the 3 dog heads again, the dog head in the middle barked twice, and the 3 heads became quiet at the same time and stared at Remy, at the magic crystal in his hand. Did the argument produce any results? Remy raised his eyebrows and drew circles in the air again with the magic crystal. So who should I give to first? As soon as Remy finished speaking, the 3 heads immediately began to compete frantically in front of the narrow door. The door is too small and their heads are too big. Sometimes the middle head occupies most of the space, with the remaining 2 heads revealing a little bit of their mouths. Sometimes the left and right heads each reveal half of their faces, squeezing the middle head on top with only the chin exposed. 3 heads were playing with permutations and combinations behind the small door frame. Stop snatching. Everyone, step back, Remy shouted, and the 3 heads of the 3-headed dog stopped at the same time, and then the body retreated. What Remy did next completely shocked Harry and the other 2. Remy actually walked directly into the room where the 3-headed dog was locked up. It wasn't until Remy went in and commanded the 3-headed dog to lie down that Harry and the other 2 came to their senses. Gudon. Harry swallowed to calm himself, licked his lips, and suddenly felt extremely complicated. Terror, fear, envy, desire. For some reason at this moment, Harry suddenly wanted to be as unrestrained as Remy. But the remaining rationality in his heart kept telling him, no. Harry, this little dog seems to be guarding the trapdoor here. Are you interested in coming down with me to take a look? Remy patted the dog's head and pointed to the trapdoor on the ground and said to Harry. Before Harry could reply, the three-headed dog suddenly whined twice, then ran to the trapdoor and completely covered it with its body. This act of self-incrimination immediately made Harry and the other two, who had not thought much of it, become extremely curious about the world beneath the trapdoor. What? You want to stop me from entering the trapdoor? Remy turned around and looked at the three-headed dog and asked. Three heads nodded at the same time and barked twice. But Remy doesn't speak in a dog accent, so I can't understand what it is saying at all. But the impact is not significant. So you do have a lot of professional ethics, but I want to see how many magic crystals your integrity is worth. With a scornful smile, Remy raised his hand to create a magic crystal and waved it in front of the three-headed dog, then threw it into the innermost corner. The three heads of the three-headed dog turned at the same time and even bumped into each other because they turned too fast, but the body did not move with it. Okay, I'll add one more. As he spoke, Remy created another magic crystal and threw it into the corner. Then another one. Another one. Ding ding dong dong. Listening to the sound of magic crystals falling to the ground, watching them rolling on the ground, and smelling the ultimate fragrance they emitted, the three-headed dog let out a whimpering sound. Its three heads were buried tightly together, and its body was shaking constantly. Seeing it like this, Remy smiled slightly. Oh, there's so many magic crystals. Since you don't want them, I'll take them back. I'll use them to make tea later. As he spoke, Remy stretched, moved his arms and legs, and then slowly walked to the corner. The three-headed dog suddenly raised its head, and then suddenly created a gust of wind and rushed in front of Remy to stop Remy. And then, bang, bang, bang. There were 3 consecutive sounds. It seemed that the three-headed dog was rushing too fast, and its 3 heads hit the wall one after another. Staggering and swaying, the three-headed dog fell to the corner with a thud, just crushing all the magic crystals under its body. Johann, did you faint? Remy took out a magic wand from his pocket and poked the three-headed dog's butt. The three-headed dog didn't react at all, probably because Remy didn't poke its vital parts. Witnessing everything that happened in the room, Harry walked into the room without waiting for Remy to call him, followed by Hermione and Ronald. After observing the three-headed dog carefully for a while, with Harry even reaching out to touch its tail, the 4 of them opened the trapdoor in the middle of the room. There was no staircase under the trapdoor, only a dark, bottomless hole that looked like a shaft. It seems very deep. Harry was about to say something when he found that Remy had already taken out a bundle of ropes and tied one end around the three-headed dog's neck. Ah, are you really going down? Ronald asked. Since we're here now, it would be a waste if we don't go down. But I have nothing to lose, do I? It's not a big deal, but I've lost. Principal Dumbledore, why are you here? Remy was stunned for a moment, then continued to tie the rope. The work is only half done. How can we give up halfway? Dumbledore glanced at Remy helplessly, then looked at Harry and the other 2 who were so nervous that they were speechless. This is not the place you should be. Are you lost? Or were you called here by Remy? I saw you even prepared the rope in advance. Dumbledore asked. I have prepared a lot of things. Remy said first. Do you believe that even if I were thrown into the Forbidden Forest to survive in the wilderness, I could build a modern city with my own hands? And very quickly. Dumbledore, I don't even know how to refute what you said. In desperation, Dumbledore had to change the subject. You may not remember what I said at the entrance ceremony. I can forgive you this time. Now, go back to your dormitory and have a good rest. It's very dangerous here. Dumbledore said. Harry and the other 2 breathed a sigh of relief, but they didn't expect Remy to sabotage Dumbledore again. What's the danger here? This little dog? Can't you see I already took care of it? Remy was very angry, because Dumbledore's sudden appearance reminded Remy of a classic line from a certain emergency reserve ration. The area ahead is too dangerous. Let's explore it later. Besides, the spare ration has a cute voice and looks adorable too. What does Dumbledore have? He lost too much. I have helped the school solve the danger here. You don't need to thank me too much. Just give me a 180-point bonus. Remy said. Dumbledore looked at Remy speechlessly, thinking, if I wasn't worried about scaring Harry and causing him to not come again, I would have deducted 180 points from you. But Remy seems a little different today. Does he know something? Thinking of this, Dumbledore decided to shut Remy up first. I am considering your application carefully, said Dumbledore. Apply? What application? Well, okay, I get it. Remy suddenly realized what he had submitted and quickly shut up. He untied the rope and walked obediently to stand beside Ronald. You can go back, but remember, if I see you coming here again next time, you will be committing a crime knowingly, and I will definitely deduct points from you, said Dumbledore. Yes, we'll go back now. Actually, Headmaster Dumbledore, we were forced to come in because the portable staircase was broken. Yes, the moving staircase suddenly moved and brought us here, and then it stopped moving. Listening to the explanations of several people, Dumbledore nodded calmly. Is that so? I will have someone inspect it later. Those stairs are antiques, and it is indeed time for a comprehensive inspection. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Principal, leave this job to me. I can definitely design and create a set of cool and fun passages, said Remy. Leave it to you? If I leave it to you, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry will be history tomorrow. Glancing at Remy, Dumbledore drove them out. This time the moving stairs did not cause them any more trouble, and the four of them quickly left and returned to the Gryffindor dormitory building. Entering the common room, Harry and the other two breathed a sigh of relief and then began a heated discussion about the world below the trapdoor. Remy, whose interest was dampened by Dumbledore, did not participate. He just chatted briefly and then went back to the dormitory to feed the birds. He had lost interest in the secret room. It was as if the happy time was suddenly interrupted and one entered directly into a state of saintliness like a Buddha. After that, life returned to normal again. Every day, I went to class, ate, and slept. It was simple and boring. In order to complete several difficult experiments, Remy even stopped his daily experiments in order to stockpile magic crystals. There were two small incidents in the middle. First of all, the Psychological Counseling Center was officially open for business, and it was directly promoted by the principal, but it is currently only open to students in grade 3 and above. The response was quite good, especially from the single seniors who all wanted to go there every day, which made Remy seriously suspect that they were treating the Psychological Counseling Center as a foot massage parlor. Although Headmaster Dumbledore said that the Psychological Counseling Center was only open to students in the 3rd year and above, Harry and the other two often came to play under the leadership of Remy. When they first saw the soul bomb, the three of them were very nervous, especially Harry and Ronald, who were not only nervous but also a little shy. When the soul bomb was treating them, perhaps because the soul bomb in a wedding dress was too close to them, their faces turned red like red apples. And since then, the two of them would often suddenly complain that they were troubled recently and under too much pressure from studying, and clearly hinted to Remy to take them to a psychological counseling center for psychological counseling. Remy was too lazy to expose their little thoughts, and was even looking forward to their expressions when they saw the complete soul bullet. It was a pity that Remy didn't stop them. Headmaster Dumbledore stopped them. Perhaps it was because Remy saw Harry being obsessed with psychological counseling and being so happy all day long without any sense of crisis or urgency, that when Remy took them to the Psychological Counseling Center for the 5th time, he saw Principal Dumbledore as soon as he entered the door. As a result, the 3 people were deducted 10 points each and were told that if they came again next time, 20 points would be deducted each. This scared Harry and Ronald, and they never asked Remy for help again. The other thing is more embarrassing, because Hermione wouldn't lend him their homework, and he hated the poor writing of Harry and the others. He found a top student from Ravenclaw College to copy their homework. It was the first time Remy copied homework. In a moment of excitement, he copied his name on it. It happened to be the homework assigned by Professor McGonagall. As a result, Remy was exposed by Professor McGonagall in class, and was deducted 20 house points at once. Since then, Remy has learned his lesson, reflected deeply, turned over a new leaf, and never copied the homework of that Ravenclaw nerd again. Changed to copying the homework of 5 top students at the same time. After patching up the 5 materials, even Professor McGonagall couldn't tell that they were plagiarized. Very nice. Occasionally I would walk out of the castle to feed the little squirrel and go fishing. My life was so comfortable. It wasn't until Harry received a package containing the latest model of flying broom, the Nimbus 2000, that Remy decided to stop hoarding rats for the time being and make the flying broom that he had promised Harry before. It needs to be able to fly, control it freely, be fast and flexible, and be comfortable to ride. This is a big challenge for Remy, and its difficulty is definitely higher than that of the magic gloves. It took Remy 3 full days just to come up with the module functions, and then he spent a full week considering the appearance before finalizing the first version. This is just the preliminary preparation work. When we officially start refining, there are endless troubles, with problems appearing here or there. What's even worse is that after finally manufacturing all the modules, they failed when using alchemy to fuse them into the finished product. Remy was in a very bad mood at that time. Fortunately, he had the help of the soul bomb, otherwise he would have been sulking for many days. Starting from scratch again, this time Remy made 10 of each module in one go, enough for 9 failures. Sweetly, it worked on the first try, and Remy was almost mad to death. Fortunately, it was finally successful. Remy had no plans to mass-produce this product, so he did not continue experimenting with reducing costs. It happened to be the weekend, and Harry was training on the field with other Quidditch players. Remy came to the tallest tower of Hogwarts Castle with a brand new flying broom, ready to give Harry and the others a huge surprise that fell from the sky. Southwest, wind level 2, good visibility, everything is ready for takeoff. Mumbling to himself some incomprehensible words, Remy put on his goggles, mounted his homemade flying broom, and aimed at the Quidditch pitch in the distance. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Ignition. Emission. Boom. Harry, you have to remember that you are the seeker. You only need to keep an eye on the snitch. We'll take care of the other balls. But if this happens, won't I be left with nothing to do for a long time after the game starts? Can I get a few more points by helping out during this time? If the golden snitch appears between you and the opponent's seeker, or even right next to him, by the time you react, the opponent may have already caught the golden snitch and the game is over. You only get 10 points for helping score 1 goal, but you can get 150 points for catching the golden snitch. Can you help to score 15 goals in such a short time? Don't lose the big picture for the small. Okay, I get it. From now on I will do as you say, and just keep an eye on. Boom. Before Harry could finish his words, there was a loud bang, and the Quidditch pitch, which was paved with fine sand, suddenly started to blow up into the sky. Captain Wood quickly protected Harry behind him, but unfortunately he didn't have a wand with him at the moment, so he could only hold the broom across his body, which looked a little funny. A broomstick can't cast spells, nor can it prevent dust, but it can stir up sand. What happened? An air raid? Harry asked, eyes wide. The glasses he was wearing at the moment actually blocked a lot of wind and sand for him, and with Wood blocking in front of him, Harry was still able to keep his eyes open freely. Probably be careful, Wood said. What should we do then? Should we go and inform Headmaster Dumbledore right now? Notify Headmaster Dumbledore? This is not the first time that such a small matter does not need to be reported to Headmaster Dumbledore. What? Didn't Voldemort disappear a long time ago? What do you mean by Volt? Oh, I think you misunderstood. I just meant that the Slytherin team has competed with us for the court more than once. Harry, ciao. I thought it was Voldemort calling. If it was just the Slytherin team, Harry tightened his grip on the broom, his blood boiling as he prepared to fight at any moment. While the two were talking, the sand gradually fell back to the ground, and then they saw a man struggling to climb out of the sand pit. But the sand pit was a little deep, and the man would slide down again every time he poked his head out. Remy. Harry was stunned for a moment and ran over quickly. Arriving at the edge of the pit, Harry was about to say something, but when he saw what Remy was using as a trekking pole, his heart skipped a beat. Remy was holding a white, elongated cylindrical pillar in his hand, with protruding flying wings at the bottom. Looking at this thing, Harry couldn't help but think of a weapon he had seen on TV. A missile. Remy, you grunt. What is that in your hand? Harry asked. You mean this? This is the broom I specially made for you. Remy shook the flying broom in his hand and said happily, Did you see how I came here just now? You must not have seen it, right? Let me tell you, this thing is super fast. Harry, I sure didn't see how you came, but now I know how you landed. This is not a flying broom. It's clearly a mobile coffin. And who plays Quidditch on this thing? Ouch! Accidentally slipping again, Remy had to hand the broom to Harry and ask for help. Give me a hand. Pull me up. Didn't you say this was a broom? Can't you just fly up? It doesn't look broken to me. Wood walked over and looked at the broom in Remy's hand curiously. Oh yes, this is a flying broom in my hand. Remy suddenly realized what was going on and quickly got on his broomstick. Under the shocked gazes of Harry and Wood, they saw an extremely exaggerated ball of fire spurting out from the tail of the broom that Remy was riding. But the sand that came into contact with the flames was not harmed at all. Remy was seen riding a broomstick and slowly rising into the air. About a second later, whoosh, bang, Harry and Wood shuddered at the same time and turned around to look back, just in time to see Remy falling from the goalpost. Wood reacted quickly and immediately got on the flying broom. The next moment, a gust of wind blew past him. Wood was stunned for a moment, then slowly turned his head, only to see a long, deep trench plowed out on the sand of the court, leading straight to the edge of the court, and Remy was on the wall at the edge of the court, using a broomstick as a crowbar to pry himself out in a weird posture. Your friend is really resistant to collisions. Wood looked at Harry with shining eyes. I think he is a perfect candidate to be a goalkeeper. How is his flying skill? If his flying skill is good, he can also be a batsman. Harry, have you also been assimilated and become unreliable? With Remy's current performance, aren't you worried that he might knock the referee to death? I don't know, but Remy doesn't seem to have any interest in Quidditch. Harry said, shaking his head. How is this possible? Wood stared at Harry with eyes wide open in disbelief. How can there be a wizard who is not interested in Quidditch? Remy said that Quidditch without wands and spells is meaningless. Real wizards should ride on brooms and cast spells. Harry said, Well, okay, but that would be a bit too dangerous, said Wood. While they were discussing, Remy came jogging over with his broomstick. Coming in front of the two, Remy stuck his broom into the ground and shook his hair vigorously. How is it? Quick, are you excited? Remy asked. Harry and Wood exchanged a glance. Wood thought for a moment. Don't you think it's a little too fast? You probably can't control it at all. Oh, I'm not a genius seeker. I can't do it. But Harry can, said Remy. No. Harry quickly waved his hand to refuse. I can't do that either. I'm not as resistant to collisions as you. My goodness, with the speed this broom just demonstrated, if he really used this broom, if he made even one mistake, he would definitely be reunited with his parents. He hasn't lived enough. What's more, he didn't think this thing was a flying broom. Don't worry, the speed of this flying broom can be adjusted. Remy reached out and patted the flying broom standing next to him, his face becoming serious. Let me formally introduce to you my latest invention, the super flying broom. Skyrocket 1, said Remy. Harry, why does this name sound a bit strange? Its overall weight is 10 kilograms. Although it sounds a bit heavy, it's not slow at all. The top speed is as high as Mach 5. Harry, how many? Mach 5. Harry, who only had an elementary school education, didn't know how fast the unit Mach was, but he remembered that when he saw this word on TV, it was usually used to describe the speed of missiles. That must be pretty fast. So this is still a missile, right? It must be. Just as Harry was about to ask the question in his mind, he heard Remy continue his introduction. The skyrocketing monkey one is not only fast, it also has many other very unique functions, such as he said that, Remy pulled out the skyrocket one and rode on it. They hadn't noticed Remy when he was at the bottom of the pit, but now that they were closer, they immediately noticed something unusual. When Remy rode on the skyrocket one, a seat suddenly appeared where Remy's but was, and at the same time, a space for legs was formed on both sides of the back half. For example, this hidden broom stand can not only be hidden at ordinary times, but the material is also very exquisite. Its surface is made of fake cowhide imported from the Netherlands, and it is filled with very soft and comfortable memory foam that can automatically change its shape according to the shape of the buttocks, providing an excellent riding experience. Fake leather imported from the Netherlands? But shape? Harry, who was originally very curious about this seat, had a lot of complaints to express after listening to Remy's introduction. And this, after pressing this button, you can turn on the automatic avoidance function, which can effectively avoid all obstacles. I seem to have forgotten to turn it on just now. Remy scratched his head and said a little depressed, "It's not just looks, you definitely didn't open it." Harry complained in his mind. "And this is my most proud feature." As he spoke, Remy pressed the button above, and a ball of white light suddenly appeared on the top of skyrocket number 1. This is the automatic search function. You just need to put the object you want to track in this light ball and record it. It will automatically chase the target. It uses magic guidance, with an error of no more than half a meter and an effective killing radius of 1 kilometer. Ahem, no, I said it wrong. The search radius is 1 kilometer. As long as the golden snitch is recorded and appears within a kilometer of it, it will automatically catch up with the golden snitch and fly parallel to the golden snitch at the same speed and half a meter away. The seeker only needs to hold on tight and don't fall off, then just reach out to the right and the golden snitch will be caught. How about it? Harry, do you want to try it? With it, I guarantee that as long as the golden snitch appears on the court, it will take less than 0.01 seconds for you to appear next to the golden snitch. Then, as long as you stretch your hand fast enough, you can end the whole game in 1 second and become the most handsome guy on the court. Harry's eyes lit up, but then he frowned. Will this thing be considered cheating? Harry looked at Wood and asked. Wood thought about it for a moment, shook his head, and then nodded. If it really has this function, even if you can use it to win a game now, it will be banned soon because its function affects fairness too much, said Wood. Fair? What is that? Can you eat it? Remy curled his lips in disdain. Some people are born taller than others, and some are born faster than others. Wizards of noble birth have been exposed to Quidditch since childhood, not to mention that it affects fairness. How can it affect fairness if a peasant like me makes a super flying broom by myself? Come on, Harry, try it first to see if it works. As he said that, Remy put the skyrocket number 1 into Harry's hand, and Harry hesitated. You better turn on that automatic avoidance function for me first, otherwise I won't dare to try it. Harry said. If there was no automatic avoidance function, Harry would have refused the experiment without a second thought. But now, he really wanted to experience this flying broom that Remy had blown up into the sky, which did not look like a flying broom either in appearance or function. Okay, automatic avoidance has been turned on. Look, the indicator light is on. By the way, do you want to try the automatic search function together? Remy asked after pressing the button. This? Harry looked at Wood. Captain, can you give me a golden snitch to use? I want to help Remy experiment. Wood thought for a moment and nodded, then walked to a box not far away, opened the box and took out a golden snitch from it. After registering the golden snitch in the enemy detection system, Remy nodded to Harry. Its basic functions are the same as those of a normal broomstick. Now you could try it out. Remy casually released the golden snitch and walked over to Wood and waited for Harry to start his performance. Harry took a deep breath and controlled Skyrocket 1 to ignite and take off. Harry felt it was magical. Although the flames were clearly emitted from the tail of Skyrocket 1, it could still hover in the air horizontally like an ordinary flying broom. It's just because the tail flame of rocket number 1 is fake, it's just a special effect, not real flame. Slowly rising into the air, Harry looked at the golden snitch flying quickly in the air, hesitated for a moment, and then pressed the automatic search button. The next moment, whoosh, I only hear the voice, but don't see the person. One could just barely see a black shadow, sticking closely to the golden snitch and moving quickly with it, up and down, left and right. About 10 seconds later, a black shadow was suddenly thrown out and fell rapidly. Seeing this, Wood hurriedly rode on his flying broom to catch it. How is it? Is it always half a meter away from the golden snitch? Remy asked. I don't know. I'm vomiting now. Before he could finish his words, Harry fell to the ground and vomited violently. Not to mention the overnight meal, he was even about to vomit out his gallbladder. Ahem. It was really too fast, and it was shaking all the time. I didn't even open my eyes. After that, Harry lowered his head and began to retch again. It's okay. It's your first time. It's inevitable that you can't adapt to the fast speed and feel a little uncomfortable. You'll get used to it after a few times. Remy said, What on the side? I suspect you were driving, but I have no proof. He walked to the box speechlessly to recall the golden snitch. The next moment, Wood was shocked to see that not only the golden snitch came back, but also a tracking missile following the golden snitch closely. Fortunately, Remy snapped his fingers at this time, and Monkey King number 1 instantly changed direction and rushed towards Remy and returned to Remy's side. It seems that I have to give it an automatic explosion after the man-machine separation within 10 meters. Ahem, I mean the automatic return function, to prevent it from accidentally dropping when in use and forgetting to actively summon it due to panic. Remy said, looking at the skyrocket monkey number 1 in his hand. Hearing Remy's words, Wood looked hesitant. After putting the golden snitch back into the box, Wood walked up to Remy. Remy, I'm really impressed by the speed and agility your skyrocket one just demonstrated. I wonder if you can. You want it? No way. I made this specially for Harry. No. I mean, can you remove all other functions and only keep speed and flexibility? Remy, just speed and flexibility? Don't want automatic enemy tracking anymore? What kind of behavior is this of buying the box and returning the pearl? Harry and Wood tried their best to persuade Remy, and Wood even took out a 20-centimeter thick Quidditch rules book for Remy to read. Finally, Remy reluctantly agreed to make Harry a rocket too, with only high speed and high flexibility. However, Remy flatly rejected Harry's suggestion to change the appearance to that of a normal flying broom. Do you know what aerodynamic shape is? Do you know what air resistance is? Do you know what fluid mechanics is? Do you understand science? Without this shape, there would be no such speed, said Remy. Even though he wanted to say that this was a magical world and there was no need to talk about science, and Harry was also 80% sure that Remy was talking nonsense. But seeing Remy was so persistent, Harry had no choice but to give in order to get a super fast flying broom. After confirming all the requirements, Remy returned to the laboratory and produced the Rocketeer number 2 in a short time. After helping Harry adjust the maximum speed, Harry, who had already been bruised and battered in the test drive, finally smiled. Although he got a new flying broom, Harry still used the Nimbus 2000 for more training afterwards, allegedly for the sake of confidentiality. But this has nothing to do with Remy. After making a flying broom for Harry, Remy once again turned on the hoarding mode and accumulated the magic crystals needed for his big plan. As time went by, the weather became colder and colder and soon turned from cool to cold. Along with the cold air come pumpkin lanterns and dinners. Halloween is here. In the auditorium where the entrance ceremony was held, many students gathered together again. When Headmaster Dumbledore announced that the new house statistical system would be officially implemented from tomorrow, some were happy while others were sad. The happiest class was undoubtedly Gryffindor because they had been deducted quite a lot of points, but few people remembered that they had also received a lot of extra points. People are always like this. They can't remember much of the happy times, but they can remember the pain and regrets for a lifetime. This is also the sadness of human beings. But soon, when the food was served, all the students put aside their worries and joined the eating team, happily enjoying the sumptuous meal. Looking at Hermione, who was also on the list, Remy suddenly became curious whether the troll would arrive as promised. As promised is a beautiful word. Seeing this word will make people involuntarily recall beautiful scenes, such as a man in a headscarf singing, "I stumble towards you," and running into the auditorium door in a panic like a girl with a fluttering heart. Troll, in the basement, thought you ought to know. After saying that, Professor Quirrell fell to the ground with a thud and coincidentally fell right next to Remy. Remy was stunned at first. Then he stood up with a serious face and squatted next to Professor Quirrell. The young wizards, who had been frightened by Professor Quirrell's words, calmed down after seeing Remy's strange behavior and looked at Remy curiously, not knowing what Remy was going to do. Turning Professor Quirrell over, Remy stroked his eyelids, felt his breath, and lifted his wrist to feel his pulse. After the whole process was completed, Remy nodded in satisfaction, then stood up, snapped to attention, and saluted Dumbledore in the professor's chair. Reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, after my preliminary diagnosis, he is dead. Please allow me to take him out for cremation, even on the spot, Remy said loudly. Dumbledore on the stage, Quirrell on the ground, and Voldemort behind the head all twitched their mouths at the same time. Remy, I think Professor Quirrell just fainted. Help him to his seat and let him rest. Dumbledore had just finished speaking when Remy raised his foot and kicked Professor Quirrell in the back of the head. With a scream, Professor Quirrell jumped up. Reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor Quirrell has come back to life after my treatment, Remy said with a serious face. The whole auditorium suddenly fell into an eerie silence until a pop sound was heard from somewhere, and the auditorium was instantly filled with a joyful atmosphere. Dumbledore came to his senses and speechlessly covered his face with his hands, while at the same time hiding the corners of his mouth that were rising uncontrollably. After about 2 seconds, Dumbledore tapped the large gold Iveco cup on the table with his spoon, sending up a cloud of ashes. Be quiet. The presidents and prefects of each college, take your classmates back to the dormitories first. Other professors. Reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore, I think students should not be allowed to leave the auditorium without knowing the exact location of the troll, so as to avoid a head-on collision with the troll. Students should stay in the auditorium now, and professors are also required to stay here to protect the students. I will deal with the troll, Remy said loudly. Dumbledore was stunned at first. Then he thought about it and felt that what Remy said made sense, except for the last sentence. But, glancing at Professor Quirrell, who was looking down pitifully, Dumbledore thought for a moment and then looked at Remy. It's very courageous of you to volunteer to deal with the troll, but the troll is not something you students can deal with. Let me put it this way. Professor Quirrell, are you feeling better now? Can you go and deal with the troll? Dumbledore turned to look at Professor Quirrell and asked. Before Quirrell could answer, Remy spoke first, reporting to Headmaster Dumbledore. It is obvious that if Professor Quirrell was capable of dealing with the troll, he would not have come here in such a panic to report. By the way, from which underwater sewer did you recruit such a poor defense against the dark arts professor? You can't even deal with a troll, and you have the nerve to teach the dark arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It teaches defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore corrected, Professor Flitwick, Professor Snape, the two of you go deal with the troll. Is that okay? Deal with the troll? Okay, no problem, said Professor Flitwick. Professor Snape nodded coolly, stood up, threw his wizard robe handsomely, and walked towards the door of the auditorium. Oh, Severus, don't walk so fast. Professor Flitwick said this while twiddling his short legs quickly, his wand in his hand itching to strike Snape. Remy, where are you going? Dumbledore suddenly said. Remy, who was crouching towards the door, stopped and smiled awkwardly. Close the door. I'll go close it to prevent the giant monster from rushing in. Well, this is indeed a point I have not considered carefully. 10 points for Gryffindor, and 10 points for the suggestion just now. Mr. Filch, close the door. Shut it shut, said Dumbledore. Snort. Remy curled his lips and thought, you want to bribe me with just 20 points? You have to pay more. Principal Dumbledore, I just brought Professor Quirrell back to life after he died. I saved a professor's life. Won't you give me extra points? Remy asked. Quirrell's mouth twitched suddenly. Are you saving me? I think you are clearly taking the opportunity to do something dirty to me. Foot. Quirrell couldn't figure out how he had offended Remy. He only knew that his plan today had failed. Not only did his plan fail, but he was also hit on the back of his head. Oh my God. He didn't even dare to think about how his master would punish him when he returned. This made Quirrell look very listless and confused, but the students around him were more tactless than the other. Seeing him like this, no one comforted him or even offered him a glass of water. Instead, they all looked at him with scrutiny, especially Harry next to him. Harry was not stupid. He was very sharp to realize that Remy seemed to be deliberately targeting Quirrell. Because although Remy is usually unreliable and often does some weird things, he would never be so rude as to hit someone directly. Harry wondered why Remy was targeting Professor Quirrell, who looked so bad. Yes, it's really bad. Look at Professor Flitwick. Even though he was less than 5 feet tall, he not only did not refuse to deal with the troll, but was very happy. Professor Snape also set off without hesitation. Look at the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts class. He was so frightened that he was almost scared to death. If it weren't for Remy's timely treatment, he might still be lying there. Not to mention the strong garlic smell on him. Sitting next to him was like sitting in a gas chamber. Remy even exaggeratedly wore a gas mask. When seeing Remy selling gas masks to people around him, Headmaster Dumbledore couldn't bear to watch it anymore and called Professor Quirrell up to let him have a good rest in the professor's seat. This made Quirrell feel even worse. He didn't think he had any chance of doing anything under Dumbledore's nose. The dinner continued. The young wizards ate and drank, and even had a heated discussion and bet on which of the 2 professors who were away could defeat the troll first. Although the young wizards didn't know how powerful the 2 professors were, no one doubted that they could not defeat the troll because they were so confident before they left. Among the 4 major houses, Gryffindor House had the most heated discussions. On the one hand, the little lions, who generally love adventure, are very interested in fighting giant monsters. On the other hand, the new College Cup has just begun, and they have already received 25 extra points. Well, for saving Professor Quirrell in time, Dumbledore gave Remy 5 extra points after obtaining Professor Quirrell's consent. The loathsome pig heart belongs to. The second most heated discussion was from Slytherin House, who believed that their head of house would definitely defeat the troll in the end. This made the students of Ravenclaw House, who always focused on studying and didn't join in the quarrel, very unhappy. They felt that Slytherin was belittling their head of house, so the students of the 2 houses had a friendly exchange across the Gryffindor House table. About half an hour later, Professor Snape and Professor Flitwick opened the door and returned to the Great Hall. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the 2 simply nodded to Headmaster Dumbledore without saying a word to indicate that their mission was accomplished, and then returned to their seats to eat and drink. Who defeated the giant monster? Nobody knows. Maybe Dumbledore and the other professors knew, but no professor ever gave an answer afterwards. This question has also become an unsolved mystery of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The weather becomes colder as November approaches, but it also brings romance to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. When the first snowflake fell, Remy changed his job again and stopped being a hoarder. He spent every day writing, drawing, and arranging experimental plans. This made his roommates very curious, but no matter how they asked, Remy just wouldn't say. After entering November, Harry became extremely busy and had to go out for training almost every day. Others were just as busy, except they were doing their homework. Maybe it was because it was near the end of the semester, the professors were assigning assignments one after another, one more difficult than the other, as if they were rushing to achieve performance, making the little wizards miserable. After another heavy snowfall, Hogwarts Castle was dressed in thick white winter clothes, and the Quidditch game officially began. The young wizards, who had been depressed by heavy homework for a long time, happily rushed to the Quidditch field to watch the game, and many of them even made their own cheering flags. Remy also arrived at the auditorium early with the students of Gryffindor College and occupied a favorable position. Unlike others who were looking forward to Gryffindor House's ranking moving up one place, Remy just wanted to see Harry riding on the skyrocket or 2 and killing people. It's a pity that Harry is unwilling to use Monkey King 1. Otherwise, Harry would only need to be responsible for GAGA, and Monkey King 1 can kill indiscriminately on its own. This made Remy feel deeply regretful. But when Harry appeared on the stage riding on the skyrocket 2 and heard the lively discussions among the people around him, Remy instantly forgot about that regret. Chow. Missiles. Are you kidding me? Harry is riding that thing. Isn't he afraid of it exploding? What is that? Is that a broomstick too? Harry's broomstick can actually breathe fire. It's just so cool. What model of broomstick is this? Is it the latest model? I must buy one next year. What a beautiful design, simple and elegant. I love it. As the discussion went on, suddenly, everyone's eyes shifted from Harry to Remy. Their intuition told them that Remy was probably the only person in the entire Hogwarts who could come up with such an unreliable thing. Then, everyone looked towards the teaching desk. They wanted to know what Headmaster Dumbledore thought about this matter. In the teacher's seat, even though Dumbledore had heard that Remy had made a brand new flying broom for Harry, his eyes still jumped when he saw the flying broom with his own eyes. It was really outrageous. Even if it didn't explode, its shape alone was a huge deterrent to Muggle-born wizards. Fortunately, Gryffindor's opponent this time was Slytherin, where there were almost no Muggle-born wizards, and most of them were half-blood. It seems that we need to add a rule to the rules of Quidditch games in the future to restrict the shape of flying brooms. Otherwise, who knows? Remy might come up with some weird-looking flying brooms. Dumbledore said to Professor McGonagall beside him. Professor McGonagall smiled and shook her head. It would be better to just stipulate that only a certain type of broomstick can be used. But I think there will be many people who disagree, especially those wealthy, pure-blood families. Dumbledore thought about it and agreed. Since there were no regulations or restrictions on the performance of a broomstick, what did it matter if it was just a shape? Besides, at least for now, the flying broom made by Remy is still a thin and long stick as a whole. This must be strongly supported, lest one day Remy suddenly makes an idea and makes an airplane and insists that it is also a flying broom. That's what we call disrupting the balance. In the teacher's seats on the Quidditch field, Quirrell's eyes flashed with a fierce light as he watched Harry hovering in the air like an eagle, surveying the entire field. Last time, because he acted on his own and failed, he was severely punished by Voldemort. This time, he must take the opportunity to restore his image in Voldemort's heart. If I can interfere with Harry's broomstick and make him fall and get hurt, or even die, Lord Voldemort will definitely look upon me with new eyes. When the time comes, Lord Voldemort will surely. Just as he was thinking about it, suddenly, a scream woke Quirrell up from his why. Suddenly, the golden snitch appeared. The location where the golden snitch appeared was closer to the Slytherin Seeker. The Slytherin Seeker was delighted and quickly drove his broomstick to chase the golden snitch. Shortly after he started, he heard a whoosh and a red figure flash past him. When the red figure stopped, he raised one hand high, holding a golden snitch in his hand. The entire Quidditch field suddenly fell into an eerie silence. After 3 full seconds of silence, the stadium was filled with cheers. It's Harry! Harry did it! Oh my God, this is too fast, isn't it? Cheating. It must be cheating. How can a broomstick be so fast? That's amazing. I must buy the same broomstick as Harry. Can anyone tell me the model number? The shape and color scheme look a bit like a Patriot missile. Patriot missile? Why doesn't this name sound like a flying broom? It wasn't meant to be, right? So cool. Harry is so amazing. How long has it been since the show started? Gryffindor wins. We win. Marvelous. Quirrell looked at Harry, who was enjoying the warm applause in the field with a confused look on his face, thinking, I haven't even started yet. The game is already over? Give up? What about my image in Voldemort's eyes? No, I have to act today. Quirrell gritted his teeth and looked around, suddenly feeling that now was actually a good opportunity to take action, or even a better opportunity. Everyone's attention was on Harry, and Harry was hovering in the air without moving. It was a godsend. With his eyes fixed on the broomstick Harry was riding, Quirrell took a deep breath and began to cast a curse while mumbling something. As Quirrell began to cast the evil spell, Harry was seen riding his broom, circling the field and landing smoothly. Quirrell lowered his head and stared at his hands in disbelief. What's wrong with me? Can't even cast a curse? Could it be that because I played dumb all day long, I actually integrated into the segment? At this moment, Quirrell fell into deep self-doubt and even pondered the meaning of life. Great! Harry, you caught the snitch so quickly. You must not have seen the expressions on the faces of the Slytherin students. Their eyes almost popped out of their heads. Congratulations, Harry, you really did it. Well done, Harry. Amidst the praises from everyone, Harry happily came to Remy. Remy, thank you for my skyrocket too. It's awesome, said Harry. Remy curled his lips and said, too bad. If it was Monkey King 1, it would only take 1/5 of the time to finish the game. Harry, you have really high requirements. But you should enjoy the skyrocketing Monkey number 1 by yourself. I am not destined to use it. After exchanging pleasantries with the people around him, Harry returned to the locker room to change back into his school uniform, and then returned to the castle with everyone else. There was already a celebration party waiting for him. Not only him, but all students will participate. After all, Quidditch is a big competition that happens once a year. Although Remy thought this game was very boring because it ended too quickly, it was obvious that everyone else thought it was very exciting. Everyone was discussing Harry's superb flying skills while also discussing Harry's incredibly fast flying broom. In fact, they were discussing that special flying broom more than Harry himself. Harry didn't care about this because that flying broom was not something that could be bought casually, and even if they asked Remy to buy it, Remy would not sell it to them. Because Remy has been busy with other things recently, let alone making a new flying broom. Even helping him debug his flying broom required an appointment. By the way, Remy, what are you busy with recently? Can't you tell me? Harry asked curiously. It's okay now, I'm done, Remy said. Oh, Harry perked up. What good stuff is it? Can you show it to me? The people around, especially those who knew something about the situation, looked at Remy expectantly. Sure. Nodding, Remy pulled a glass bottle the size of a water glass from his pocket and handed it to Harry. Taking the bottle, Harry looked at it curiously. The bottle seemed to be just ordinary glass, and inside it was a mass of white oval spheres that looked like rice, but were only 1/5 the size of rice. Apart from that, nothing else could be seen. What is this? Harry asked curiously. Eggs, Remy said. Egg. Right. What eggs? Eggs. Insect eggs? Harry and everyone else's eyes suddenly became a little strange. They couldn't understand why Remy's new invention, which took so long to develop, turned out to be insect eggs. And, did you create these eggs using magic? Harry asked. Yes, Remy nodded. These are not ordinary insect eggs. They are rich in nutrients, and the protein content is 6 times that of beef. Is this something edible? Ronald stopped eating and asked with wide eyes, will it not hatch in my stomach after I eat it? Of course not. How could I make such a low-level mistake? Remy said, may I ask, what kind of insect eggs are these? Harry asked. You'll know when you open it. Remy said, just open it and you will know. Harry thought about it, nodded, and started to open the bottle cap. As the bottle cap was opened, the top layer of insect eggs in the bottle hatched quickly, and then the insects spread their wings and flew out of the bottle quickly. Looking at the little black bugs in the air and listening to the buzzing sounds they made when flying, everyone's eyes changed. Mosquitoes? Why do you use magic to create mosquitoes? Harry asked in confusion. No. These are not ordinary mosquitoes. They are super mosquitoes, Remy said with a smug look on his face. Being bitten by a super mosquito not only makes it itchier and last longer, but they are also heat-resistant and cold-resistant. They can survive even in an environment of -100 degrees. They can even reproduce and have a super strong reproductive capacity. This is an epic-making invention. It not only perfectly fills the gap of no mosquitoes in Hogwarts Castle, but also fills the gap of no mosquitoes in the entire wizarding world in winter. Everyone, where's the gun? Take this B************* D out and shoot him. 5 minutes. After listening to Remy's introduction, Harry was speechless. He really couldn't understand why Remy would go to so much trouble to invent something so evil and boring, but it seemed that Remy didn't find it boring. Super mosquitoes can reproduce both sexually and asexually. As long as there is one left, it can give birth to 1,000 babies in less than a week. You have already released 200 at this moment, said Remy. More than 200? I'll let it out. I blanch. Harry shuddered and quickly closed the lid. But to his horror, the lids disappeared. Meeting Remy's half-smiley gaze again, Harry's heart stopped. Got cheated. Just as he was in a daze, suddenly, a mosquito landed on Harry's hand and stayed there for a moment. In an instant, an intense, itching sensation came from his hand. Subconsciously, Harry loosened his grip. Snap! When the glass bottle fell to the ground, a dense buzzing sound followed the crisp sound of breaking. Seeing the swarm of mosquitoes rising up like a puff of black smoke, everyone's face changed. Some little girls were so scared that they screamed. The people around tried to move away, but it was no use because the mosquitoes ran much faster than them. Moreover, mosquitoes are very small and can be easily seen when they gather together, but when they are scattered, they cannot be seen clearly under the yellow light provided by the magic candle. Soon, there were groans and friction sounds all over the auditorium, and everyone was scratching themselves with crazy scratching skills. Even Remy, the creator of the super mosquito, was not spared, and his hands and neck were covered with small red spots. Remy suppressed the itch and didn't scratch like others because he knew very well the consequences of being bitten. Taking advantage of the chaos, Remy quietly mixed in with the fleeing crowd and left the auditorium. He was afraid that if he waited any longer he would not be able to leave, and he also needed to find a deserted place to apply the antidote on himself. It's such a sweet itch. It's worthy of being my masterpiece. After returning to the laboratory, Remy first praised himself, took out the anti-itch medicine and applied it on himself, and then took out the mosquito repellent and sprayed it on himself. Both drugs are colorless and odorless, so no one can tell that Remy has applied the drugs unless they know in advance. We can enjoy the show from now on. I hope you can have a good sleep. Remy thought gloatingly. There are thousands of mosquito eggs in that bottle. Now they have all hatched. Their number is enough to attack every student at night. Remy stayed in his laboratory until late at night and returned to the dormitory to rest when he felt it was about time. I thought my roommates had all gone to bed, but when Remy gently pushed open the door in the dark, I was greeted by 8 green eyes. You scared me. What happened to you? Cosplaying as werewolves? Remy asked guiltily, taking a step back without leaving a trace. Of course we are, waiting for you. Go, catch. Before Harry could finish his words, Remy, who was on guard, turned around and ran away. Run? You can't run. Ronald gritted his teeth, scratched his neck, and then shouted loudly. Remy is back. Everyone catch him. Click, click, click. Remy's heart skipped a beat when he heard the sound of a door opening. I blanch. So many people want to arrest me? Giving up on running towards the common room, Remy turned around and ran up the stairs. After running for only 2 steps, a large group of strong men appeared in front of Remy and blocked his way. They were all senior students, and they looked at Remy with very friendly eyes. Hi, what a coincidence. You guys are here for a night run too. Remy greeted. Yeah, and we're also planning on practicing fighting. Really? Then I won't bother you anymore. Bye. Turning around, jumping up, and dodging Ronald's board charge, Remy used the wall to gain momentum and flew directly over Neville's head and landed not very smoothly. Bang! Ouch! I'll go. Boil! With a clang, Remy rolled smoothly to the end of the spiral staircase. Without daring to stop for a moment, Remy quickly got up and opened the door. There are always surprises when you open the door. You will see a large group of disheveled female ghosts blocking the door and looking at him affectionately with friendly smiles. Hello. Will you big head ghost? Catch him. Bang. A large cloud of smoke appeared along with a pungent smell. Taking advantage of their obstructed vision, Remy slipped through the group of female classmates like a slippery loach. Because there was no female anchor in the team, Remy was not caught. The most dangerous place is the safest place. If I run out now, I will definitely have to face students from other colleges, so I might as well. Glancing at the door leading to the girls' dormitory, Remy dashed in while the smoke bomb was still in effect. Remy found a dormitory and crawled under the bed, then heaved a sigh of relief. Go ahead and look for me. If you can find me, I'll... Plop, quack, meow, meow. With the sound of flapping wings, Remy saw 4 owls and a cat land in front of him, screaming wildly. Who is so wicked to keep an owl and a cat in the dormitory? Can I sleep well? Cursing silently, Remy quickly crawled out from under the bed. At this moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps approached quickly, and many people shouted in a delicate voice to catch him. Meow. Just wait for me. I will take revenge on you. After saying some harsh words to the owl and the cat, Remy gritted his teeth, rushed to the window, and jumped. Remy, you can't run away. Snap. Crash. The girls were shocked to see Remy shattering the glass and jumping out. Ha ha. You can't catch me, right? I'm just that powerful. Hearing Remy's wild laughter coming from outside, the female ghosts who were originally a little worried suddenly became furious. Anyone who has a flying broom, go back and get one. We must catch him today, one person said, gritting his teeth. That's right. Not only did this guy release so many mosquitoes, he even dared to break into the girls' dormitory and mocked us. It's really abominable. We must catch him and give him a good beating, otherwise there will definitely be more men breaking into the girls' dormitory in the future. Yes, I must teach him a lesson he will never forget. On the other side, after the boys of Gryffindor College learned that Remy had run away, those who had broomsticks went to get their broomsticks, while those who didn't have broomsticks rushed out directly. The huge commotion attracted the attention of students from other colleges who were out at night. After learning about the situation, they rushed back to their own dormitories to call for help and join the team to capture Remy. In the early morning of Halloween, a unique battle royale unfolded at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry amidst heavy snow. Where is he? Just now I saw that he should be running in this direction. Search. He definitely can't get far. That's right, a carpet search. Friends above, please fly higher and watch carefully. We will use the lighting spell to illuminate you from below. No problem. We'll keep a close eye on it. As a group of wizards holding magic wands left, a snowman with a carrot nose blinked and the corners of his big mouth curled up wildly. You want to catch me with this level? Dream on. Who can spot me in this ghillie suit? Not only will I be standing right next to you, I will also be shooting you. He took out a white gun from his back and aimed it at the person in front of him. The smile on the snowman's face became even wider. Whoosh, whoosh. 3 consecutive sounds of breaking through the air were heard. The 3 people who had just left were startled and hurriedly turned back. Bang, bang, bang. Shit, what is this? It's so sticky. I can't move my arms. What is this green slime? It must have been Remy. He must be nearby. Someone come. Remy is over here. Someone come quickly. Don't let Remy get away. How immoral. They're already eliminated, but they're still reporting points. You are a bunch of little losers. You can't afford to play with me. Remy, who had already moved to a corner, made an international friendly gesture to the 3 people and continued to run away. Fire 1 shot and move to another place. Remy, who is well versed in guerrilla warfare, used the cover of the heavy snow in the sky and his own snowman suit to roam around the square and the castle, having a lot of fun shooting from behind. Bayou. 13 heads. 26 heads will be eating chicken in no time. After blowing the muzzle of the gun, Remy moved again with his short legs and ran to the door of a passage. He squatted next to a pillar and waited quietly for the next prey. At this moment, he was more LYB than LYB, more Voldemort than Voldemort. Even Voldemort himself would have to admit defeat. Strange, the map shows it should be nearby. Why can't I find it? Could it be overhead? No. Did you use an invisibility cloak? Well, it's possible. Be careful. I heard that Remy has made another very interesting prank toy. Remy was startled when he saw the Weasley twins discussing in a low voice while holding a map next to him. Oh my god, these 2 guys actually turned on the full map perspective hack. And they did it right in front of him. Can this be tolerated? This is absolutely intolerable. Pulling out his gun, Remy fired at both of them. BB, in one breath. He covered their bodies with mucus, even blocking their mouths with mucus. Remy walked over and snatched the map from their hands in front of their shocked eyes. I declare that both of you have been banned for cheating, and your cheats have been confiscated. Remy said proudly. It's no use. I said I would confiscate it, so I will confiscate it. Bye. Ignoring the Weasley twins whose eyes were shining with excitement, Remy moved again. This time he ran to a very conspicuous position, right in the middle of the square. It turns out that the most dangerous place is actually the safest place. Little wizards ran past him waving their wands, and broomsticks flew over his head. No one noticed him, and no one even looked at him twice. The only pity was that the flying broom in the sky did not drop any airdrop supply boxes for him. This is a bit boring. Do you want to increase the difficulty? When the 100 classmate ran past him and still ignored him, Remy decided to add some difficulty to himself to make the game more interesting. Wait a little longer. When there are more people in the square, I will wipe them out in one fell swoop. Thinking this way, Remy quietly moved to the edge of the square. As he was walking, suddenly, Remy felt a violent impact. Bang! Shit! Which be asterisk, 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 D bumped into me. Remy climbed out of the snow and looked around angrily. Suddenly, a loud shout came from the air. Remy is in the central square. He's disguised as a snowman. I've got him. Come on, everyone. You're holding on to that thing. Get down. Hold the gun, aim, and pull the trigger. Bibbibibiu. Although he failed to knock the opponent down with 3 consecutive shots, he successfully stuck his hands to the broom, making him lose the ability to cast spells. Remy, don't even think about running away. Fainted. Hanging fuchsia. Expelliarmus. Magical spells flew over one after another, and Remy was so scared that his neck shrank, and he quickly used a trick to escape, throwing down a smoke bomb. Bang! When the smoke cleared, only a collapsed snowman suit was left on the scene, and Remy himself had already disappeared. Where are the people? Damn it, this guy's too good at running. Notify everyone, no matter what it is. If you see anything abnormal, hit it and make it faint. I agree. I just learned the disarming spell, and this is a good opportunity to practice it. I will burn with fire. I'll be torn into pieces. I know the killing curse. Stare. Just, are you kidding me? There's no way I can do that kind of dark magic. Just as everyone was discussing how to punish Remy after catching him, suddenly, a loud laugh came from a distance. Ha 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 ha. You little brats think you can catch me? Today, I will introduce my latest invention to you. As a few stars twinkled in the sky, when everyone saw the so-called latest invention in Remy's hand, some students who recognized it were dumbfounded. This is Namo Gatlin Bodhisattva. 3,600 revolutions in one breath. Great compassion saves the world. 6 senses are purified by slime bombs. Wizards, tremble under the muzzle of my gun. Ha 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 ha. With another burst of wild laughter, Remy pulled the trigger, and the next moment, the 12-barreled Gatling gun began to rotate, and one green slime bullet after another formed a line and shot towards the crowd in the square below. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Boil. Hide and cover. Expelliarmus. The flames are blazing. Fainted. Protect everyone. All of a sudden, colorful lights rose up from all over the square. Some formed shields to protect the crowd, and some flew straight towards Remy. However, their range was far from enough to hit Remy, and some were even blocked by slime bullets as soon as they appeared. With every collision, the slime bomb will be broken into raindrops all over the sky, and these raindrops will still be very sticky when they fall to the ground. Fortunately, there is snow on the ground, otherwise someone's shoes would definitely be stuck to the ground. But after being covered in a large amount of snow, their movement speed was greatly reduced, and they were soon hit by the dense rain of slime bullets from behind and stuck in place. Remy laughed wildly, continuing to fire while freeing up one hand to throw slime grenades downwards. Looking at the students running away frantically below, Remy's smile gradually turned into fire. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Bang. Boom. Boom. Looking at the students who were running around in the square, but were bound by the slime on the ground and had nowhere to escape, and at the more than a dozen Air Force and Marines who were surrounding Remy from inside and outside, but could not capture him after a long time, Professor McGonagall, who was watching the battle on another tower, could not help but smile bitterly. I never thought that weapons in the Muggle world are so powerful. This is just a slime bullet used for pranks. If Remy used real bullets, the consequences would be disastrous. Professor McGonagall sighed. He fought against hundreds of people alone and dealt with nearly 100 of them. What's more important is that the weapon used by Remy is not only capable of exerting such terrifying combat power by him, but anyone who gets it can exert the same power. Even Professor McGonagall couldn't help but gasp at this. Yes, Headmaster Dumbledore nodded. It seems that Nicholas Flamel is right. The wizarding world cannot remain so closed. Otherwise, the gap between the wizarding world and the muggle world will only grow wider. Can it be closed anymore? Professor McGonagall was shocked. What do you mean, Albus? Do you and Nicholas Flamel both believe that the wizarding world should be open to muggles? Professor McGonagall asked. It's not that we need to open it up, but we need to increase exchanges. It depends on Remy. If he can really invent a magical item that can effectively defend against thermal weapons, it won't be too late to talk about opening it up then. Dumbledore said. Remy. Professor McGonagall glanced at Remy, who was throwing grenades crazily in the distance, and shook his head helplessly. I don't think he looks like someone who would invent something defensive. I think he would first invent a magical gun that even muggles could use, said Professor McGonagall. If he is not guided, I think so. Dumbledore pushed his glasses. That's why we have to guide him well. The magic gloves he invented are very good. According to Filch, Remy is currently trying to mass-produce magic gloves and magic cards. Once successful, the wizarding world will surely be shocked. Remy may even become the greatest wizard in the world. Wouldn't that steal your reputation? Don't you mind? Professor McGonagall asked with a smile. Why should I mind it? If he succeeds, his contribution to the wizarding world will be greater than mine, and it is only natural for him to get that title. Dumbledore said calmly. Okay, but what should we do now? Don't we stop him? If we don't stop him, he will probably become more and more lawless in the future, right? Professor McGonagall asked. Filch told me that Remy's biggest difficulty now is that he doesn't have enough magic crystals. He probably wasted a lot today, and the holiday is coming soon. I've already notified Fudge to bring people here. Let him have fun for a while before Fudge comes. Dumbledore said with a smile. Have you informed Fudge? Professor McGonagall's mind moved. You mean? Dumbledore smiled and nodded. Yes, I plan to let him stay in prison during the holidays, save some magic crystals, and make the magic gloves as soon as possible. Okay, let him have some fun. Hiss, the place bitten by this mosquito is really itchy. Yeah, I don't know if Severus has prepared the antidote yet. I'm afraid not. When I saw him just now, I saw several bloody marks on his neck. It seemed that he scratched himself. His office is in the basement, which is where there are the most mosquitoes. Really? I hope he can prepare an antidote as soon as possible. I can't help but want to scratch them. They're so itchy. A male principal and a female vice principal, two peerless masters, shared their inner desires with each other in a romantic tower. On another tower far away from them, Remy was firing wildly with a submachine gun in each hand, his left hand firing into the sky and his right hand pointing the gun at the stairs. After repelling the enemy's attacks for who knows how many times, Remy finally got a precious chance to catch his breath. There was an expression of dejection on his face that he could hardly conceal as he realized that he had run out of ammunition. Even if I am surrounded, even if I am the only one left, even if I have very little ammunition left, I will fight to the last moment. I will never surrender. With fighting spirit rekindled in his eyes, Remy took out the last slime grenade and pulled it open resolutely. Come on, if you dare to come up, I will die with you. We will perish together, Remy shouted. Behind the corner of the spiral staircase, a group of seniors who were clinging to the wall were speechless after hearing Remy's words. Why are you pretending to be a hero? You are obviously the villain, okay? We are the righteous side. Martin, throw the quaffle again to disturb him later. Jean, Jace, the two of you use the blazing fire, and make sure to burn all the slime. Don't let the slime get on us. Others use stunning spell or disarming spell. Those who don't know either can use stunning spell. Luther, go inform the team members that at 3:05 sharp, we will launch another charge against Remy together. Clear. Receive. I'll go inform them right away. We must take down Remy this time. This guy is so abominable. After formulating the battle plan, several people continued to wait against the wall, waiting for the time for the general attack. Just when they were on guard against Remy throwing grenades, suddenly, Remy's surprised cry came from above. What the hell? What is this? Remy stared at the ropes wrapped around him with wide eyes in disbelief, totally unable to understand where these ropes came from. But Remy soon knew the answer. The entire tower suddenly transformed into a large ball of wool, instantly binding Remy tightly, with only his head sticking out. Then, Dumbledore appeared in front of Remy, holding the arm of a man whom Remy also knew. It was the Minister of Magic, Fudge, who Remy had met several times before and had a certain relationship with. Oh, you haven't been arrested yet? I thought you had been impeached and thrown into prison, Remy said. Minister Fudge's face suddenly turned dark, and he thought to himself, how dare you bring this up? Mr. Barrett, the Ministry of Magic is now officially arresting you for endangering public safety by dangerous means and illegal possession of firearms. Come with us, Fudge said coldly. This is not a gun. This is a magic firearm, 200% made in the magic world, said Remy. If you have any objections, you can wait until you get to the court to defend yourself. Now, please cooperate with the Ministry of Magic. As he spoke, Fudge waved his hand, and two oars on broomsticks landed in front of Remy. They each grabbed a line and took off again with Remy in their hands. Fly to the Ministry of Magic? Isn't that too slow? I suggest that you, the Minister of Magic, take me to the Ministry of Magic by apparition, Remy said. Hearing Remy's words, Fudge's face suddenly became darker. Ever since Remy was taken away by the Ministry of Magic, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry has suddenly fallen into an eerie calm. When walking in the castle, one can often see students thinking about life, especially those students who grew up in the magical world. That night, the scene of Remy unilaterally crushing a group of students with a gun in hand lingered in their minds for a long time and shocked them greatly. Many young wizards seriously thought for the first time about the superiority of wizards over muggles. But this question was too profound for them, and they could not think of an answer. Even the advanced students could only vaguely see the answer, but when they tried to grasp it, they could not grasp it. Dullness has become the main theme of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The only consolation was that after Remy left, the super annoying mosquitoes created by Remy disappeared not long after, which made everyone, including Harry, breathe a sigh of relief. The Weasley twins called it the greatest prank ever perpetrated at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, and even planned to make a statue of Remy and place it in the square where he had fought. But Harry didn't think it was a good idea. As the end of the semester approaches, homework for various subjects is coming in like crazy, and everyone has to bury their heads in homework every day. It seems that nothing has changed. However, one day when I went to Hagrid's cabin to drink tea and relax, Hagrid inadvertently revealed that the things in the vault were related to Nicholas Flamel. This aroused Harry's great interest, and at the same time, he felt an inexplicable sense of urgency. His intuition told him that the person who robbed the vault was most likely related to Voldemort, or even Voldemort himself. Harry wanted to stop him, even though he had no idea how to stop him, but he wanted to investigate, and the breakthrough was Nicholas Flamel. The name Nicholas Flamel sounded very familiar to Harry, but neither he, Hermione, nor Ronald searched through all the information they could find and could not find any information related to Nicholas Flamel. It would be great if Remy was here. This Nicholas Flamel must be Remy's teacher. Remy must know about his teacher. Ronald closed the thick alchemy encyclopedia in his hand and said, "This is really weird. Could it be that Nicholas Flamel is not an alchemist? Why is there no clue at all? Maybe he is not an alchemist from Ingwa." Harry scratched his head and looked very distressed. I remember Remy told me that he had stayed in France for a period of time before. Maybe his teacher, Nicholas Flamel, is from the French magic world. If that's the case, then we're done for. We need to look up celebrities in the European wizarding world, and we may not be able to find them, said Ronald. Yeah, let's take our time looking for it. We have a whole vacation ahead of us. I'll use my invisibility cloak to go to the restricted area tonight to see if I can find any clues. Do you want to come with me? Harry said. How late? If it's too late, I might not be able to get up. But do you really not know who gave you the invisibility cloak on Christmas? Ronald asked. If Remy hadn't gone in, I would have suspected that Remy was playing a prank, but now that he's gone in, it is obvious that he can't give me this gift. Harry rubbed his forehead and said, Yeah, I don't know how he is doing in Azkaban. It must be extremely miserable. I heard from my father that Azkaban is not a place for human beings to stay. Even a person with a strong will suffer a mental breakdown after entering Azkaban. God, I really can't understand what the Ministry of Magic is thinking to lock up an underage student. When Ronald mentioned Azkaban, there was obvious fear on his face, as if he was recalling some bad experience. If you didn't know him, you would think he had been there before. Who knows? But you seem to have forgotten that Remy has been in there once. Wasn't he fine when he came back that time? Harry said, Yeah, I really don't know how he managed to get through it. Ronald said, It doesn't necessarily mean that I can just get through it. Harry said with empty eyes. Although he didn't know what Remy had experienced in Azkaban, and Remy had never talked to him about it. But looking at Remy's spirit after returning, he didn't look like he had been tortured. After dinner, the two went to the library to look up famous European wizards, but still found nothing. After returning to the dormitory in vain, Harry gave Hedwig and Long John some water and food, then washed up and went to bed. It was late at night when he woke up. Looking at Ronald, who was sleeping soundly, Harry hesitated for a moment and did not wake him up. He took out the invisibility cloak he received at Christmas from under the bed, put it on himself, and left the dormitory alone. The Hogwarts castle was deserted during the winter vacation, not to mention that it was late at night, with only the cooing of owls coming from outside the window from time to time. Wearing his invisibility cloak and holding a lantern, Harry made his way to the library. The library was not locked. Not only the main door of the library was not locked, but even the door leading to the restricted area was not locked. This made Harry feel relieved, as he did not know how to perform unlocking spells. After successfully entering the restricted area, Harry had to take off his invisibility cloak to make it easier to search for the books on the bookshelf filled with magic books. Putting the lantern aside, Harry picked up a thick spell book. I don't know if it's just Dwinch or if all the magic books here are like this. I just picked up a book at random, but I ended up getting a Facebook book. A human face suddenly appeared on the open page of the book, which scared Harry to death. The face also made a shrill scream. Oh no, this might attract Filch. Harry quickly closed the book, thinking something was wrong, and quickly put on his invisibility cloak. Just as Harry was about to get the lantern, a cat's meow suddenly sounded in the quiet library, startling Harry again. Without giving a second thought, Harry hurriedly fled the scene, but didn't get too far away. He still held out a glimmer of hope, hoping that Filch wouldn't notice anything unusual and that Filch would leave. However, Filch spotted the lantern next to the bookshelf immediately and began searching the surroundings, while his cat, Mrs. Norris, shook her ears and meowed directly towards Harry. His hope was shattered. Harry sighed and hurried away. But the invisibility cloak can only hide his body and not the sounds he makes. Whether it is the subtle sound of his walking, breathing, or even heartbeat, they're all pointing Mrs. Norris in the direction. Harry could only retreat again and again, and after getting away from Filch, he ran away as fast as he could, while Mrs. Norris was chasing him from behind. After finally getting rid of Mrs. Norris, Harry sadly found himself lost. After wandering around the castle for a while, a door suddenly caught Harry's attention. As if possessed by some mysterious force, Harry opened the door and walked in. It was an empty, dusty, decayed room, but it had many windows and did not look like a storage room. There was no debris inside, only an unidentified object covered with gray cloth in the corner. After thinking for a while, Harry walked over and pulled off the cloth. There was no dust on the cloth, but it stirred up a lot of dust when it fell to the ground. Just like seeing a bride with her veil lifted. When the cloth was pulled off, Harry cried out in excitement, tears welling up in his eyes instantly. It was a mirror that looked no different from the mirror on an ordinary wardrobe, except that it looked a little older. But in the mirror, Harry saw his parents and saw them looking at him lovingly. "Dad, Mom," mumbling, Harry walked to the mirror and put his hand on it, as if he wanted to touch the person in the mirror. Of course, he didn't succeed, but the person in the mirror actually reached out and pressed his hand. Although there was only a cold mirror surface when he touched it. Looking at the person in the mirror, Harry felt that his hands were unusually warm at this moment. He just stared at it blankly for a long time. It wasn't until a breeze blew that Harry shuddered and tightened his clothes to come back to his senses. With one more glance in the mirror, Harry put on his invisibility cloak and left the room. He was going back to the dormitory. He couldn't wait to share this great discovery with his friends and share his joy. In case he lost his way back, Harry even marked every corner. After going around in circles, they finally returned to the dormitory. Harry shook Ronald hard to wake him up despite the fact that he was sleeping soundly. Then, he pulled Ronald and ran away amid Ronald's puzzle complaints. In his haste, he even forgot to put on his invisibility cloak. Luckily, they didn't run into Filch on the way. They returned to the room smoothly. To Harry's surprise, Ronald did not see his parents in the mirror. Ronald said he saw himself becoming the captain of the Gryffindor Quidditch team and becoming a Gryffindor prefect, and also said he led Gryffindor to win the House Cup. This puzzled Harry greatly. He did not understand why the images the two saw were so different. He had wanted to share his joy of meeting his parents with Ronald and introduce his parents to Ronald. But now it seems impossible because Ronald can't see them at all. But seeing that Ronald seemed very happy with what he saw, Harry did not disturb him. He just quietly looked at his parents in the mirror, just as his parents in the mirror were also looking at him affectionately. Ever since he accidentally discovered the mirror that night, Harry has changed. He no longer thinks about the treasures in the vault, Nicholas Flamel, Voldemort, and other trivial things. He just wants to stay by the mirror every day and spend more time with his parents. Ronald said that Harry's condition was not right and very dangerous, and advised Harry not to go again. Harry agreed, but every night he would sneak out of the dormitory and go to the room alone. That night, Harry came to the mirror wearing an invisibility cloak as he did in the previous few days. The originally dusty floor had already been cleaned by him. He sat in front of the mirror and stared at it blankly. Suddenly, an inopportune voice sounded from behind him, scaring him so much that he jumped up instantly. "It seems you have discovered the joys of the Mirror of Erist. Harry." "Principal Dumbledore?" "Remy." Harry turned around and his eyes widened. "You're out of prison again?" "Yeah." "Why are you disappointed?" Remy said, half leaning on a long stick. "How could that be?" "I'm so happy to see you back," said Harry. "How happy are you?" Remy tilted his head. "Are you happier to see me, or to watch the Mirror of Erist indulge in the virtual world?" "The Mirror of Erist?" Harry looked from Remy to Dumbledore. "I saw my parents in the mirror, but when I brought Ronald here during the day, of course, he saw something very different from me. So, what special power does this magic mirror have?" Harry asked. "You already have a rough answer in your mind, don't you?" Remy said with a smile. "The Mirror of Erist is an outstanding alchemical product from ancient times. It allows anyone who looks into the mirror to see their deepest desires." "Inner desire?" Harry's eyes dimmed. Just as Remy said, he had actually guessed something a long time ago, but he just didn't want to face the answer. "So what about you? What did you see? What do you desire?" Harry asked, changing the subject. "I saw I received for Christmas, a long for Naoko." Dumbledore was so shocked that he almost gasped. After receiving a glare from Dumbledore, Remy shrugged. "It was just a joke, but I was actually looking at myself." "Yourself?" Harry asked. Dumbledore was also stunned. "Yes, myself." Remy nodded and said, "I don't have anything I desire. Of course, I do have my own goals and wishes, but I am a realist. I will do what I want to achieve instead of just daydreaming." Although the Mirror of Erist can reflect the inner desires of the person looking in the mirror, what it can reflect are unrealistic fantasies, or empty fantasies that are only thought about but not acted upon, Remy explained. An unrealistic fantasy? Is it just an empty fantasy that you want to think about but don't do? Harry and Dumbledore were both stunned, and then they sighed at the same time. By the way, Principal Dumbledore, you haven't finished speaking yet. What did you see? Remy asked. Dumbledore came to his senses. I see I received a pair of wool socks for Christmas. No one ever gives me socks. People always give me books. No one asks me whether I am cold or warm, and no one stands with me at dusk. Remy said, It seems that what you, Headmaster Dumbledore, long for is family affection. My teacher told me about your past and the complicated relationships. I heard that it is still unknown who caused your sister's death. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, thinking that Nicholas Flamel was really unreliable for telling Remy all those things. Sighing, Dumbledore nodded helplessly. Yes, I've been blaming myself ever since my sister died. I loved her deeply, but she left me long ago. SS. Remy's eyes suddenly burst into two bright lights. Are you deeply in love with your sister? Remy asked. Yes. No wonder you're still single. Ah. Dumbledore sighed heavily. Yes, after what happened I can't forgive myself, nor can I face him. What is there to be afraid of? People should live in the present and look to the future, but they should not dwell on the past. As he spoke, Remy pulled out a strand of his hair and used alchemy to create a guitar. Let me sing you a song. Under the puzzled and expectant gazes of Dumbledore and Harry, Remy cleared his throat and began to sing with a brisk sound of guitar. Meeting another taboo brings a new excitement. Relationships change, but the love remains the same. True love is everywhere. The door of orthopedics is always open to welcome brothers and sisters. Repair the fracture and keep the love. You will never leave each other. No matter how others doubt you, please don't give up. We have made an appointment to be together, and we bless you. When Remy sang the lyrics to the tune of Welcome to the North Crystal, Dumbledore squinted his eyes and tried to enjoy the music at first, but when he heard Remy sing Brothers and Sisters, Welcome, Dumbledore suddenly widened his eyes and looked at Remy in disbelief. He felt that Remy might have misunderstood something. Dumbledore moved his lips slightly and hesitated for a moment before deciding that it would be better not to interrupt Remy's singing. On the one hand, it was impolite to interrupt. On the other hand, it was just a misunderstanding. Compared to a misunderstanding, the truth of the matter was even more difficult for Dumbledore to tell, at least in front of two students, Remy and Harry. Sighing, Dumbledore heard Remy continue to sing. The orthopedic department has planted evergreens and witnessed many miracles. Escort the forbidden love and leave you with memories. Strangers and friends are all patients. Please don't be polite. It doesn't matter how many times you come, there are too many topics to talk about. Orthopedics welcomes you to dispel your concerns. The ward is full of poetry and painting. Orthopedics welcomes you to share your breath on the bed. We believe that true love is invincible. Is true love invincible? Dumbledore heaved a sigh of relief and suddenly felt that the song seemed to be quite well written. Although the theme had nothing to do with him, the content made him feel somewhat relatable. More importantly, he felt inspired. Pa pa pa. Dumbledore clapped his hands. Very good song. Who wrote this song? Who created it? Remy blinked. Stars. The Stars? Is that a group? I must visit them if I have the chance. Dumbledore said. Remy smiled and said nothing, thinking to himself, if you can find the other person, I lose. You should know that Chuanxing is known as the most mysterious and talented person among flower growers together with Anonymous. No one knows who they are, and no one can find them. Harry, who was standing by, was listening to the two people chatting with an awkward look on his face. He felt that he should not be in the room. He should be at the bottom of the room. He felt like he should say something, but he didn't know what to say. After hesitating for a moment, Harry decided to change the subject. By the way, Remy, how were you released? Was it because of the Underage Wizarding Protection Act? Harry asked. Remy made such a big fuss, but he was released so soon. Harry thought this was a little unusual. According to Ronald, no one in Azkaban had been released yet. I guess so. Remy curled his lips. I originally thought I would be imprisoned in Azkaban and was still thinking about playing with Dementors, But who would have thought that be asterisk, 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 asterisk D fudge would actually lock me up in the detention room of the Ministry of Magic and send someone to watch me 24 hours a day so that I can't do anything? It turns out he wasn't imprisoned in Azkaban. Harry suddenly realized. But what does the regret and indignation on your face mean? Do you really want to be imprisoned in Azkaban? After being locked up for a while, I was so bored that I had no choice but to hand over the insecticide that killed super mosquitoes in order to get a reduction in sentence. I also paid a large sum of money to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Principal Dumbledore didn't speak for me. At least he could have reduced the sentence a little. Remy said indignantly. Are you short of money? Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and said with a smile, some parts of Hogwarts Castle need to be renovated, and your compensation is just right. Why do you have to compensate Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry? You didn't destroy anything this time? Harry asked, puzzled. It is said that it disrupted the public order of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, delayed student studies, and caused serious psychological and physical harm to students and professors. More than a dozen random reasons. Remy said helplessly. Recalling the pain he felt after being bitten before, Harry nodded silently, thinking that it was indeed a great torture. It deserves punishment, and it's a good punishment. Okay, but who asked you to make that kind of mosquito? I really don't know what you were thinking. What good will it do you to make that kind of thing? Harry said, because it's fun. As a human being, the most important thing is to be happy. Remy shook her hair. People can do different things at different ages, just like rolling on the grass in public. If a child does this, there is definitely no problem, and others will just say that the child is cute. But if an adult does this, others will definitely look at him with strange eyes. There are some ridiculous things that you can no longer do once you're too old. So I want to do all the things I want to do, but won't be able to do in the future while I'm still young. Even if some things may seem a little childish to elementary school students, they're just right for me as a college student. Because only when you lose something will you know how to cherish it. They don't know that the childish things they can do at any time are actually regrets that many people will never be able to do again. At this point, looking at Harry, who looked confused, Remy hesitated. You two, do more of the things you want to do. Don't leave any regrets for your future self, and don't indulge in the illusions brought about by the mirror of a Reist all day long. You said you saw your parents. So have you ever thought that your parents would like to see you staring at them all day long without doing anything? Don't forget that your parents are both students of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If I were you, I would walk around the school and look for traces of their time there. There might even be gifts they left somewhere. For example, a windowsill may seem ordinary at first glance, but perhaps your parents once admired the scenery outside the window there together. Don't you want to see the scenery your parents once saw? People today cannot see the moon of the past, but this moon once shone on the ancients. Dumbledore looked at Remy in surprise, as if he didn't expect Remy to be able to say such philosophical words. Harry was stunned for a moment, then nodded vigorously and looked at Dumbledore. I want to see it. Dumbledore nodded. You can ask Professor McGonagall tomorrow. Both your parents are her students. Now, you should go back and rest. Harry nodded and looked back at the mirror of a Reist one last time. He clenched his fists as if he had made a decision. Leaving the room, Harry returned to the dormitory with Remy. On the way, Harry suddenly became curious about the long stick that Remy had been holding. This black stick was estimated to be nearly 2 meters long and appeared to be made of some kind of wood. By the way, Remy, what is that stick in your hand for? Is it a new invention? Harry asked. You mean this? Remy lifted the stick and danced with it. This is a wand I made for myself. It's perfect for using a stunning spell. Harry, are you sure that the casting you were talking about is the same as the casting I understand? Maybe it was because he received too much information that night. Or maybe he was really sleepy. Harry fell asleep as soon as he returned to the dormitory. Remy also went to bed after checking the Long John's and Hedwig's sink. The next morning, Remy slept until noon. After washing up, he carried his wand and saw Harry and Ronald playing chess in the restaurant. Oh, you're finally here. We've been waiting for you for a long time. Ronald said. Wait for me to eat. Remy asked. No, I want to see your wand. Are you sure it can really cast spells? Ronald said. staring at Remy's wand. Even if it can't cast spells, I can still use it to defeat you, believe it or not. Remy said, I definitely believe this. If you hit me on the head with it, I will definitely pass out, Ronald said, handing the wand to Ronald to play with. Remy went to the house elf to order 2 burgers, 1 beef and 1 chicken, and also ordered a cup of hot cocoa. The house elf was very fast. As soon as Remy walked to the seat next to Ronald and sat down, the house elf brought the food. By the way, Remy, is your teacher called Nicholas Flamel? Harry asked after Remy finished a burger and took a sip from his cup. Yeah, what's wrong? Remy asked. Well, we heard the name from Hagrid, so we wanted to find out what's in the vault based on the name. Do you know? Harry asked. Why do you insist on keeping on with this matter? Remy asked curiously. Harry chuckled. You said yesterday that you should do everything you want to do while you are young, and don't leave any regrets for your future self. Remy nodded. That's exactly what I said, but I want to know why you're interested in this. Because I always feel that the person who broke into the vault may be related to Voldemort, or even Voldemort himself, said Harry. Well, although I don't understand why you concluded that it was Voldemort who did it without knowing what was inside, but since you have found out so much, it doesn't hurt to tell you. Remy shrugged and took the wand that Ronald returned. My teacher is the greatest alchemist. The vault contains the Philosopher's Stone, which can turn stone into gold and can also be used to make the elixir of life, said Remy. Elixir of immortality? A stone-hewn tycoon? Harry and Ronald opened their eyes wide and exclaimed at the same time, but their focus was completely different. It must be this, Harry said excitedly. The elixir of immortality. This must be what Voldemort wants. He must have been seriously hurt after disappearing for so long. Maybe it was caused by my parents. He must want to get the Philosopher's Stone to heal his injuries now. Oh, you know what? Even though the process was completely wrong, the result was guessed quite accurately. Remy raised an eyebrow, thinking that Harry would be good at math. Although he didn't get any process points, his answer was correct. And there was also the process of solving the problem. Maybe the examiner was too old, and his eyes were blurry, and he counted all the answers as correct. But why would your teacher give such a precious thing to Headmaster Dumbledore? Could it be that Dumbledore also wanted... Oh, he seems to be very old. Ronald said, I don't know about that, but you don't need to worry so much about the safety of the Philosopher's Stone. With the strength of that little jerk, he wouldn't be able to snatch things from my teacher, even in his prime. Remy said, but the Philosopher's Stone is not in your teacher's hands now. Ronald said, but it's in the hands of Headmaster Dumbledore. Remy said, Headmaster Dumbledore's attainments in magic are even greater than my teacher's, and Headmaster Dumbledore has defeated Voldemort before, and there is a real record. Ronald nodded, then suddenly frowned again. Do you think it's possible that Voldemort was hiding because he couldn't defeat Headmaster Dumbledore, intending to wear him down? Of course, maybe he was injured too. I mean, he hid for 2 reasons instead of just 1. Ronald said. Remy shook his head speechlessly, thinking that if Voldemort had this much forbearance, he would have successfully ruled the wizarding world long ago, and would not have ended up like this. But Harry's pupils shrank suddenly after hearing Ronald's words. Yes, that must be it. With a loud slap on the table, Harry stood up excitedly. Principal Dumbledore must have noticed Voldemort's plot, so he asked Nicholas Flamel for the Philosopher's Stone to make an elixir of immortality to slow down his own aging. Voldemort may have also sensed Dumbledore's intention, so he may not have stolen the Philosopher's Stone to heal himself. It is very likely that his injuries have already healed. He wanted to prevent Headmaster Dumbledore from extending his life. Remy, it's so sweet that it makes you sweeter? After complaining a few sweet words with a very high sugar content in his heart, Remy lowered his head speechlessly and continued to eat. As he ate, he listened to Harry and Ronald having a heated discussion along a path he had not expected. It is very likely that Voldemort was not injured. He just felt that he could not beat Dumbledore, so he took the initiative to endure it. What Voldemort is now most likely in his prime, plotting a shocking conspiracy. Now Dumbledore is in the light and Voldemort is in the dark. The situation is very unfavorable for Dumbledore. It was a mess, and Remy even doubted whether Harry and Ronald were just bragging about Voldemort. After all, even the most fanatical Death Eater wouldn't dare to brag about Voldemort like that, right? Judging from the image of Voldemort that they described, even the real Voldemort would be stunned after hearing it. Maybe he would even shed tears of gratitude and reward them each with a big watermelon. After dinner, the two went straight into the library to look up the life of Nicholas Flamel and detailed information about the Philosopher's Stone. It's not that Remy didn't want to tell them, but Remy didn't have enough knowledge about the Philosopher's Stone. He used to just play with it like a walnut and didn't study it in depth. Nicholas Flamel didn't let him play around. As for Nicholas Flamel's life, Remy knew even less about it. He only liked to read unofficial history and anecdotes, and never read serious history books or biographies. Remy didn't go to the library with Harry and Ronald either. He had a lot to do recently. So far, apart from making a bunch of small toys for pranks, he has not yet made the serious invention he really wants to make. Seeing that half a year had passed, Remy felt a sense of urgency. Before the end of the first grade, we must mass-produce magic gloves and magic cards. The first batch of magic guns must be mass-produced before the third grade. I have to prove my strength. Putting some pressure on himself, Remy picked up a pen and paper and began to plan the props needed for mass production. After the new semester started, Harry's days did not become easier. Instead, they were even busier than before the holiday. Because the next Quidditch match is about to begin, the next one is against Hufflepuff House. As long as Gryffindor can win this game, the total points will surpass Slytherin House and win the House Cup. Gryffindor hadn't won the House Cup for 7 years, and everyone was training very hard. Even though Hufflepuff's team was always at the bottom of the league, the Lion would still use all its strength to fight the Rabbit, not to mention the Badger, which was much stronger than the Rabbit. Maybe it's just a flat-headed badger in sheep's clothing. Remy was even busier than Harry. His magic gloves had already been made successfully, and the next thing he needed to do was to find a way to mass-produce them. If there is no profit, mass production will be meaningless. Therefore, Remy must do everything possible to cut costs. Mass production involves not only cost issues, but also subsequent upgrade issues. If a product is perfect when it is launched, it will become a one-time deal, and there will be no way to continue to reap the profits. Therefore, Remy also needs to castrate the functions of the existing samples to buy himself enough time for subsequent research and development, so that he can continue to launch different versions of the magic gloves and continue to reap profits. In addition to working on the magic gloves, Remy also plans to castrate the magic cards. It is not convenient to castrate the function, but the durability can be castrated. Originally, a magic card could be used for a lifetime as long as it was properly preserved, but Remy planned to modify it so that it would become scrapped after being used 30 times. In this way, if you want to continue using the magic gloves, you need to continue to buy magic cards, which is very unscrupulous. In addition to the product itself, Remy also needs to design and manufacture machines for making magic gloves and magic cards. Mass production. If Remy needs to use alchemy himself to make it every time, what kind of mass production is that? Remy roughly calculated that after adding up all the factors, he needed to manufacture nearly 100 parts. This was a huge project that would keep him busy for half a year. It may not even be finished. Compared to the alchemy business that made Remy frown, the new semester's courses made Remy very happy. He can finally perform real magic in its entirety. Although the effect was still a bit excessive, it no longer failed halfway through. When Remy used his wand to perform transfiguration for the first time in class, not only his classmates, but even Professor McGonagall did not believe that the fire stick in Remy's hand was a wand. He even said that if Remy could not use this fire stick to perform magic, he would deduct points from him. However, Remy not only used that fire stick to perform magic, but the magic was very powerful. This put Remy at the center of public opinion once again, and the alternative magic wand he owned became more and more legendary, with many people even believing that it was more powerful than the most powerful magic wand in the legend. But in fact, this magic wand is indeed very powerful. This magic wand was designed and made by Remy himself, and the original intention was naturally to solve his own dilemma of not having a magic wand. During the initial experiment, After consuming 20 magic wands, Remy determined that the defect of ordinary magic wands was in the core. Whether it was the dragon nerves, phoenix tail feathers, or unicorn tail hair, they were too thin and could not withstand excessive magic power. So Remy's idea for improvement was very simple. Big force makes bricks fly. Since the cores of ordinary magic wands are too thin to withstand excessive amounts of magic power, wouldn't it be enough to make them thicker and stronger? The size of natural materials is limited by the objective laws of nature. Ollivander does not have the ability to perfectly blend multiple raw materials together, so he can only compromise on the size of the wand core and the final performance of the wand. But Remy has no such concerns. He has the ability to blend multiple raw materials together perfectly. Initially, Remy just made the wand thicker and stronger. The improved wand can indeed withstand excessive magic power, but the appearance is just, as a magic wand, it is not okay for it to be just thick but short. Absolutely not. So Remy disassembled 10 more wands, analyzed the proportions of their various parts, and finally made this 1.7-meter long, super long wand. The material of the magic wand core is also very exquisite. Remy uses a mixed core made of 4 materials: phoenix tail feathers, dragon nerves, unicorn tail hair, and thestral tail feathers. It may seem incredible at first, but Remy actually conducted a theoretical analysis before the experiment. The phoenix can be reborn from the ashes, representing life. The thestrals can only be seen by those who have witnessed death, and they represent death. The dragon has great power, but is often destructive and is an evil creature, while the unicorn is the most holy creature. It is impossible to combine the materials of the two opposing groups of magical creatures using the black and white bipolar thinking, and it is not even worth thinking about. But Remy believes in mutual growth and mutual restraint. The dragon, phoenix, thestral, and unicorn not only counteract each other, but also promote each other. The phoenix's nirvana is first death and then rebirth. The thestrals are first alive and then seen by someone who has witnessed their death. That is, they are alive first and then die. The commonality between the phoenix and the thestral can be called the cycle of life and death. Although the dragon is a powerful, destructive, and evil creature, it is full of treasures and can take whatever it wants. As long as it is strong enough, it can get raw materials in any way it wants. It is very generous. Although the unicorn is known as the most holy creature, it is very stingy and will not give a penny. Not only will you be cursed if you drink its blood, but you will also be cursed if you wait for its tail hair to fall off naturally before you can collect it to make a magic wand. The commonality between dragons and unicorns can be called a misnomer. At the same time, unicorns and thestrals are both horse-shaped magical creatures, while dragons and phoenixes are both fire magical creatures that are very good at fighting and can use fire. Although they are in serious opposition to each other, they do not lack commonalities, just like the 4 symbols that promote and restrain each other. Therefore, Remy very boldly combined them together, and even the material ratio was very simple and direct, 1 to 1 to 1 to 1. As a result, he really refined a blended oil, a blending wand core. Compared with the complex core of the staff, Remy's choice of material for the staff body was more casual. He used ebony, but refined it again to reinforce it and reduce its weight. The ebony wood, which is very hard in itself, is not only harder after being processed by Remy, but its weight is also greatly reduced, so it is not too tiring to swing. Even Headmaster Dumbledore praised this wand, but he was not used to holding the wand with both hands to cast spells, which made him look a little funny when using it. The only drawback is that its surface is not shiny and looks a bit rough. It needs someone to take care of it. When they heard that Snape would be the referee of the next Quidditch match, Harry and Ronald became a little annoyed. They were worried that Snape would make things difficult for them and deliberately decide that Gryffindor would lose. However, in fact, Gryffindor not only won the game, but also set a new record for the fastest game ending. Harry caught the golden snitch just 3 minutes after the start. The game was over before either team even scored a goal. This made Remy, who took time out of his busy schedule to watch the game, feel unlucky because the time he spent watching the game was far less than the time he spent on the journey. The game was over, and it was still early in the semester. Bored and restless, Harry, after recovering from the joy of his Quidditch victory, once again focused on the Philosopher's Stone. Almost every day, he discussed the safety of the Philosopher's Stone with Remy and Ronald, and what Remy couldn't understand was that he had identified Snape as the suspect. Snape was not injured on Halloween, and he did not cast any spells on the Quidditch field, but Harry still thought Snape was a suspect. The reason was simply that Snape was once a Death Eater and had always been targeting Gryffindor College. Harry thought this was proof enough that Snape had not changed his evil intentions. Harry, can you please use your brain a little more? Although I don't like Snape either, because he deducted my marks randomly. He has been a professor at Hogwarts for many years. Now you find out that he is a person with ulterior motives as soon as you come. How come you are so much better than Headmaster Dumbledore? Or do you think Headmaster Dumbledore is an old fool? Remy asked. Harry was choked and stammered for a long time without saying a word. Ronald, who was the most dissatisfied with Snape, was immediately unhappy when he heard Remy say that. He felt that Remy was making excuses for Snape. Who else could it be if not Snape? Could it be that our speculation is wrong, and the you-know-who or his men never enter Hogwarts? Ronald asked, if you have to single out a suspect, why don't you suspect Professor Quirrell? Remy said playfully as he twirled his wand. Professor Quirrell? Harry and Ronald thought about it for a moment, looked at each other, and then looked at each other. It's impossible that Professor Quirrell is here. Isn't he a joke in school? He doesn't know anything and can't even explain the knowledge in the textbooks clearly. He can't deal with the trolls. How could such a person be a subordinate of the mysterious man? Ronald said. Bam! Remy snapped his fingers. This is exactly the problem. Don't you find it strange? Remy asked. What's weird? Harry asked. You should have heard about it, right? Voldemort once cast a curse on the position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, which resulted in no one daring to apply for the position. And even if they did apply, they would not work for more than a year. Remy said. Harry and Ronald nodded. They had certainly heard of this legend, but they didn't take it seriously. After all, they were students, not teachers. So why would a good-for-nothing like Professor Quirrell apply for such a dangerous position? Remy asked. Blind monk, you found a flower shop. Harry and Ronald's eyes lit up, and they both reacted at the same time. Oh, right. Why did Professor Quirrell come to Hogwarts to be the professor of defense against the dark arts? He doesn't look like someone who is short of money. Ronald said. Professor Quirrell. He should have been a student of Hogwarts before, right? If so, it shouldn't be so bad to graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, right? Harry asked. Of course. He is pretending. This guy definitely has other intentions. Ronald said. Harry nodded vigorously. Let's ask Professor McGonagall and Professor Flitwick later. I don't think Professor Quirrell is that simple. Seeing that Harry and Ronald were easily brainwashed by him and changed their targets, Remy couldn't believe it for a moment. But it's a good thing after all. Remy is looking forward to whether Harry can get to the bottom of the matter, whether he can truly become a reasoning expert. Because of his interest, Remy even accompanied Harry and Ronald to find Professor Flitwick and Professor McGonagall to inquire about Professor Quirrell's situation. After questioning, the two professors had surprisingly consistent evaluations of Quirrell, and both felt sorry for Professor Quirrell. According to the two professors, Quirrell was originally an excellent student with very good theoretical and practical performance. During his school years, he even took a year off to do experiments and went to Romania to obtain first-hand information. He is a master in both theory and practice. Both professors felt it was a pity that such an outstanding graduate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry had now become such a horrible state. But Harry and Ronald were extremely excited after hearing about it. It must be him. There's definitely something wrong with him, Harry said excitedly on the way back to the dorm. What reason could make an excellent wizard suddenly become incompetent? Even if he was injured, it is impossible for him to forget all the theoretical knowledge. Harry said. Ronald nodded vigorously. Yes, the decline in strength can be said to be due to injuries, and his personality can also be said to have suffered a serious blow, but his memory is fine. How could he not be able to teach the knowledge in the book? We must keep a close eye on Professor Quirrell and find out what he is trying to do, whether it is for the Philosopher's Stone, said Harry. Just as Harry and Ronald were discussing how to arrange the surveillance plan, Hagrid happened to come from another passage, and the four of them met at the intersection. "Hi, Hagrid, why are you here?" Ronald asked. Hagrid is a forest ranger, and normally he would not enter the castle. Of course, the castle did not prohibit Hagrid from entering. It was just that he lived a little far away. "Oh, I just went to the library to check out some books." "What were you discussing? I heard you seem to be talking about Professor Quirrell. Is that right?" Hagrid asked. Harry, Ronald, and Remy looked at each other, and confusion appeared in their eyes. Hagrid, library reading? Can these three words really be put together? And we were just chatting casually. "Hagrid, what's that behind you?" Harry asked, glancing at Hagrid's left hand that was awkwardly protected behind his back. Oh, nothing. I just have a little, waist pain. My waist hurts a little. I won't chat with you anymore. I just looked up the potion for treating waist pain, and I have to go back to brew the potion now. Bye, you guys continue chatting." Hagrid said. The reason was perfect, but it was not difficult to tell from the crazy look in his eyes when he spoke that he was definitely lying. "Do you think Hagrid's abnormality may be related to the Philosopher's Stone?" Ronald asked. "Maybe. Let's go and see." Hagrid was very large, which made it very easy for the three to follow him. They didn't even need to follow him specifically. They could just look out the window and see where Hagrid was going when he left the castle. Looking at the direction Hagrid is heading, he should be going back to his cabin. I don't think we need to follow him. Since we don't have classes right now, we could just go visit him directly. Harry said. "Good idea. I think it will scare him when we knock on the door," said Remy. "That's for sure. Let's go." Leaving the castle, the three of them headed to Hagrid's cabin. On the way, Remy saw the red squirrel again. It had been a while since they last saw it. The squirrel seemed very enthusiastic and kept jumping around Remy. Its fur is brighter and redder, and its eyes appear more lively and energetic. Remy joked that it might be a distant relative of the Weasleys, causing Ronald to roll his eyes. After playing with the red squirrel for a while and giving it a few magic crystals, the three of them continued on their journey. "By the way, where is Hermione? I haven't seen her after class recently. What is she busy with?" Remy asked. "What else can I do?" "I'm busy preparing for the exam." Harry said. "Preparing for an exam? What exam?" "It's the final exam. Aren't there still early days for the final exams?" "Yeah, but Hermione doesn't think so. Maybe this is the difference between the top students and us. So how are you doing in school? You can copy homework, but what will you do during the exams? Isn't this easy? Just cheat." Harry, Ronald, glancing at Remy speechlessly, Harry thought about it and gave up lecturing Remy because he wanted to cheat too. They walked and talked along the way, and soon the three of them arrived near Hagrid's cabin. Something seemed very wrong with Hagrid's cabin today. It was broad daylight, and there was no rain, snow, or strong wind, but the doors and windows of the cabin were all tightly closed. Normally Hagrid wouldn't close the windows even when he went out, but now that he's back, the doors and windows are still tightly closed. There is a problem at first glance. The three of them looked at each other. Harry took a deep breath, walked to the door, and knocked. Hagrid's slightly panicked voice soon came from inside. "Who is it?" Hagrid asked. Harry said nothing, but knocked again. Coming right up." Through the door, the three of them could clearly hear the sound of ping-pong balls coming from inside. After a while, a heavy footsteps came in, and the door. Bang! Ouch! Seeing Harry being slapped away by the door in an instant, Remy looked at Hagrid with a forced smile. "Hagrid, have you considered changing to an inward opening door? The current one is a bit inconvenient for visitors." "Are you a visitor?" Hagrid showed a puzzled expression. It seemed to be Harry's voice just now. "Where did he hide?" "I'm here." As he said that, Harry walked out of the door, holding his nose. At this moment, not only did his nose turn red, but his body was also covered in dust. It was obvious that what he had just experienced was not good. "Oh, why are you so dirty? Are you trying to scare me by hiding behind the door?" Hagrid asked. "Harry, Ronald and Remy couldn't help laughing out loud, which made Hagrid even more confused. Not knowing what was going on, he scratched his head and started laughing too. "Okay, come in. It's still quite cold outside," Hagrid said. Following Hagrid into the house, I was greeted by a wave of heat, which formed a stark contrast with the cold outside. Not only was it hot and stuffy, but Hagrid had been boiling a pot of water on the stove for who knows how long. The air above the room was full of steam, and from time to time condensed water droplets dripped from above. Like a sauna. "Would you like anything to eat?" Hagrid asked. "No, thank you. We just had dinner." "Then have some tea." With that, Hagrid walked to the stove and picked up the kettle to pour tea. Harry didn't know if it was an illusion, but he always felt that Hagrid seemed to be deliberately blocking the stove, which made him even more curious. While Hagrid turned to hand Remy the tea, Harry craned his neck to look at the stove. This time, he really discovered something unusual. "Hagrid, what did you put in the oven? An egg? Is this some special cooking method?" Harry asked. Before Hagrid could speak, Remy suddenly became excited. He hadn't reacted before, but now he remembered. "If I'm not mistaken, Hagrid must have obtained a dragon egg. Where is it? Let me see," Remy said as he stood up. Hagrid looked conflicted, but finally sighed and gave way. "Okay, come and take a look, but don't get too close, or you'll scare it," said Hagrid. The three of them nodded repeatedly, but their bodies all moved closer to the stove. "It's okay to roast it in the fire? Could it be a dragon egg?" Ronald asked. Hagrid nodded. "Yes, it is a dragon egg." "That's great," Remy said. "I've never eaten a dragon egg before. How are you going to cook it? Salt and pepper or hot and spicy?" Remy asked. Hagrid's eyes fixed, and he quickly used his body to push Remy aside and block Remy's sight. "Oh, Remy, this is not for eating. I want to hatch it," said Hagrid. "It doesn't taste good after it's hatched. Dragon meat is very tough and has a weird smell," said Remy. No, I'm not coming here to eat it. I want to be its mother," Hagrid said somewhat unhappily. Looking at Hagrid's expression, Remy felt that it was a bit impolite to talk about food in front of a male mother who liked to raise magical animals. "Okay, sorry, I just said something out of turn, but where are you from?" "Oh, never mind, just pretend I didn't say anything." Sighing, Remy returned to his seat and sat down again. A dragon egg that couldn't be eaten or even discussed how to cook had no appeal to him. Next to him, Ronald asked Hagrid the question that Remy had not finished asking Hagrid how he obtained the dragon egg, and also gave Hagrid some legal advice. Remy, who was sitting nearby, couldn't control his thoughts. He was wondering how he could get a dragon egg to taste. Dragons are not companions of humans. Dragon blood, dragon meat, and dragon liver are sold in Diagon Alley. Even people who particularly like dragons will occasionally buy raw materials from dragons in order to prepare potions or do experiments. In other words, in theory, there is no moral problem with eating dragon eggs. But the problem is that dragons are protected and controlled creatures. Not only do they basically live in protected areas, but the people responsible for guarding the protected areas are also people who like dragons. Wanting to get dragon eggs from them is not only wishful thinking, but also a foolish dream. Not to mention that if they knew he took the dragon eggs to eat, they would probably chase him thousands of miles away. It seems we still have to find a way from the black market. What's the name of the commercial street next to Diagon Alley? We can go check it out later. During the chat, Hagrid told the three about how he obtained the dragon egg. It was similar to what Remy remembered, and he still lost it to a mysterious man in a bet. But the strange thing is that dragon eggs are rare items, and Remy can't figure out where Quirrell got them. If it's a dead egg, that's not a big deal. Maybe it was obtained by Quirrell before. A living dragon egg that can hatch a dragon must have been obtained recently, but Quirrell usually does not leave Hogwarts Castle. Could it be that he found out about Hagrid's hobbies and got a dragon egg in just one holiday? If this is true, this business ability can definitely crush 99.999% of wizards. If only I had such a capable assistant. Remy thought with a slightly sour taste. He would definitely open a store once the magic gloves were mass-produced, but he was a student now, and it was impossible for him to run the store in Diagon Alley all day. If his products were only for students, he could just open for business during holidays But his products were not only not for students, they were not even for students at all. Until leaving Hagrid's cabin, Remy was still daydreaming about the issue of acting store manager. It would be nice if the soul bullet could talk. With its shape, it should attract a lot of customers. Its IQ is also not a problem. What a pity. It's only suitable as a mascot to attract business. The real person in charge should be a friendly person. It's not just about affinity, but also about having a strong interest in Muggle items. After all, I'll have to put a lot of products based on Muggle items on the shelves in the future, and it will be troublesome to change the store manager by then. It would be best if they were strong enough to control the situation, to prevent any dark wizards from causing trouble. Remy kept thinking about the issue of selecting the store manager. The more he thought about it, the more he looked at Ronald. That look made Ronald feel uneasy. What are you doing? Why are you staring at me like that? Ronald asked, shrinking his neck. Your sister. Ah, no. Is it your mother who has a job? Remy asked. My mother? My mother is a full-time housewife. She is busy enough with housework, especially during holidays. After all, we have a big family. What's wrong? Ronald asked. Didn't your mother ever look for a job? Remy asked. Why haven't you looked for one? Ronald shook his head. It's just that even the Ministry of Magic is busier during the student holidays, and my mother has to take care of us, so she can't balance work and family at the same time. My mother has complained to my father about this more than once. She said that if she went to work, she would definitely be promoted faster than my father, and then she could get more salary, and our family wouldn't have to be so. Well, you know. Oh no. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. Do you want to find a job? But you can't spare the energy to take care of your family? But the store manager he needs is someone who can help him look after the store during non-holiday periods. This is just the right amount of sweet. And Ronald's mother, Molly Weasley, perfectly meets all of Remy's requirements. She's not only very friendly, but also very powerful. In Remy's memory, Molly and Professor McGonagall are the two strongest female wizards. Molly's record is even better. She killed Bella. It's not just defeating, it's killing. That's great. Remy patted Ronald's shoulder hard. I'm planning to open a store in Diagon Alley. It will be open during the summer vacation at the earliest. Can you ask your mother if she is willing to be the acting store manager? I'll be in charge during holidays, and she only needs to help look after the store during non-holidays. The daily business hours can be adjusted freely as long as it's open every day. Salary is easy to negotiate. I can offer the highest hourly wage in all of Diagon Alley. Ronald's eyes suddenly lit up, but soon turned into hesitation. There will be no problem being a store manager. My mother can keep all of our rooms tidy by herself. But what are you going to sell in the store? Don't tell me you're selling guns. Selling that kind of thing is absolutely illegal. Ronald said, No, I'm not selling guns, at least not now. Remy shook his head and said, I've been busy with the mass production of magic gloves recently. I remember telling you about it, right? The first batch of products is the magic gloves. This is a super welfare product that will benefit billions of squibs in the magic world. It's definitely not illegal. Are there so many squibs in the wizarding world? Harry asked curiously. Ronald shook his head vigorously. You can't sell guns in the future. My father works in the Ministry of Magic. If they investigate, it won't be a problem. Even if I sell guns in the future, they will definitely be magical firearms that are 100% made in the wizarding world. And believe me, before officially selling the guns, I will definitely get in touch with the Ministry of Magic to obtain sales permission. If I'm going to sell them, I will definitely sell them in large quantities, and there's no way to do it secretly. Remy said, If that's the case, there's definitely no problem. But are you sure you're serious? Don't let the time pass and you suddenly change your mind and not want to open the store, Ronald said. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Remy waved his hand, slammed the wand into the ground, and raised his chin slightly to look up at the sky at a 45-degree angle. Opening a store has always been my dream. I had already thought of the store name 5 years ago. Oh, Harry's eyes showed a strong curiosity. What's the name of the store? Remy's Help. Remy's Aid? Why is it called that? I noticed that Diagon Alley directly states what the store is, but I can't tell what your store sells. Who said I couldn't hear it? Remy raised an eyebrow and glared. Aid, don't you think the appearance of the magic gloves is a kind of aid to the squibs? Remy asked. So this is the kind of aid? It sounds reasonable. Harry nodded, agreeing with Remy's words. Since you are serious, I will write to my mother and ask her when I get back. You have to lend me the owl. Ronald said. No problem. By the way, can you please ask your mother if she has time to help me find a store? I can pay the agency fee. Remy said. That's easy. I'll ask my mother to ask for you when she goes to Diagon Alley to buy something. What kind of store do you want? What are your requirements for location and size? Ronald asked. Of course, the bigger the better. If one store is not enough, just buy the adjacent ones and connect them together, said Remy. You are really rich. What about the location? There are a lot of empty houses in Diagon Alley. Ronald asked after sighing. Location? Remy frowned and thought for a moment, then slapped his thigh. It's right across from Gringotts. You could buy a gun from my store and then go out and rob Gringotts. I want to snipe at the middle gate of Gringotts. Ronald, Harry, even though he was speechless about Remy's outspokenness, after thinking it over again and again, Ronald still wrote a letter to his mother after returning to the dormitory. If a customer buys something and then does something bad with it, what does that have to do with the store being open? It's not a big problem. Even if there's a problem, it is only a punishment for Remy, the real store manager. That night, Ronald's mother asked Long Johns to bring a reply letter to Ronald. In the letter, Mrs. Weasley first praised Long Johns, and then said that she needed to discuss the work with Mr. Weasley first, but she could help inquire about the store's matters. This reply seemed to Remy to be a very normal reaction. After all, the change from being a full-time housewife to working outside would have a significant impact on the Weasley family even during non-holiday periods. If nothing else, Mr. Weasley would have a big problem eating in the future, and he might need to learn to cook for himself if he didn't know how to cook before. The store's business has been settled for the time being, and Remy is also working hard to meet the deadline. But this matter cannot be rushed. When Remy is not busy, he spends most of his time studying textbooks. With his intelligence, he doesn't find studying difficult. It's not that he suddenly wanted to become a real academic master, but he didn't want to be a poor student who couldn't even pass the exams. He didn't want to embarrass himself as a time traveler, and even less did he want to embarrass his teacher. Ever since returning from Hagrid, Remy would reflect on himself from time to time, wondering if he had been too arrogant since entering Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Looking back now, what I said in Hagrid's cabin that day was not funny at all, and was quite excessive. At the same time, Remy also remembered the song he sang for Headmaster Dumbledore during the holidays. The content of the song was quite excessive. If it was a young Dumbledore, he might have turned against him on the spot. Let's find a chance to apologize to Headmaster Dumbledore later. Well, maybe I can find a way to get Grindelwald out, so that both the apology and the compensation will appear more sincere. I've already apologized to Hagrid, but how about trying to redress Hagrid? That's a bit difficult. Remy took off his homemade glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. Remy still remembered some of Hagrid's past, and that was why he felt a headache. Hagrid was framed for allowing dangerous magical animals to hurt people. Although he was not locked up in the end, due to insufficient evidence and Dumbledore's guarantee, he did bring the dangerous eight-eyed spider into Hogwarts, and was therefore restricted from using a wand. Where can we find evidence to exonerate Hagrid in this old and rotten matter? It's not realistic to find evidence, and even if we find evidence, or even trick Voldemort into telling the truth, it will be useless. Hagrid was punished because he brought an eight-eyed spider into Hogwarts. It still doesn't count as overturning his case. It can only be regarded as clearing him of suspicion of another crime. In this case, if we want to overturn Hagrid's case, we can't start from the incident itself. We have to find another way. Another way. After frowning and thinking for a long time, Remy suddenly had an idea. The eight-eyed spider is a protected animal because it is too dangerous and rare. Hagrid was punished by the Ministry of Magic for secretly raising a protected animal in Hogwarts. So wouldn't it be okay if the eight-eyed spider was removed from the list of protected animals? Oh, right. There are also high-value magical creatures like dragons. Dragons are obviously precious, but they must be strictly protected and cannot be bred or slaughtered at will. It's such a waste of resources. We have the breeding methods and technology, but we don't do large-scale breeding, which leads to a shortage of raw materials and restricts the development of the magic world. This is simply a heinous crime. It's time for me, the true savior of the wizarding world, to save the wizarding world. Remy used divergent thinking to come up with a plausible reason to convince himself and had a clear understanding of his next goal. It's just that it's a little difficult to achieve, and it's not something that a little kid like him can accomplish alone. To achieve this goal would require a major change, but those old-timers in the Ministry of Magic would definitely not be willing to do so, even if Remy could create foolproof breeding equipment. This involves too many twists and turns, interests, and uncertainties. Leaders from anywhere will not like this kind of uncertainty, let alone agree to it easily. If we apply using the normal method, I'm afraid those gentlemen won't even consider it for more than 10 or 20 years. So we must use extraordinary means. A gleam flashed in Remy's eyes, and he felt that he needed to ask his father for help. Although his father was never reliable when it came to serious matters, he was an expert at doing crooked things. He made a living by doing this. Absolutely professional counterparts. It's a pity that my father is not a wizard, not even a squib, if I want to come to the magic world. Thinking of this, Remy's eyes couldn't help but glance at a book on the simple bookshelf, The Code of the Magical World, 1990 edition. Cough. Remy coughed lightly, glanced at his roommates who were playing their own games, then stood up, walked casually to the bookshelf, took out the book, and then walked out of the dormitory as if nothing had happened. Click! As soon as the door was opened, the sound of it opening immediately attracted the attention of others. "Where are you going, Remy?" Harry asked, looking up. "Well, let's go to the library to read. Do you want to go together?" Remy asked, "Why do you have to bring your own books when you go to the library to read? What books are not available in the library?" Ronald looked at Remy puzzledly and asked with a pouty mouth. He was eating snacks. "I'm lazy and don't want to spend time looking for books after I get there," said Remy. "Then isn't it the same if you read in the dormitory? We didn't disturb you, did we?" Seamus asked doubtfully, putting down the wand in his hand, thinking to himself that I obviously haven't experimented with the explosion, experimented with the spell yet. It's your fault that you don't read books. It would be such a boring atmosphere if I'm the only one reading in the dormitory," Remy said. Harry looked at Remy suspiciously. His intuition told him that Remy was hiding something from him, especially since he always felt that Remy was deliberately hiding the book in his hand. "Oh, okay." Harry nodded. "Wait for me. I'll go to the library with you after I change my clothes." As he said this, Harry gave Ronald a look, but Ronald had already lowered his head to continue eating snacks and did not receive the signal Harry sent at all. Remy looked at Harry speechlessly, thinking, am I really that guilty? Or did Harry really suddenly want to go to the library to read? Whatever the reason, Remy felt that he had very bad luck. "Okay, I'll wait for you in the common room," Remy said. "Okay." After walking out of the dormitory and closing the door, Remy let out a long sigh and then ran away, waiting for Harry. Wait for the hammer. Hogwarts in early summer. Water follows the sky, and spring is endless. The distant mountains are far away, offering sorrow and hatred, and the black staff is empty. At sunset, on the top of the building, in the sound of the fishing owl, the Muggle wanderer. I read the law code and patted the railings, but no one understood my intention to climb up. Remy raised his arm to catch the fallen autumn johns and placed them on the wand, looking at the afterglow of the sunset with a feeling of deep emotion in his heart. If it doesn't work, I can save up some magic crystals to make a boiled egg that can give ordinary people magic power. Forget about getting drunk on purpose. It's unnecessary. Don't think about those messy things. Just enjoy your life and the magic gloves. This holiday season, let's give the wizarding world a little surprise. Remy let out a long sigh, opened his arms and stretched his muscles, and suddenly felt indescribably relaxed. I clearly didn't do anything particularly big, nor did I have any major change in my thinking, but I just felt relaxed for no reason. He returned to the dormitory wearing long johns. His roommates were preparing for the exam seriously. Every one of them was reading, without exception, putting the long johns into the little nest built for it. Remy also picked up the textbook and joined them, occasionally giving them questions to test them. "You don't seem nervous at all. Are you so confident?" Harry asked. Remy nodded. "Of course, I have memorized all the books." "How is that possible? You've only been reading for a few days." Ronald said. "Don't believe it? If you don't believe it, you could try it." Remy said. "Okay, what's on page 3, line 7? Ronald asked. "Which book?" "A Beginner's Guide to Transfiguration." Using transfiguration to transform dead objects into living things does not last forever. It does not change the nature of the object. For example, if you transform a stone into a piece of cheese, even if the texture and taste are the same as cheese when you eat it, the human body cannot digest the cheese, and when the magic effect disappears, it will turn back into stone in your stomach. Remy shrugged. "I'm giving you a few extra words. No need to thank me. Just a coincidence, right?" Seamus looked at Remy suspiciously and then at the book. "Tell me what's written on the 6th line of page 17 of Magical Pharmacy and Potions." There is no text on page 17. The entire page is filled with images of the water of life and death, Remy said. Giving Remy a suspicious look, Seamus lowered his head and turned to page 17. His eyes suddenly widened. "Really? You really memorized the whole book? How is that possible?" Harry stared at Remy with eyes wide open in disbelief. "I know Hermione can do it, but she spent a lot of time reading books." "How did you do it?" "Because I have a gift of photographic memory. This kind of thing is just child's play for me. Just sprinkle some water." Remy shook his hair and said arrogantly. "Do you think I believe it?" Harry asked. "I guess you must be envious and jealous of me now. I understand. After all, I have always been the child of other parents since I was a child." Remy said, "Hee, you were sneaking around the past few days. Tell me, have you invented something that can greatly improve memory?" Harry asked. As Harry asked the question, the eyes of the remaining 3 people all lit up, and then they looked straight at Remy. Especially Neville. To improve memory, it doesn't need to be a drastic improvement. Even just a little bit is good for him. "Is it difficult to admit that others are excellent?" Remy asked. The 4 of them were stunned for a moment and turned their heads away. "Yes. Is it difficult to admit that others are excellent?" Remy had clearly proven that he had memorized the information. So why did they suspect that Remy had cheated? And it was an unfounded suspicion. Just as Harry lowered his head in shame and thought about what to say to apologize to Remy, suddenly, a pair of glasses was thrown on the bed next to him. Harry picked up the glasses in confusion, feeling surprised but also more ashamed. "So Remy has been preparing gifts for me these days. Isn't it a Christmas gift? I was so suspicious of him. By the way, what gift should I give in return?" With mixed emotions and a confused mind, Harry didn't dare to look up at Remy. At this time, Remy said, "These are memory glasses. Everything you see when you wear them will be directly transmitted to your brain. It can be considered a memory enhancer, but it can only help the user remember what they see. If you're forgetful or your thoughts are confused, you will still not be able to remember." "Harry, Blanche, you still cheated after all, and it wasn't a gift for me. Damn it, give me back my feelings." Giving Remy a hard glare, Harry was quickly attracted by the memory glasses in his hand. He took off his own myopia glasses and put on the memory glasses. Suddenly, he found that he could see things more clearly with these glasses than with his own myopia glasses. This made the suspicious Harry feel uncertain again. "Is this a pair of myopic glasses? Can the degree be adjusted by yourself? Or did you custom make it for me?" Harry asked, trying hard to suppress his excitement. "Didn't I just say that? What you see through these glasses will be transmitted directly to the wearer's brain, so of course it will be clear." Remy said, "Harry, well, it seems that I'm self-touching again. Damn my paranoia." Sighing, Harry focused his attention on studying his newly acquired memory glasses. Not only is reading through these glasses extremely clear, but Harry can also remember a page of a book after just one glance. This magical experience makes Harry unable to stop. It's amazing. With it, I think I can memorize the whole book. Harry said excitedly. Is it true? Let me try it too. Ronald said. Okay, you try it. Remy is such a genius. He can invent such a great thing. With it, I think our results will definitely surpass Hermione, said Harry. That's not necessarily true. Hermione has always scored full marks in previous class tests. Neville muttered to Harry's relief, looking at Ronald eagerly. Then at least I can tie with Hermione. Ronald, what do you think? Let me try to. Seamus said. Wait a minute, I just put it on and haven't read a book yet. Which book should I read first? Ronald said. How about you take your time and let me try it first? Neville said weakly. Don't worry, everyone has a share, right, Remy? You don't need it now. Ronald asked. You won't need it for now, just go and have fun. If you study hard, the remaining time will be enough for each of you to memorize all the textbook contents. I have a few notebooks of the top students at Ravenclaw Academy. You can also take a look at them. Remy said. After getting Remy's answer, the remaining 4 people's eyes lit up like light bulbs, as if they saw themselves getting first place in the grade. After a full day of exams, Professor McGonagall sat in his office grading papers, feeling both excited and anxious. As a teacher, she hopes that all her students can get good grades, but she also knows that this is impossible. For this purpose, she even prepared a cup of tea and corrected the test papers while drinking the tea, so as not to be angry about the test papers of individual students. After taking a sip of tea and picking up a test paper, Professor McGonagall's eyes suddenly lit up. This test paper? Oh, it's Harry's. Harry has made obvious progress recently. It seems that he has been studying hard for some time. After taking a sip of tea with satisfaction, Professor McGonagall picked up the next test paper and frowned. This test paper, when did Remy become so amazing? Although he often asks questions, his scores on all the in-class tests are always low. Could it be that he has been hiding his incompetence? Thinking of Remy's teacher and Remy's strength, Professor McGonagall's brows relaxed slightly. If Remy had been hiding his incompetence, she could accept it. After all, Remy had always been unfathomable in aspects other than studying. After putting down Remy's test paper, when Professor McGonagall picked up the next test paper, his brows, which had just relaxed, instantly frowned even tighter. Why is the answer to this question so similar to Harry's? Wait, it seems to be similar to Remy's answer too. As if he had thought of something, Professor McGonagall quickly took Remy and Harry's test papers and put the 3 papers side by side. With an inadvertent glance, Professor McGonagall picked up another test paper and took a look at it, then picked up another test paper. Putting the 5 test papers side by side, Professor McGonagall's eyes quickly swept back and forth over the 5 test papers, his expression becoming increasingly unsightly. Humph, that's really too much. Bang! Professor McGonagall slammed the table, stood up with a grim face, and picked up the 5 test papers on the table. After leaving the office, Professor McGonagall walked quickly to the principal's office and rushed directly into it. Before Headmaster Dumbledore could finish his greetings, Professor McGonagall threw 5 test papers in front of Headmaster Dumbledore. Look, he really went too far this time. Not only did he cheat on the exam himself, he also got everyone in the dormitory to cheat as well. Albus, even though he is Nicholas Flamel's student, he really went too far this time. The nature of his behavior is so bad. He must be given the most severe punishment. Professor McGonagall said, try not to get angry. Oh, really? Have a cup of tea first, and let me look at these papers. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and picked up the test paper on the table and looked at it. With just one glance, he came to the same conclusion as Professor McGonagall. The students in this dormitory must have cheated collectively. It's not that Dumbledore is very knowledgeable about cheating, but the cheating is too obvious. Of the 5 test papers, except for Remy and Harry's, the remaining 3 papers cannot be said to be exactly the same, but they can be said to be exactly the same. Apart from the handwriting, everything else, including the wording and punctuation, is exactly the same, not to mention the content of the text. Although the answers on Remy and Harry's test papers are different from the other 3, when the 2 are put together, it can be seen that they are in the same vein. The only difference is that both of them added some personal understandings to the standard answers. Tisk, Remy's answer to the third question must have been deliberately wrong. The answer is completely different from the answers to the other questions. Dumbledore said, "Yes, if their test papers had not been placed together, he might have gotten away with it," said Professor McGonagall. "I understand what you mean, Minerva, but this paper alone does not prove that they cheated," said Headmaster Dumbledore. "What did you say?" "This is—" Professor McGonagall's face suddenly turned anxious. "I'm not trying to excuse him." Headmaster Dumbledore waved his hand. "What I mean is that I can only confirm whether he cheated or not after I call him over and ask him face to face." Professor McGonagall breathed a sigh of relief and looked much more relaxed. "Yes, it is indeed necessary for him to admit in person what he has done." Professor McGonagall nodded. Having reached an agreement with Professor McGonagall, Dumbledore did not delay any longer and immediately wrote a small note and handed it to Fawkes beside him, asking him to give the note to Remy. About half an hour after Fawkes flew away with the note in his mouth, Remy finally came to the principal's office yawning and listlessly. "What is it, Headmaster Dumbledore?" Remy asked. "You seem to be very tired. Did you sleep very late last night?" Dumbledore asked. "I had a great time with Harry and the others last night. And just as I fell asleep, I was woken up by your phoenix, whose feathers were almost all gone and looked like it was dying. Is it about to be reborn? Does it need a little help? The feathers of my owl are much more beautiful than its phoenix." Remy said, "Thank you, but no, this is a process that Phoenix must go through." Dumbledore said, "Are you celebrating the exam?" "Of course. Oh, Professor McGonagall is here too. I wonder if you have started grading the exams? The average grade of our dormitory will definitely surprise you," Remy said proudly. Professor McGonagall, who already looked unhappy, looked even more unhappy after hearing what Remy said. "How dare you mention your dormitory's test scores? Headmaster Dumbledore called you here just for your dormitory exam," Professor McGonagall said with a stern face. "Oh," Remy's eyes lit up. "Is it because of our outstanding performance that we want to give our college extra points?" Professor McGonagall's breath hitched, and he rolled his eyes before motioning to Dumbledore. That look seemed to say, "I'm speechless about him, so you should speak." Remy looked at Dumbledore in confusion. "Cough. On the contrary, we suspect that everyone in your dormitory cheated." With a light cough, Dumbledore lightly tapped his fingers and used the levitation spell to float 5 test papers in front of Remy without using a wand. "Can you explain to us why your answers are so similar, or even exactly the same?" Dumbledore asked. Remy was stunned at first, then quickly looked at the test paper. Bang! After reading the entire test paper, Remy reached out and suddenly slapped his forehead. "These people are too outrageous. They don't even know how to make some changes," Remy said speechlessly. Professor McGonagall's eyes lit up. He admitted it. Now it's confirmed. Just as Professor McGonagall was about to ask Headmaster Dumbledore to punish Remy, he heard Remy say again, "But we didn't cheat. We just memorized the textbooks and took notes from the same top student. So our answers were almost the same." Remy didn't cheat. Did the 5 of you memorize all the textbooks and the top student's notes? If you could memorize it, you have been a top student long ago. Why would you need to memorize other top students' notes? How dare you, with your pig brains, say you have memorized it all? Who are you fooling? Do you think you are Hermione? Professor McGonagall and Headmaster Dumbledore both looked at Remy with a, "Are you kidding me, sweetly?" expression until Remy slowly took out the memory glasses and explained their functions to them clearly. Professor McGonagall took the memory glasses with some doubt, looked at them again, and finally put them on. Professor McGonagall didn't even pick up the book to read, but just looked around the office with his memory glasses and was immediately shocked. These glasses are amazing. If all students can have a pair of memory glasses, I believe everyone's grades can reach O. Professor McGonagall said excitedly. "Is it really that amazing?" Dumbledore raised his hand suspiciously, and the memory glasses flew out of Professor McGonagall's hand and fell into Dumbledore's hand. He put on the glasses and took a look and immediately realized the magic of the glasses. Implanting memories? What a great invention. Dumbledore nodded. Indeed, with these glasses, all the theoretical knowledge that needs to be memorized will become extremely easy. Now that we can prove that we didn't cheat, can I go back to sleep? Remy asked. Oh, of course, Professor McGonagall said. Mr. Barrett, I apologize for what I said before. I'm very sorry. I shouldn't have doubted you. It's just a small matter. Just make sure the scores are fair. You guys chat. I'll go back first. I'm so sleepy. Remy waved his hand and said, Wait a minute, Remy. Dumbledore suddenly called out to Remy. Anything else? Want to give me extra points? Remy asked confusedly. Dumbledore shook his head. The life of magic lies in understanding and creation. Your glasses can only help people remember some dead knowledge, but cannot help people understand that knowledge. Remy looked at Dumbledore with a puzzled expression, not quite understanding what Dumbledore meant by saying this. Could it be that he wanted him to improve his memory glasses? But aren't the proposed improvements too demanding? The function of assisting memory is easy to implement, but assisting understanding. What the hell is that function? I have no idea. Seeing that Remy didn't say anything, Dumbledore thought for a moment before continuing. Although your glasses can help people remember the contents of books faster and easier, it is also easy for users to become dependent on them and lose the motivation to understand knowledge. This has a very significant negative impact on a person's future development. Dumbledore said, Remy, so I invented this magical learning tool, but it turned out to be a mistake? Remy suddenly laughed in frustration. So, Principal Dumbledore, what exactly do you want to say? Are you going to confiscate my glasses for this reason? Remy asked. It was meant to be a rhetorical remark, but what Remy didn't expect was that Dumbledore actually nodded. Yes, not only will I confiscate the glasses, I will also be deducting 5 points from you and giving you detention, said Dumbledore. Remy, WTF. Not to mention Remy. Even Professor McGonagall beside him was very puzzled and didn't understand why Dumbledore did this. Dumbledore, I think this invention of his. I hope you stay in the detention room during this period before the holidays start. Don't run around and don't cause trouble. Dumbledore said. After hearing Dumbledore's words and receiving a meaningful look from Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall immediately understood something. She stopped talking and just watched quietly. Okay. Remy rolled his eyes. Why don't you just say you're worried that I'll cause trouble again, so you want to lock me up for a while? Why are you talking about all that nonsense? Of course, it's to make it easier for you to accept it psychologically. Dumbledore said with a smile. Thank you. Remy rolled his eyes at Dumbledore in annoyance. Forget it. You are the headmaster after all. You have the final say at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You're welcome. I should thank you for your understanding. Dumbledore pushed his glasses up and realized that these were not his original glasses, but after thinking about it, he did not take them off. Regardless of other things, these glasses at least allow you to see things clearly when you wear them. After reaching a consensus, Dumbledore personally took Remy to the detention room. Remy kept rolling his eyes along the way. You probably guessed why Dumbledore did this, simply to prevent him from ruining the plan. I didn't really want to change the plot, otherwise wouldn't I have changed it long ago? In the confinement room, Remy looked at the blue stone floor with a depressed look on his face, and the more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Since arriving at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, has he disrupted Dumbledore's plans? Not at all. He clearly didn't do anything bad, but Dumbledore still locked him up at this critical moment, which really hurt Remy's heart. It would be better to just intervene directly. If you have the guts, lock me up for life and don't let me out. As long as you let me out, I will definitely give this world a big surprise. With a few hums, Remy used alchemy to create a bed and went to sleep. Filch was still in charge of guarding, but unlike the previous time, this time Filch was very easy to talk to. Not only did he not disturb Remy, but he would also ask Remy what he wanted to eat before delivering food to her, just like a caring butler. The solitary confinement room was dark and only had oil lamps for lighting. Remy stayed quietly in the solitary confinement room. Every day, he spent his time sleeping and hoarding magic crystals. His life was extremely boring. I don't know how long it took, but just when Remy couldn't hold it in any longer, a familiar voice suddenly came from outside the door. "Remy, are you in there? Remy." "Yo, huh?" Remy jumped out of bed. "Is that Harry? What are you doing here?" Remy asked. "We're here to get you out." Ronald said. "You two get out of the way, don't block me." Hermione said, "Allaho." Click. As the door opened, Remy blinked and saw nothing, until Harry lifted the invisibility cloak. Seeing all three people there, Remy immediately understood something. "Let me guess, it's not as simple as just rescuing me and going out to play together, right?" Remy asked. "Yes, we need your help." Harry nodded vigorously. "We have found some clues, but Principal Dumbledore happened to leave Hogwarts today. We suspect that the man is likely to steal the Philosopher's Stone today. We must stop him." "Your analysis is correct." Remy nodded. "Let's go back to the dormitory first. When I get the magic wand, I will take you to quickly clear the magic stone copy." "No need to go back. I brought it to you." As he spoke, Ronald half showed his body from the invisibility cloak, and in his hand was Remy's wand. A super magic wand that is 1.7 meters long. Time was short and the task was heavy. Remy, who had already announced that he would take Harry and the others to quickly clear the Philosopher's Stone copy, ran all the way without even putting on his invisibility cloak. With such arrogance and domineering behavior, if nothing unexpected happens, he will run into Filch around the corner. Looking at Filch with wide eyes, Remy smiled awkwardly, and the wand in his hand was ready to move. Just as Remy was about to hit Filch with a stick, Filch came to his senses. "This is really hell. I can't stay up any longer. I'm already having hallucinations. Mrs. Norris, let's go back and get some rest." Muttering something, Filch walked past Remy without even looking at him, startling Harry and the others who had just caught up. It wasn't until Filch disappeared at the end of the passage that Harry and the other two breathed a sigh of relief. "Oh my God, what's going on? Filch can't see you?" "Remy, what great thing have you invented?" Ronald asked. Let's not talk about that for now. Business is more important." "Oh, yes, we have to hurry to that room. Since Filch is gone there, do we not need to wear the invisibility cloak?" "How is that possible? Even without Filch, there are still other professors. We'd be dead if we ran into Professor McGonagall." Yes, hurry up." "Remy, why did you come in too? Stop talking nonsense and leave now." After a short wall of noise, everyone returned to silence and continued to move towards the target room. The rest of the journey was smooth sailing, and the four of them arrived at the target room very smoothly. Before entering the door, everyone heard melodious music. Oh no! Hagrid said that the three-headed dog named Fluffy would fall asleep whenever he listened to music. Someone must have got here first. Ronald said. "Hermione, open the door." "Okay, get out of the way." "Allaho hole." Click. After opening the door, Remy walked into the room where the three-headed dog was locked up. He immediately saw a harp playing music and the three-headed dog sleeping soundly. It seems that someone did come in first. Fortunately, the trapdoor is not covered. I hope there are other protective facilities set up by other professors below that can hold that person back for some time. Just as Harry was analyzing the situation calmly, he saw Remy walk up to the sleeping three-headed dog and slap him 3 times. The three-headed dog, which was instantly awakened, looked at Remy in confusion and remained silent and motionless for a while. "You loser! Is this how you guard the door?" "Huh." Remy pointed at the trapdoor and scolded. The three-headed dog looked at the trapdoor, then at the harp that was playing music, and his whole being was stunned. "Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof. Bam. Another slap. Woof. Shut up. Go get down next to the trapdoor." Remy said. After hearing Remy's order, the three-headed dog whimpered softly and actually walked to the trapdoor and lay down obediently. Harry and the other two stared at it for a long time, unable to recover. He walked to the trapdoor, squatted down, and opened it. The three-headed dog wanted to stop him, but was glared back by Remy. "Don't mess around. We're going to catch that person and fix the mistakes you made at work." As Remy spoke, he opened the trapdoor. Glancing at the dark shaft below, Remy pulled out 3 round objects from his pocket, unzipped the rings one by one, threw them down, and closed the trapdoor as Harry and the other two looked at them in shock. 1, 2, 3, dong. Boom. Following the loud noise, Harry and the other two felt the entire room shake. Potential danger has been cleared. You can go down now. As he spoke, Remy used alchemy to create a large bundle of rope. After tying one end to Lu Wei's leg, Remy opened the trapdoor again and threw the rest of the rope in. I'll go down first, you guys follow. Harry swallowed and was about to tell Remy to be careful, but he saw Remy pick up his wand and jump down. Is this rope only for us? Ronald asked with a puzzled look. It seems so. Why do I feel like he can stop that guy on his own without any help from us? How about we wait for him here? It seems like we asked him to help. Oh yes, let's go down then. The three people were unable to accept the fact that the external aid they invited was too powerful. After they recovered, they lined up and went down to the bottom of the shaft along the rope. Where's Remy? Ronald, who was the last to land, looked around and asked. I don't know, probably before going. Boom. Bang. Hermione was startled by the loud noise and the sudden flying object. When they saw clearly what was flying towards them, the three people were instantly frightened more than 10 times. Remy, are you okay? Harry hurriedly ran to Remy and asked, helping Remy up while asking. Ahem, it's okay. I've already opened the door to the next level. I just used the wrong equivalent. I hope the passage wasn't damaged. Remy said, 3 people. Hey man, you used the bomb again? No, you were blown out and you're still okay. The 3 people were so shocked that they barely came to their senses after Remy stood up and asked them to move forward together. Following Remy through a passage of about 30 meters, everyone came to a small but very tall room. Opposite them was a tattered flying broom. Above them were a bunch of winged keys, and opposite them was a charred door frame. From the layout of the room, Harry guessed that there should have been a locked door in the door frame, and that the door was probably enchanted so that it could only be opened with one of the many keys in the sky. But now, don't look at it anymore. There will be plenty of opportunities to watch it in the future. We need to hurry up and catch up now, said Remy. Oh, okay. I'll follow right away. Slow down and be careful. Passing through the door frame, the 4 entered another passage. The passage was very dark, with only an oil lamp placed on a pillar in the middle providing lighting. Through the dim light, one could barely see 2 pillars next to the door at the end of the passage, each with an identical but unlit oil lamp on it. Another door? Remy raised an eyebrow. You guys stand back, I'll deal with it. Wait a minute. Hermione grabbed Remy. This should be decipherable, and it's very simple. We should just need to use the lit lamp to light up the 2 lights at the door. No violence is needed. Yes, that's definitely the case. Remy, you take a break. We can handle this step. Harry nodded vigorously, then walked to the middle pillar. After carefully observing the surface of the pillar to make sure there were no signs of mechanisms, Harry took a deep breath and picked up the oil lamp. Nothing happened. Harry breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and gestured to the 3 people, then walked slowly forward with the oil lamp in hand. 1 step, 2 steps, like the pace of a devil. When I took the 7th step, suddenly the lights went out. The sudden extinction of the light startled everyone except Remy, who recognized that the light was made by him as soon as he saw it. How is it? I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Let's use my method. Hermione shuddered when she could barely see what Remy was holding in his hand with the dim light from behind her. No need. Let me do it. Refusal, Remy. Hermione took out her wand and waved it vigorously. Lumos. As the spell was recited, when a ball of white light emerged from the tip of Hermione's wand, Remy sighed helplessly. He knew that there was no chance of him showing off his skills. Sure enough, under Hermione's illumination spell, the oil lamp lit up again. Huh, it's on again, what's going on? Could it be that this light is voice-controlled? Harry said, it's possible. Just keep going forward and try. Hermione said, After taking a few more steps until he reached the door, Harry breathed a sigh of relief. The lights are still on. He successfully used the oil lamp in his hand to light the oil lamp on the pillar in front of the door. With a click, the thick oak door opened. Really? Since you used my stuff to set up a level, you should be more careful, Headmaster Dumbledore. Remy pouted and put away the things in his hand, feeling a little dissatisfied. But under Harry's call, he could only temporarily put aside his little emotions and move on. After passing through 4 levels, running through a crooked passage, and walking down a not-so-long staircase, the 4 of them arrived at a huge hall. There is no lack of lighting in this hall. As soon as you enter, you can see a huge chessboard and chess pieces that occupy nearly 1/3 of the hall, as well as a door behind the chessboard that seems a little small compared to the chess pieces. This level, isn't it going to be a game of wizard chess? Harry said uncertainly, and at the same time looked at Ronald involuntarily. Remy also glanced at Ronald. He knew that Ronald was quite good at wizard chess. He had played wizard chess with Ronald several times before, and he always lost. He had not played much wizard chess before. Neither he nor Nicholas Flamel were keen on the game. But he still knows how to play wizard chess, and he understands the difference in difficulty between protecting 3 chess pieces and protecting 4 chess pieces, which is a difference of several times. Based on a memory of Ronald's chess skills when he risked his life to save Harry and Hermione, he couldn't have the ability to keep 4 chess pieces, unless the professor or the principal lets us off. Yes, when Remy saw this chessboard for the first time, he realized that this chessboard was actually just an enlarged version of an ordinary wizard chess, and it was not fully automatic. This means that there is definitely at least one person on the field at this moment. It seems that I can't use my little tricks in this level. I'll leave it to you, Ronald. This level requires each of us to replace one of the chess pieces and win the game to pass. But you don't have to count me in. I can pass it by myself. Holding the wand horizontally, Remy put his hands on the wand and walked towards the chessboard with an unyielding step. Watching Remy approach the chessboard step by step, the 3 were very curious about how Remy could pass the chessboard. If Remy walked towards the chessboard without saying anything, they would definitely have to stop him in case Remy, the big bomber, blew up the whole place. But from what Remy said, it seemed that he had another way to get through this level. Under the curious gaze of the 3 people, they saw that when Remy walked onto the chessboard, the magic power on him became stronger and stronger, and soon it was so strong that it could be seen with the naked eye even from a long distance. There was no wind, but waves were rising. A strong sense of oppression shocked the pupils of Harry and the other 2. Oh my God, what kind of magic is this? Is Remy so strong? Isn't this too exaggerated? In the corner, Headmaster Dumbledore, who was hiding nearby, narrowed his eyes. His eyes were calm, but his expression was extremely serious, and he had already held the wand in his hand. Just when the 4 of them held their breath and stared at Remy intently, ready to witness an amazing magic, Remy suddenly waved his wand. Ah! Bang! Bang! Ouch! I'm boiling. Ah! Bang! Looking at Remy, swinging his wand, and engaging in a fierce battle with the giant chess piece as if he was going to fight for 300 rounds, Dumbledore covered his face with his hands in silence. As expected, we can't expect anything from this guy. On the other side, Harry and the other 2 looked at Remy speechlessly. Sometimes I'm really curious. Can Remy really be considered a wizard? Aren't wizards supposed to be full of wisdom? Why does Remy seem more reckless than anyone else? Ronald complained. Maybe it's because he doesn't know what fear is. Harry said uncertainly. Yeah, he seems to not get hurt no matter what he does. He wasn't hurt even by such a powerful explosion just now. Hermione said. He still gets hurt, but they're just minor injuries, like cutting his fingers with a fruit knife or something like that, Harry said. Hermione suddenly fell into deep thought. She didn't understand, but she really wanted to figure out. While the 3 were talking, Remy had already successfully opened the door to the passage, and behind him was the chess piece being restored. It seems that we can't follow the path opened up by Remy. Just listen to my instructions. Is that okay? Ronald asked. Harry and Hermione nodded and were about to say something when suddenly a loud noise was heard in the passage ahead. Boom! Bang! 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 A figure flew out from the passage, crashed through the wooden wall, and smashed all the chess pieces along the way in one breath. Finally, he crashed into a stone pillar with a diameter of 2 meters, creating a big hole in the stone pillar, and slowly slid down. In the passage, you can still faintly see a green light that has not yet dissipated. Remy, times 3. The three of them shouted and hurried towards Remy. Damn it! How dare you cast a green spell on my head? Are you tired of living? With a roar, Remy stood up and took out a cylindrical object with a trigger from his pocket. Squeak! I'm boiling. Hurrying to the brakes, Harry grabbed Ronald and Hermione in one hand. In fact, he didn't need to catch them. When they saw what Remy took out, they stopped faster than Harry, and Ronald even turned around and ran. He didn't know what Remy took out, but from the size he knew it was definitely not a small toy. Hefting the cylinder over his shoulder and aiming it at the passage, Remy pulled the trigger without hesitation. Whoosh! Boom! After firing the first shot, Remy took out what looked like an oversized bullet without any pause, loaded it into the cylinder, and then aimed it at the channel again and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! Boom! Gudon! Ronald, who had already hidden behind a pillar, swallowed and looked at Harry, who had just dodged. What is that thing? RPG. Whoosh. Boom. Whoosh. Boom. After firing 7 missiles in one breath, Remy gasped and dropped the launcher on his shoulder to the ground. Remy took 3 deep breaths and patted his face with his hands. Calm down, I can't do this. I can already use magic, yes? I'm a wizard now. I should defeat him in a wizard's way. Yes, use magic. Looking around to find his wand, Remy swung the wand and rushed towards the passage, howling. The 3 people behind the pillar not far away were stunned. Actually, I don't think the way he's fighting now is the right way for a wizard. I've never seen a wizard rush forward like this. Ronald said after he came to his senses. How else should we rush? Harry asked. Come on, let's go and help. Help! Hermione's voice was a full 3 octaves higher than usual. How can we help? With our current strength, will we be able to help or cause trouble? At least Remy is not injured now. What if he is distracted by us? Then we can't just wait here, can we? Let's go and ask Remy for a few guns. Remy will be in the front, and we will help Remy suppress the enemy with firepower from the back. A gleam of danger and excitement flashed in Harry's eyes. This isn't good, is it? Ronald licked his lips and said, What's wrong with that? Seeing Remy alone. Boom! Before he could finish his words, suddenly, a huge flame appeared in the passage, and along with the flame, Remy was blown out again. But this time he didn't hit anything, and even did 3 graceful backflips in the air before landing smoothly. But his face looked very unhappy. Oh my God! How can he be so strong? He is stronger than what I saw in the movies. We don't even seem to be from the same dimension. Remy's eyes burned with fire. Such a world is more interesting. Just as Remy was about to rush in again, Harry couldn't hold back any longer. Remy, wait a minute, Harry said, coming out from behind the pillar. What? You can't help much with the opponent's strength right now, so just hide first. Remy said. I know. Harry nodded. The spells we know are too few and too weak, but do you still have a gun? Or an RPG? Yo-huh. Remy looked at Harry, as well as Harry and Hermione, who also came out from behind the pillar, with some surprise. What? Are you planning to use muggle weapons too? Think carefully. If you get caught, it won't be as simple as being expelled from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. You'll probably be sent to Azkaban. Remy said. When Ronald heard the word Azkaban, he shrank his neck in fear, but soon he straightened his chest again. Isn't it just Azkaban? You've been there twice and nothing happened. This is enough to prove that Azkaban is not as scary as the legend says. Ronald said, That's right. Things have come to this point. I don't think the consequences of being caught now will be more serious than if we use guns. In that case, we might as well make a bigger fuss. It would be best if we could attract all the professors, Hermione said, with a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. What she said was echoed by Harry and Ronald. The 3 of them looked at Remy, waiting for Remy to make a decision. On the other side, in another hall at the end of the passage, a figure and 2 voices were communicating in a friendly manner. It's Quirrell. A***hole. Who the hell is that little boy? He can't even die like this. Master, let's hurry to the next level. As long as we pass one more level, I can get the Philosopher's Stone for you. Shut up. You are not going anywhere. That little boy must be killed today. Right here. He must be killed. But, Master, if we delay any longer, I'm afraid the professors will come, and even Headmaster Dumbledore will. Are you scared? Master, please spare me. I didn't. I'm not afraid. Mark my words. Kill that little boy. Right here. In this hall. Today. Yes. It's the Master. I will kill him. I will lend you more strength. Kill him. Kill him at all costs. Yes, Master, I will do it. At any cost. Quirrell was trembling all over, half bending and nodding his head continuously. A stream of black air came out from the back of his head, wrapped around his body, and slowly entered his body. Quirrell felt his strength increasing, but he just couldn't feel happy. He had a very bad feeling. We can't go on like this. We have to make a quick decision. Otherwise, we really won't be able to leave. Phew! He has gone crazy. Gritting his teeth, Quirrell suddenly put on a flattering expression. Master, can I take the initiative? Let me go over and kill those kids. Quirrell said, Go, kill them all. Voldemort, you little jerk. Your Grandpa Remy is back again. Take my magic and fall unconscious. With a loud shout, Remy jumped high, swung his wand, and hit Quirrell on the back of the head. You call what you're doing magic. Also, don't call me a little punk. Call me Lord Dark Lord. Quirrell, kill him for me. Kill him with a real swoon. Yes, Master. Fainted. Bang. Remy flew backwards and hit the wall beside him. Just as Quirrell was about to continue waving his wand to attack Remy, suddenly, a series of tapping sounds came from the passage, and a strong sense of crisis made him quickly flee from the spot. Accompanied by a burst of continuous gunfire, Harry was seen walking into the hall with a submachine gun in his hand with some difficulty, and the muzzle of the gun kept moving with Quirrell, who turned into a ball of black gas. Click! After emptying a whole magazine in one breath, Harry panicked and hurriedly changed the magazine. At this moment, Quirrell turned into a ball of black gas and rushed towards Harry in an instant. On the other side, Remy, who had just landed, narrowed his eyes and rushed towards Harry. Before he could get over there, another burst of gunfire rang out, and Hermione walked slowly towards Harry, holding 2 Uzi submachine guns. Didn't Remy tell him not to come in? Let's take turns shooting and don't give him a chance to get close. Hermione said, That's right, you are too impulsive. Remy, give me a shotgun. I'll be responsible for defense. Ronald said, after putting the sniper rifle on his back. Okay, be careful. Let me add another debuff to him. Remy took out a shotgun and slid on the ground to Ronald. He then took out 3 boxes of bullets and slid them on the ground to Harry and the other 3. Then he stood up and waved his wand vigorously, pointing it at Quirrell, who was fleeing. Voldemort, you are such a little punk. Don't you look down on muggles the most? Why do you run away in fear in front of muggle weapons and don't even have the courage to take them head on? Remy shouted, A****Cole. Don't call me a punk. Quirrell, don't hide. Defeat them head on. Looking at Harry and Hermione, who were firing on all cylinders and had weird smiles on their faces, Remy felt that today was really amazing. I thought it was just a boring dungeon that I was speedrunning with low-level players, but first I ran into Quirrell unexpectedly, and now I have to use guns with Harry and the others to deal with Quirrell. He thought it would be a tough battle, but he didn't expect Voldemort to actually order Quirrell to stop in the middle of the hall just because of his taunt. Voldemort is definitely out of his mind. This is too extreme and easy to fool, isn't it? But the more extreme, the better. You could be my target to test the power of firearms on wizards in actual combat. Remy's eyes flashed, and he took out a tripod and a camera from his pocket. Pointing the camera at Voldemort in the middle of the hall and starting filming, Remy walked over to Harry, who was enjoying the game. Without disturbing the 3 people who were having a great time, Remy squatted down and used alchemy to create several sandbags, building a tactical stronghold in front of the 3 people. Then, Remy took out a large number of parts and assembled them, and soon he assembled a classic Maxim heavy machine gun with a bracket. Click! After loading the ammunition belt, Remy patted the Maxim heavy machine gun. Ronald, you try this big one. Remy said, Okay. Ronald agreed immediately. He had been eager to try it when Remy was assembling it, so he naturally wouldn't be polite now. Ronald, who had been watching Harry and Hermione playing for a long time, immediately aimed at Quirrell in the hall and pulled the trigger after Remy taught him the operating essentials. With a burst of violent gunfire, dense bullets poured down on Quirrell's unfolded protective shield like a rainstorm. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3. Snap! In less than 3 seconds, the shield that had taken all the damage was torn apart, and Quirrell hurriedly fled. Oh my! I thought bullets were completely ineffective against magic shields, but it turns out they can break them. Remy narrowed his eyes, and a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Before Quirrell could escape far, a hoarse voice rang out from him. Cole. Who told you to run? Go back. Defeat them head on. Kill them. Master. That gun is too powerful. Shut up. That's just Muggle-made garbage. What's there to be afraid of? Go back. It's nothing to be afraid of, but I'm really scared. After replying, Quirrell continued to move around the hall without looking back to avoid the attacks. Cole. I told you to go back. Didn't you hear me? Are you going to betray me? You're still running, aren't you? Fine. I'll do it myself. Quirrell, who was fleeing, suddenly let out screams, and his body was wrapped in black air. The screams were so severe that the 3 little ones stopped pulling the triggers. But Remy was not intimidated. It is now obvious that the boss is about to transform and enter the second stage. Reality is not a game, and it does not have a transformation and invincibility period. If not now, when? He pulled out his favorite family gun, raised it, aimed, and pulled the trigger. Bang! Boom! Quirrell's turban burst open instantly, revealing his shiny head and another face on the back of his head. His arms suddenly twisted strangely and covered the face behind his head. My nose! Nose! Remy interswore. What's going on? Hit it! It's bad enough that this idiot doesn't know how to hide, but he doesn't even defend himself? Are you being too arrogant because you think you can't die because of the Horcrux? Blinking, Remy didn't hesitate and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Avada eats Big Melon. Boom! A dazzling green light instantly emitted from the wand in Quirrell's hand, disintegrating the bullet in just an instant, and continued to rush towards Remy without slowing down. Boom! Bang! The Barrett sniper rifle that Remy was holding in front of was instantly shattered, and Remy himself was blasted against the wall by the huge force. Although he was not injured, Remy looked very unhappy. Damn it! You little jerk! I remember I told you not to point the green light at me. I hate green light. Damn it! I told you not to call me a punk. I am the Dark Lord. The Dark Lord Voldemort. Avada eats Big Melon. Fainted. He raised his wand and thrust it forward. A bright white light that was more than 10 times brighter than Voldemort's green light came out from Remy's wand, and the two collided instantly. Despite the huge difference in size, the 2 beams of light actually fell into a brief stalemate after colliding. Countless lightning-like energies appeared, and Voldemort stared at Remy in shock with wide eyes. He couldn't believe it. He couldn't believe that Remy could actually wrestle with him, and even used such a crude and low-level magic as to make the ground faint. Damn it! I wanted to save some face for you by not defeating you with magic, but you little jerk really didn't know how to be ashamed. With a loud shout, Remy held the wand as if it were a gun and moved forward step by step. Voldemort came back to his senses from the shock. He slowly lowered the hand that was covering his face, revealing his sunken nose. His face was terribly dark. Call him a little punk again. And she said it so casually. And what's even more disgusting is that what she said later seemed like she was considering him. Would defeating him with Muggle weapons be saving his face? Not to mention defeating him with Muggle weapons. Even injuring him would be a great humiliation for him. But he has been wounded. I will definitely kill you today. Even if I will kill you. Raising his hand and holding his wand slightly back, Voldemort stared at Remy intently, and then swung it vigorously. Avada eats a Big Melon. Boom! The green light, which originally seemed very small compared to the white light, suddenly increased rapidly, from less than 1/5 of the white light to 1/3 of the white light. Squeak! Bang! Remy, who was pushed back a lot, stomped his feet hard to steady himself. Humph! Do you have the capital to compete with me in magical power? With a cold snort, Remy gripped the wand tightly with both hands and moved forward again with the wand. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. With every step, the color of the white light changed a little, gradually turning into a light sky blue. Continuing to move forward, when Remy had walked 1/3 of the way, the white light had completely turned into sky blue and began to turn into purple. Voldemort stared at Remy intently. At first there was shock in his eyes, but then they were completely filled with murderous intent and greed. He wanted to kill Remy, and even more wanted to obtain Remy's power. 10 steps, 15 steps, 20 steps. Remy approached Voldemort little by little, and when there was less than 2 meters between him and Voldemort, not only did the color of his wand turn purple, but his wand and his body were all covered with purple magic lightning. Even his eyes were filled with purple thunderstorms. Their eyes met for a moment, and suddenly, Remy raised his wand and let Voldemort's killing curse hit him. At the same time, Remy swung his wand vigorously. You make me faint on the ground. Bang! Boom! When the wand gently stroked Voldemort's face, a huge amount of energy exploded instantly, and countless purple lightning instantly set off a thunderstorm in the hall. The wind was blowing hard, and the purple snake was dancing wildly. The 3 little ones who were hiding behind the trench and looking at the hall through the gap swallowed their saliva subconsciously, staring blankly at the companion in the middle of the hall who was like a devil, both familiar and unfamiliar. In the corner of the hall, Dumbledore, who was observing from stealth with his wand in hand, had a gleam in his eyes. He didn't expect that Remy, who had just learned magic, could confront Voldemort head-on and win. Although Voldemort is weaker now than in his prime, and although Voldemort can move around and fight gorillas, how old is Remy? And Remy is using entry-level magic. Not to mention that Remy had wasted a lot of magic power when fighting Voldemort due to his lack of control. Dumbledore saw it clearly just now. When the two of them were fighting, Voldemort concentrated all his magic power in his hands and converted it into a killing curse through his wand to attack Remy. And Remy, there wasn't a single pore in his body that didn't ooze magic, especially when he was close to Voldemort. His whole body leaked magic like a sieve. But even so, Remy still won the direct confrontation with Voldemort. It seems I need to adjust my subsequent plans, Dumbledore thought. Remy can suppress Voldemort head-on now, let alone in the future. Why would he train Harry when Remy was around? Even if we haven't figured out why Voldemort won't die, and even if Remy can't kill Voldemort, as long as we keep beating Voldemort to death, he will eventually die after a few decades, right? If decades aren't enough, then hundreds of years will be enough. Remy is Nicholas Flamel's apprentice. The Philosopher's Stone will definitely be his in the future, and he can even create the Philosopher's Stone himself. Just as Dumbledore was imagining the future with a mysterious smile on his face, in the corner of the hall, black air emerged from Quirrell, who was lying on the ground, and gathered into a vague figure. He looked at Remy deeply, then turned into black gas and rushed into the wall and disappeared. Remy calmly looked at the place where Voldemort disappeared. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but he felt that the area between the Shadow's eyes and mouth was a little sunken, which perfectly matched the area he had just hit with the stick. It's okay to be hit by an armor-piercing bullet, but he was actually hit by my knockout magic and still not in any serious trouble. This little jerk is really shameless. Dumbledore, who had just walked up to Remy, twitched his mouth when he heard Remy's mumbling. Your fainting is the most unlike magic I have ever seen in my life. I suggest you give it a new name and don't call it magic, said Dumbledore. What? Did it bring shame to magic? Remy raised an eyebrow and waved his wand. Did I use the wand to cast it? Did I use it to injure Voldemort? Dumbledore sighed imperceptibly and patted Remy on the shoulder. Can you tell me what happened here? When I first arrived, I saw you hitting Professor Quirrell with a stick. Was it the black energy that controlled Professor Quirrell? Do you think it is Voldemort? My impression of Voldemort is that he doesn't look like that. Did you find any interesting evidence? Juan, Remy corrected. Also, I don't believe you just arrived. With a light snort, Remy turned around, his eyes suddenly lit up, and he ran happily towards the camera that was not damaged. It seems that they're not easy to fool, but these three should be fine. Looking at Harry and the other two who were walking towards him with their heads down and a guilty look on their faces, Dumbledore decided to get back at them. This carrot-and-stick approach not only affirmed the bravery of the three, but also gave them a warning. Looking at the three people who nodded obediently, Dumbledore smiled with satisfaction. Remy, come here. I will take you to see the treasure you want to protect, the Philosopher's Stone that originally belonged to your teacher. Dumbledore said. Remy sat on the ground and waved his hands without looking up. I'm watching a movie now. I'm not going. I'm tired of watching that stuff. Dumbledore, I've only seen the Philosopher's Stone a few times, and you say you're tired of it? Is it so Versailles? Okay, you three come with me, but I won't help you solve the last puzzle. You need to solve it on your own, Dumbledore said as he led the three people into the passage. No one paid any attention to the dead troll in the corner of the hall. Died silently. It wasn't even necessarily killed by Quirrell, because its body was all charred from being struck by lightning. It might have still been alive, but was killed by lightning. Click! After removing the videotape and carefully checking it for damage, Remy breathed a sigh of relief and carefully put it into a box and put it away. This thing has other uses, and they are very useful. After taking a look at the trenches and the criminal evidence in the trenches, just when Remy was hesitating whether to destroy them to get rid of the evidence, Dumbledore had already returned with Harry and the others, laughing and talking happily. Dumbledore glanced at Remy, whose confusion was clearly written on her face, and Harry, who was nervous again, and pushed his glasses with a smile. The situation this time is special. I will not hold you responsible for violating school rules, said Dumbledore. Harry and the other two immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and smiles appeared on their faces again. This violates more than just school rules. It seems you don't have the authority, Headmaster Dumbledore. Shut up. ×3. Covering Remy's mouth with his hands, Harry gave Dumbledore an awkward smile. Principal, is this matter completely over? Let's go back and rest first. Harry said, well, it's really getting late. Go back and rest, if you can sleep. Dumbledore blinked and smiled, and his figure disappeared in an instant. Phew, I don't know who started it, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief, including Remy. Someone had covered his nose with his hand just now. After a while, they looked at each other and smiled at each other. Let's go back too, Remy said. Ronald pointed hesitantly at the trench. Then these have been exposed. Do you still want to take them away? Besides, they're just ordinary firearms. There is nothing to worry about. Remy said, oh yes, I remember you said you wanted to make magic guns, right? Then can you? That's for sure. I'll definitely let you play first when the time comes. It's a deal. Don't go back on your word. I'm looking forward to it. After returning to the dormitory building, the four did not return to the dormitory immediately, but instead quietly shared their feelings about the adventure in the common room. Harry and the other two were full of praise for the guns, and all of them approached Remy to pre-order their favorite models, hoping that Remy could manufacture the magic guns as soon as possible. Even Hermione felt the same way. Remy asked Harry about what happened during his detention. When he learned that he and Ronald were punished to enter the Forbidden Forest because of Hagrid's dragon and met a mysterious man, Remy realized that Dumbledore might not have put him in detention to prevent him from entering the Chamber of Secrets where the Philosopher's Stone was stored, but to prevent him from doing anything wrong and scaring away Voldemort. After chatting in the common room for more than half an hour, the four returned to the dormitory to rest. The next night, all the young wizards dressed up for the dinner in the hall and listened to Headmaster Dumbledore announce the final results of the previous year's House Cup. Surprisingly, Gryffindor still ranked first without Professor Snape having to fulfill his promise. But Remy still challenged Professor Snape at the last moment, making Professor Snape's face as black as the bottom of a pot and allowing Gryffindor House to win the House Cup with a big lead. Slytherin House's winning streak was ended. The students of Slytherin House were very unhappy, but the students of the remaining 3 houses were happier than each other. There was constant laughter and joyful chatter. The food on the table went into the students' mouths one after another. Each of them looked like a starving ghost, as if there would be no next meal after this one. After the dinner, the students suddenly fell into an eerie silence. They returned to their dormitories to pack their luggage in silence, only occasionally talking to each other in low voices. Maybe it's because I said too much at the dinner party before. The next morning, everyone got up early. Some of them said good morning to each other listlessly and some in high spirits, and then went to the restaurant to have breakfast together. The restaurant today was both extremely lively and deserted. There were a lot of people, all sitting in dormitories, but few people were talking. After breakfast, they returned to the dormitory and picked up their own luggage. They walked out of Hogwarts Castle silently with the others and headed to the station via the carriage outside the gate. When the whistle sounded, Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry slowly drove away, getting farther and farther away until it disappeared. Remember to write to me, okay? Otherwise, I will be bored to death during the holidays. Harry said, if possible, I really don't want to go back to my aunt's house. Don't worry. I'll write to you as soon as I get home, Ronald said. Maybe you could give me the phone and I can call you, Hermione said. Forget it. If you call me, my aunt and uncle will scold me to death, and my cousin will definitely make trouble. It's better to write a letter, Harry said, looking at Remy. Since getting on the train, Remy has been staring out the window without saying a word. Remy, what's wrong with you? Harry asked. Nothing. I'm just thinking about something. I may not be able to write to you in the short term. I have to go to France first, and then maybe to the United States. I will be very busy in the short term. Remy said, wow, you're going abroad? I really envy you. Ronald said. Remy smiled helplessly. What's there to envy? I'm not going on a trip. So what are you going to do? Hermione asked. There's something to do. Something important. Remy said. Hermione pouted in dissatisfaction, thinking to herself, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? How long will it take to come back? What you mentioned before about opening a store? Ronald asked. Everything is ready for opening the store. I will definitely open the store before the holiday is over. Don't worry, said Remy. That's great. I'm really looking forward to how the Daily Prophet will report on you. I guess it will definitely be the front page headline. Ronald said, the Daily Prophet? Remy curled his lips subconsciously. He never had a good impression of the Daily Prophet and always thought that the Daily Prophet was a third-rate tabloid. Maybe it was influenced by the performance of some individual reporters. But it cannot be said to be an isolated case. After all, a newspaper is more than just reporters. If a reporter wants to publish an article, the content will definitely be reviewed by layers of editors. The fact that she could send out those messy things at least shows that there are quite a number of people within the Daily Prophet who are loyal fans of the shock department. Judging from the time, maybe they're the founders of a certain C-shock department. I took a nap on the train, and when I woke up the train had already stopped. After saying goodbye to the 3 people, Remy pulled his suitcase along the platform and soon arrived at a cafe. There were not many people in the cafe, and Remy saw the white-haired old man at a glance. Nicholas Flamel. Teacher, Remy walked over and said, how is it, Remy? Have you gotten used to life at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year? Do you want to consider transferring schools? Nicholas Flamel asked with a smile. Don't consider it for now. Have you read the letter I wrote? Do you think it's feasible? Remy asked after complaining after sitting down. It's okay. Nicholas Flamel put down the cup. I have to see the specific content of the video tape you mentioned before I can make a final decision. Look, I've even made the projector. As he spoke, Remy took out a flat box with a screen and several buttons on it. When Remy pressed the red button above, the screen lit up and a video began to play on it. It's amazing. Muggle items always brighten my eyes and provide me with a lot of inspiration. To compliment, Nicholas Flamel squinted and watched the video carefully. No sound? Asked Nicholas Flamel. I forgot to install the radio. It was my mistake, said Remy. What a pity, but it should be enough. No one else can cast such a powerful killing curse except that person. As for you, I didn't expect that your strength has reached this level. Nicholas Flamel said, It's okay. I still know too few spells. Currently, the only trick I can use to attack is to make people fall unconscious. I haven't even learned the disarming spell. The teaching progress in school is too slow. Remy said, Oh, then do you want to transfer? The teaching progress there is very fast. Nicholas Flamel said, Why do you keep thinking about this? Remy asked speechlessly. If you keep thinking about it, there will be a response. You said this, have you forgotten? Nicholas Flamel said with a smile, and he said it in Huxia. I haven't forgotten, but I kind of regret telling you this. Can you give me some special lessons during this holiday and teach me some powerful magic? Remy asked. Nicholas Flamel glanced at Remy and put the projector aside. He gracefully picked up the cup and took a sip of coffee, then nodded at Remy and shook his head. Whoosh! The space twisted and two figures, one old and one young, appeared outside a castle on the top of a mountain. I have to say, I hate operating for long distances. It's really cold here. A gust of cold wind blew by, and Remy, who was complaining, instantly got goosebumps all over his body. Just wait until you master it and get used to it, Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. Hearing this, Remy rolled his eyes immediately. I would like to, but if you don't teach me, where can I learn? Am I supposed to figure it out on my own? It's not impossible. Let's go. Don't you want to see him? Said Nicholas Flamel. As soon as Nicholas Flamel finished speaking, the iron gate in front of them suddenly creaked open by itself, as if to welcome their arrival. The two looked at each other, straightened their clothes, and walked into the door together. They walked through the large square-like courtyard and arrived at the door. The door opened automatically, and the two entered the castle unhindered. It was much warmer in the hall than outside. There was a fireplace burning on each side. The flames were not big, but the temperature was just right. On the sofa in the middle of the hall, an old man with white hair and wrinkled face was holding an enameled teapot and pouring tea. He poured 3 cups. What do you two want to see me, a prisoner? He asked. Hee. Aren't you good at fortune-telling? Let's do the math. Remy chuckled and walked to the sofa next to the old man, sat down and asked, Ha. Even though I don't want to admit it, I really can't see through you. I only saw you and this old guy coming, but I couldn't see what you were doing. The old man said with a smile, Yeah. Remy picked up a cup of tea and handed it to Nicholas Flamel first, then picked up another cup and took a sip. I said I'm here to kill you. What are you going to do? Remy asked. On the opposite side, Nicholas Flamel shook his head helplessly, picked up the teacup and drank it by himself. The old man looked at Remy with an unchanged expression, quietly looking at him with deep eyes, without saying a word. Okay, stop looking at me like that. I feel a little scared when you stare at me like that. Remy said, Let me introduce myself. My name is Remy Barrett. I am a student of Mr. Nicholas Flamel, and I am currently studying at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Youth is a formidable thing. The old man nodded and stretched out his hand to shake Remy's hand. Gellert Grindelwald. Hey, let's be frank. I came here this time to invite you out. Don't you feel bored here alone? The magical world is changing a lot now. How about going out to play? Remy asked. Grindelwald was visibly stunned, as if he had never expected that Remy would come for such a thing. Ha. Do you know what you're saying? I am a prisoner in prison here, said Grindelwald. What's the matter with prisoners or not? There are no guards here. If you want to leave, who can stop you? Remy asked. I promised someone that I would not go out again. Grindelwald shook his head and said, Why? Didn't your teacher tell you this? Of course I told him, but I think that person needs your help now. He's having a hard time lately. Remy said, Grindelwald's eyes narrowed. What happened? I didn't see any major events in the newspaper recently. The current Dark Lord Voldemort is back, and his condition is a little weird. He can't be killed no matter how hard you try. Especially his shamelessness. He is super thick. Headmaster Dumbledore's hair has turned white because of him, even paler, and he has no appetite and is only focused on studying Voldemort. He seems to have lost his soul all day long. Remy said, Studying Voldemort without any appetite? Like losing your soul? For some reason, after hearing what Remy said, Grindelwald felt inexplicably blocked in his heart. So, I was thinking, since it is said that only magic can defeat magic, then if you want to truly defeat the Dark Lord, right? It can only be done by another Dark Lord. Remy asked Grindelwald. Grindelwald looked into Remy's eyes for a long time. Then he let out a sigh and shook his head. I have stopped asking about the affairs of the wizarding world a long time ago, and I am not qualified to ask. I believe he can handle it himself, said Grindelwald. Being able to cope is one thing, but how much time and cost is another. Although Headmaster Dumbledore is powerful, he is old after all. It is not certain whether he can hold on until that day. Remy drank his tea leisurely and glanced at Grindelwald, only to find that Grindelwald was also looking at him, which made Remy's heart skip a beat. This old fox, it seems my ability of talking is not enough to shake his heart. In that case, oh, there's one more thing. Putting down the teacup, Remy took out a glove and a magic card from his pocket and handed them to Grindelwald. This is a little invention of mine. You can try it, said Remy. What's that little invention? Grindelwald asked casually, picked up the gloves, and put them on his hands. Then, under Remy's guidance, he pinched the magic card between his index and middle fingers. Looking at the ball of light in his hand, Grindelwald frowned at first, then showed an interested expression. That's interesting, Grindelwald said. If this kind of card can seal some powerful magic, it can save some people who are not good at spells the trouble of learning spells, thereby improving the overall strength of the entire magic world. You mentioned the entire wizarding world right away. It seems you haven't completely let it go, Remy said with a smile, but I prepared this glove for the squibs. It allows them to cast spells. It will greatly improve the overall strength of the wizarding world. Grindelwald was stunned for a moment. He picked up the gloves he had just put down and held them in front of his eyes to examine them carefully, not missing any details inside and outside. Grindelwald saw more clearly than anyone else the significance of allowing squibs to cast magic to the wizarding world, and his eyes were always on the entire wizarding world. If it can really do what you say, it will definitely be the greatest invention ever, Grindelwald said seriously. Is this the greatest thing? It seems that your imagination is not that great. The first-generation Dark Lord. After making a joke, Remy took out another glove. This glove is similar in appearance and size to the previous glove, the only difference being a groove on the back of the hand area. As Grindelwald watched, Remy took out a red gem and placed it in the groove, then handed the glove to Grindelwald. Try again, the operation method is the same, Remy said. This time, Grindelwald hesitated before nodding. He put on the gloves and picked up the magic card. A ball of light lit up in his hand, illuminating his eyes, which were wide open with shock. The conflict between muggles and wizards can be summed up in 5 words: envy, jealousy, and hatred. Because we don't understand, we fear. Because we are jealous, we hate. And my invention allows muggles to perform magic. In the future, I will invent truly great works that will allow muggles to truly master magic. By then, wizards will only be the superiors that muggles admire and yearn for. Not only can wizards walk among muggles openly, but they will also receive the envy, admiration, and yearning of many muggles. This glove is still just an experimental product, and there is still some way to go before it can be put into mass production. I estimate that it will take 3 to 5 years to complete its mass production. Grindelwald held the magic gloves in his trembling hands, stroking them over and over again, nodding continuously as he listened to Remy's words. To let wizards no longer have to hide. This is the dream he has been striving for half his life, and even broke up with Dumbledore. Now this dream is in his hands. It's so close and so real. Okay. I look forward to that day. I will wait until that day, Grindelwald said in a trembling voice. I'm afraid it's a bit difficult. I'm being targeted by Voldemort, that fanatical pure-blood advocate. He wants to kill even half-blood wizards, let alone a muggle-born mudblood like me. Before Remy finished speaking, a huge, cold, and terrifying aura suddenly appeared from Grindelwald's body. Remy's expression remained unchanged, and he even had the leisure to drink tea. The same was true for Nicholas Flamel, who was sitting opposite Remy. He was not worried about Remy at all, and even had some expectations. Voldemort, I will deal with him, Grindelwald said coldly. He's not easy to deal with. Not even Headmaster Dumbledore can kill him completely, Remy said. Then kill him a few more times, Grindelwald said. Kill him once a day, and he will die eventually. Remy blinked and suddenly gave Grindelwald a thumbs up. Great minds think alike. But Voldemort is a very sinister little jerk. I don't know where he is hiding now. But Headmaster Dumbledore has focused all his energy on Harry Potter, who somehow survived Voldemort's clutches. He seems to think that the key to breaking the deadlock lies in Harry Potter. So, I was wondering if I could ask you to come out of retirement and go to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to protect me for a while. It just so happens that the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry changes every year, and you were once the Dark Lord. When it comes to understanding dark magic, who in this world can compare to you? Remy said with a smile. There was another reason Remy didn't tell him, which was that he hated the other person who might come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to teach defense against the dark arts. That's right, that idiot Lockhart. To Hogwarts. Grindelwald was stunned for a moment. His aura disappeared instantly, and his brows were furrowed. I am a prisoner. I am afraid I cannot. As long as you agree, I'll take care of the rest. Remy patted his chest. During this turbulent time, in order to eliminate potential risks, I will propose that the International Magic Corps transfer you to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and have you personally guarded by the greatest wizard of our time, Headmaster Dumbledore, to prevent Voldemort from seeking your cooperation. Anyway, you have always been hostile to Muggles, and even if you are in Hogwarts, you will not harm the students there. On the contrary, you may be influenced by the young wizards there, killing two birds with one stone. Voldemort wants me to join forces with him to fight Dumbledore? He's crazy, yo? Grindelwald, who was still a little confused after hearing Remy's words, reacted instantly. I see. That's a good reason, but Dumbledore won't agree, right? Grindelwald asked. Doesn't matter whether he agrees or not. He's just a small headmaster. As long as the Ministry of Magic agrees, he has to agree whether he agrees or not. Remy said, Ha! That's right. Who made him refuse to lead the magic world? Ha ha! Grindelwald laughed, his laughter full of delight. Because I told you not to lead the wizarding world with me. This time, you will suffer your retribution. Go ahead, little one. I agree, Grindelwald said. Okay, your words are enough. I will go bribe the members of the International Magical Court and the Minister of Magic of the British Kingdom right away. You wait for my news. It will be done within a month. Remy stood up and said, Bribe? Good boy. Really, young and promising. Grindelwald nodded in appreciation, and his favorability towards Remy increased rapidly. No hurry. Have some tea first. It's quite cold outside. Grindelwald said, Hey, okay. Sitting down again, the three of them drank tea and chatted, talking about the current situation and future of the wizarding world. The current situation of the wizarding world is mainly discussed by Nicholas Flamel, who knows more about the wizarding world than Remy. When it came to enjoying the future of the wizarding world, it became Remy's one-man show. He spoke eloquently and incessantly to the two of them about his ideas. Grindelwald and Nicholas Flamel listened with smiles on their faces, commenting from time to time, just like two old grandfathers listening to their own children talk about their dreams. Nico, you really found a good student. Even an old man like me who has long since resigned myself to being indifferent to worldly affairs is a little jealous. Grindelwald said as he saw the two out. You are not old in front of me, Nicholas Flamel said with a smile. Besides, won't he be your student in a short time? Haha, that's right. I'm really looking forward to that day. His expression will definitely be very interesting. You'll probably be surprised. We'll leave first and pick you up later. Good. After waving goodbye to Grindelwald, Nicholas Flamel took Remy's hand and operated away with Remy, leaving Nurmengard, the legendary prison that held only one person. After returning to Nicholas Flamel's home, the master and apprentice adjusted their plans for a few days. Nicholas Flamel provided information about the target of bribery, and Remy prepared the order and method of bribery. The preliminary preparations took nearly 2 weeks, and the master and apprentice began to travel around the world with gold galleons, rare potions, precious magic materials, almost lost magic books, and other things to please the enemy. Visit 1 or 2 today, visit 3 or 5 tomorrow, and conquer them one by one. A great harvest. What made Remy happy was not only that he conquered those congressmen, but also that he finally got used to the discomfort brought by apparition. Next is the Ministry of Magic of Britain. I really want to see the expression on Headmaster Dumbledore's face when he sees Senior Grindelwald. It will definitely be interesting, said Remy. Nicholas Flamel's heart moved. Do you know something? I know a lot. He. Looking at Remy, who was grinning wickedly, then at Grindelwald, who was leisurely drinking tea, and then at the notification letter issued by the Ministry of Magic in his hand, Dumbledore's heart was like an overturned seasoning table, with mixed feelings. Phew! With a long sigh, Dumbledore walked over to Grindelwald and sat down. I think I need an explanation. Why did you leave Nurmengard? Have you forgotten what you promised me? Dumbledore asked. Grindelwald grinned. I am just a prisoner. Can I resist wherever the law enforcers want to put me? The corner of his eye twitched slightly, and Dumbledore turned to look at Remy. Remy, why did you do this? Do you know how dangerous he is to the wizarding world? Yes. Remy chuckled, pulled over a chair, and sat down, leaning on the back of the chair and looking at the two of them happily. So, when I learned that Senior Grindelwald didn't even have anyone to watch over him in Ermengarde, I was so scared that I couldn't sleep at night. After considering it over and over again, I think it would be safer to lock him up in Hogwarts and have you guard him personally to prevent Voldemort from joining forces with him. Don't you think? Remy said, It's you, you big-headed ghost. Dumbledore glared at Remy. I will not agree to this. I will not allow him to stay in Hogwarts, let alone to be the professor of defense against the dark arts. I already have someone chosen. This is not up to you, a mere magic school principal. The Ministry of Magic has already made the decision, and you can only accept it, or else you can go and campaign for the next Minister of Magic. Remy said, That's right. Albus, what can you decide as the headmaster of a magic school? Can you resist the decision made by the Ministry of Magic? Grindelwald said calmly. Dumbledore was speechless. He wanted to say something, but couldn't. Principal Dumbledore, there's a TV series in the Muggle world with a classic line that I think is great. If the people who should be in power don't hold power, then power will fall into the hands of those who shouldn't be in power. Remy stood up and stretched, shaking his neck. The current wizarding world is ruled by a group of people who shouldn't be in power, but it's not bad. At least they are in power, and it helps me a lot. If a particularly upright person were in power, it would be hard for me to handle it. You too, take your time chatting. I have to get busy. As he spoke, Remy walked to the fireplace and sprinkled a handful of flue powder, then disappeared in the burst of flames, leaving Dumbledore and Grindelwald staring at each other. The two looked at each other for a long time. Grindelwald no longer had the complacency he had when Remy was present. He sighed deeply. If you really don't want to, you can arrange a house for me outside the castle, where I can live and teach, said Grindelwald. No, thanks. Dumbledore let out a long sigh and walked to the window to look out. Hogwarts, which had not yet started school, was deserted. There was no one in the square, not even a bird. You have really given me a big problem. With you at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he probably won't dare to show up again. Dumbledore said, I don't have that ability. After all, I don't even have a wand. But that little guy Remy gave me a very interesting thing and told me a lot of interesting ideas. Grindelwald said, Really? Could you please tell me what you talked about? I'm really curious about how he convinced you to leave Nurmengard. Dumbledore said, Of course you can, my friend. On the other side, Remy, who had just left Hogwarts, stood in the fireplace and thought for a while, then grabbed a handful of flue powder and sprinkled it. But nothing happened this time. As expected, the fireplaces in Hogwarts are regulated. After verifying his guess, Remy walked out of the fireplace and came to an empty room. The dim room was a bit deserted, in stark contrast to the noise outside. This is his shop. The area is not large, only less than 200 square meters, but the location is very good. It is located on the corner, facing Gringotts, the only bank in the wizarding world. He bought this shop from the previous owner at high price. Let's get started. Clean it up first, then make some partitions. Let me think about it. The area at the entrance will be used to display small toys, such as magic gloves, and the area over there can be reserved for future magic guns. For now, it will be used as a tea room. The basement below can be expanded several more floors, and the deepest part can be used for experiments. While planning, Remy started cleaning the room. In the magical world, and having mastered magic, Remy of course has to use magic to clean the room. The wand spun around in Remy's hand, and then was finally held in Remy's hand. Pointing his wand forward forcefully, Remy shouted, "Clean it up." As the magic was cast, all the dust on the floor of the room disappeared. The spider webs on the beams disappeared, and even the beams were gone. Wait, the beams are gone? Remy was stunned for a moment. I'm boiling. Boom. The sudden collapse of the house scared the wizards passing by. Some of them hurriedly moved away, while others quickly drew their wands and pointed them at the collapsed shop. What's going on? What happens? I thought I heard a child's voice. Is this true? Could there be a child trapped inside? Hurry up and save them. Wingardium Leviosa. Back to normal. A****. Stop it now. Your levitation spell has made my repair spell ineffective. You should stop. Are you good enough to repair the whole house? What if you lock the kid in the wall? Yes, let's all use the levitation spell to rescue the child first. The noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, and everyone who approached used the levitation spell to lift the debris into the air as best they could. Within a few seconds, all the debris was floating in the air, revealing Remy, who looked like he had a toothache. How embarrassing. Just a while ago, he had confronted Voldemort head-on and even defeated him with a stun spell. But not long after that, he was crushed by a collapsed house and needed help from others. And in full view of everyone. Child, don't just stand there, come out quickly. You're not hurt. Pay attention. I'll go over and take a look. Hearing the voices in the crowd, Remy came to his senses and hurried out. A large group of people immediately asked him about his well-being, while another group continued to wave their wands to repair the damaged house. But they failed every time they tried because the original beams had completely disappeared. Even if they repaired other parts, the house would still collapse. But their help made Remy feel warm in his heart. If only magic can defeat magic, then naturally only the Dark Lord can defeat the Dark Lord. Although it may sound outrageous, it is indeed a very good reason. Especially after the panic in the Ministry of Magic caused by the video of Voldemort recorded with Muggle equipment. This reason seemed so reasonable, because in the eyes of many people, Remy also has the potential to be a Dark Lord. After all, he blew up the Ministry of Magic, which is something that even the Dark Lords of all generations have never done. And just like Remy said in Ermengarde and Grindelwald, the Ministry of Magic also believes that although Grindelwald is dangerous, he is not dangerous to wizards, and can instead be a help in defeating Voldemort. By the way, you can also keep an eye on Remy, the unstable person with Dumbledore. Coupled with Remy's financial offensive, Grindelwald was successfully transferred to Hogwarts for imprisonment, and was allowed to teach under the pseudonym Grindelwald. Of course, his true identity cannot be revealed, otherwise it is hard to say what will happen to the students, but the parents will definitely protest. Remy didn't know how Grindelwald and Dumbledore got along, and she didn't want to find out. Maybe they went to a warehouse to bond again. Remy is more concerned about his shop. Since the store collapsed and could not be repaired, Remy simply invested more money to completely rebuild the store into a 3-story building. Unfortunately, he had too few products and could not even fill the first floor. The sales of the few products were not ideal, and Remy found that he had overestimated the number and purchasing power of the duds. Although the product caused a sensation in the entire wizarding world once it was launched, and although there were huge crowds of people in the first few days of opening, there were no returning customers after the first week. And now there are more reporters coming to interview him every day than customers. But Remy doesn't hate these reporters because they all bought his products. Only those who bought his products can interview him, and each purchase can only allow a 10-minute interview. Faced with Remy, who is well versed in nonsense literature, the reporters are very angry. But in order to get the most explosive news, they can only keep paying money and resist the urge to beat Remy to death while listening to Remy's repetitive words. Basically, they can only ask 3 different questions in 10 minutes. Another week passed, and when the reporters left with spit, Remy's shop became completely deserted. In order to attract customers, Remy put most of the magic materials he bought last year on the shelves and sold them at the current market price. The vast majority of magic materials have depreciated in value, and many have even expired due to improper storage, but some have appreciated in value, especially the rare magic materials. Unfortunately, these rare magical materials are not easy to sell because there is very little demand for them in the magical world. Because there was no malicious bidding, Remy's behavior did not cause resentment from other merchants. Many store managers even came to ask him whether he wanted to purchase goods from them, offering preferential treatment for large quantities. He is very good at calculating. Remy agreed to their proposal and said he would eat as much as they wanted, but only mid to high-end ingredients. The public statement is that he wants to enter the high-end market, but in fact Remy's evil idea is to monopolize mid to high-end materials and then raise prices. Those store managers are not all fools. There was even one who kindly reminded Remy that the demand for mid to high-end materials was too low and he should be careful not to go bankrupt. Remy didn't care about this. First of all, he had enough funds, and secondly, if there was no demand, he couldn't create it. Consumers need education. If they are not educated, they don't know what they are missing. Remy has Voldemort, a fat sheep, in his hands. He has already made up his mind that once he has stockpiled enough goods, he will seek cooperation with the Ministry of Magic and let the Ministry of Magic purchase them in bulk from him. Remy was 200% sure that this plan would succeed, and he had even sounded out the Ministry of Magic officials about their opinions on magical firearms. The officials who had watched the video and had a certain understanding of the power of firearms all hinted that if Remy could really make magical firearms, they could consider purchasing some to enhance the Auror's combat effectiveness. They can accept magic firearms, so there is no reason why they wouldn't need rare magic materials used to make advanced potions and alchemical items. As long as you can survive this boring and lonely time, your future in making money will be bright. On this day, Remy had just received a batch of goods and transported them into the underground eye cellar for storage in different categories. Just as he came back and was about to open for business, he heard a knock on the door. When they opened the door, they saw Ronald's family, Harry, Hermione, and Hagrid. "Hello, rare guests. What would you like to buy?" Remy asked. "We can't afford what you have here," Ronald said. He had come to visit Remy before and helped to inventory the goods several times, so he knew very well what was in Remy's store. "Who said that? Can't you afford 3 magic cards for 1 sickle?" Remy said, "You profiteer, what do I need with something that only breaks after a month of use? If it's a complete version, I'll take every copy. I can definitely make a lot of money by reselling it." Ronald said, "Is this what you call a profiteer? You're surprised by something you haven't seen before. This is called plan scrapping. It's the truth about making money summed up by the top businessmen in the Muggle world." As he spoke, Remy invited several people into the store. Because there weren't many goods, even if the magic materials were included, they couldn't fill up all the shelves on the first floor. So Remy cleared out a large space to use as a rest area for drinking tea and chatting. "Your place is really nice. It feels more like a shop from the Muggle world, and it's much cleaner than the other shops in Diagon Alley," Harry said as he looked around the shop. "Of course, this is a high-end club, so the environment is naturally excellent," Remy said. "The environment is indeed okay, but the seat is a bit small." Hagrid said, "If you don't mind, can I cast an enlargement spell on it?" "No," Remy rolled his eyes. "Isn't there a big sofa over there? You can sit there." Hagrid looked at the large beige sofa, then at the small pink sofa he was sitting on, and decided not to change it. "By the way, Remy, when we passed by the bookstore just now, we heard someone named Lockhart say that he might very well go to Hogwarts to be the professor of defense against the dark arts this year. Do you know anything about this person?" Is he powerful? Harry asked. Don't listen to his nonsense. He just submitted his resume for the job. The professor of defense against the dark arts has already been decided, and it's not him. Remy said. Mrs. Weasley's eyes widened instantly. How could it be? How could Lockhart? I've told you before that Lockhart is unreliable, but you still didn't believe me. Do you believe it now? Every time he wants to sell a new book, he comes up with some nonsense gimmicks to attract people's attention. He's just a bookseller, Mr. Weasley said. But Mrs. Weasley looked conflicted, and for a moment she could not accept the fact. Mrs. Weasley was very confused, and Hermione stared with wide eyes in disbelief. But Remy didn't pay attention to them. His attention was now on Ronald's sister Ginny. His fiery gaze made the little girl blush. Ronald noticed something was wrong and coughed lightly. Remy, how is the business in the store recently? It's okay. The compensation is not much. Can you let me see the crucible? Remy said. Crucible? Looking at the crucible and then at Remy's fiery gaze, Ronald finally realized that Remy had been looking at the crucible instead of Ginny. What's so good about this crucible? It's old, and so are the books inside, Ronald said, handing the crucible to Remy. I've recently fallen in love with antiques and old things that have a history. To explain, Remy took the crucible and pretended to observe it, then took out the books inside one by one and examined them carefully. Until he saw a notebook, Remy's eyes sparkled. This is it. It's really here. Judging from the cover of this notebook, it must be several decades old. The inside is still so new it's really rare. Can you get it to me? The price is negotiable, Remy asked while holding the notebook. Mr. Weasley frowned momentarily at the notebook in Remy's hand. Ginny, I don't remember buying you this notebook. What did you put into the crucible? Mr. Weasley asked seriously. Ginny looked at the notebook in Remy's hand with a look of confusion in her eyes. I don't know, I didn't take it, Ginny said quietly, shaking her head. Ginny, it's not a good thing for a child to steal. It's even worse if you lie after that, said Mrs. Weasley. Ginny was suddenly anxious, tears almost flashing in her eyes. I'm not lying. I really didn't take it. I really don't know how it got into the crucible. Seeing Ginny like this, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley turned their eyes to Ronald at the same time, and Ronald suddenly panicked. Why are you looking at me? If I stole it, why would I give it to Ginny? Besides, even if I stole it, I would definitely steal something new. I don't like old things, Ronald said quickly. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley looked at each other and nodded at the same time, as if they agreed with what Ronald said, which made Ronald feel relieved. Then where did this notebook come from? Did it fall in there by itself? Harry asked curiously. Maybe. Hagrid took the small teacup and drank the tea in it in one gulp. There are so many books in Flourish and Blott's bookstore. Besides, when I passed by just now, I saw so many people inside. Maybe someone bumped into the bookshelf and it fell down. Call! Mr. Weasley breathed a sigh of relief, nodded to Hagrid, and then looked at Remy. That should be the case, Remy. I'm afraid I need to take this notebook to Flourish and Blott's to ask for the price first. I'll give it to you after I pay you the difference, said Mr. Weasley. If you ask about the price, won't that be exposed? Remy smiled slightly. It's okay. I know the manager of Flourish and Blott's bookstore very well. I can just give him the money directly later. There's no need to go through so much trouble. After saying that, Remy pointed to a shelf filled with magic books. Those high-level magic books are from Flourish and Blott's. Remy said, the magic books from Flourish and Blott's. Hermione frowned. Could they be sold? Flourish and Blott's is not far from here. They are just decorations to show off the store, and we don't expect them to be sold, Remy explained. Really? What kind of books are they? More than half of them are rare copies that no one wants, and they're basically only worth collecting. A unique copy? Hermione's eyes suddenly lit up. Can I see it? Hermione asked expectantly. Of course you can go and watch it. You guys too, go and watch if you're interested, Remy said. After getting Remy's consent, Hermione cheered and trotted towards the bookshelf, her light footsteps filled with joy. I just can't concentrate on reading. I always fall asleep when I do, Hagrid muttered as he poured himself another cup of tea. With his physique, even the teapot seemed a little small to be used as a teacup. I couldn't get into reading either. I didn't even read the covers of the books after I bought them, said Remy. Didn't you take inventory? Ronald asked while eating cake. Sold Bullet helped me sort the goods. Remy said, Oh yes. Ronald's eyes suddenly lit up. Where's the Soul Bullet? As it returned to Hogwarts. They are sorting goods in the underground ice cellar. That damn place is so cold that only it can move freely in it without feeling cold. Remy said, Is this true? What kind of creature is it? Ronald asked. Remy smiled mysteriously and did not answer Ronald's question. Magical creatures. Remy, do you know anything about house elves? Harry asked. I know. I've been thinking about buying a few to help run the store. What's the matter? Remy asked. A house elf found me during the holidays and intercepted the letters you wrote to me, so I didn't receive any of them. Harry said. Remy shook his head. I didn't write you a letter. Could you be mistaken? Maybe you didn't receive the letter because it was not intercepted. Harry, don't break up when things are tough. Ronald wrote me a letter, and I saw it. That's not the point. The point is that it told me that I must not go to Hogwarts, otherwise. It sounded like I would be in danger. Harry said, Oh. Remy nodded calmly. So? I think this is a prank, so I want to find out who is playing a prank on me. Do you have anything that can help me catch the house elf? I have a feeling it will play a prank on me again, said Harry. Capture them regardless of life or death. Remy asked. I want to catch him alive and interrogate him clearly. Harry said. Remy shrugged. You should ask Hagrid. Hagrid is the master of magical beasts. No, I only know a limited number of magical creatures. I'm not an expert. Hagrid said cheerfully, but I haven't studied house elves, so I'm afraid I can't be of much help. Is there really no other way? Harry asked unwillingly. It's just a prank. Why do you care so much? Remy raised the corner of his mouth slightly and gently stroked the notebook he had just received with his fingers. As long as he had this notebook in his hands, the problems Harry encountered could only really be pranks. Don't think too much. Remy stood up and pointed to the clock on the wall. We should leave now. If we are any later, we will miss the train to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Oh damn, it's already so late. Hermione, stop reading. We're going to be late. Remy, where are you going? I need to pack my things. You guys go ahead and don't have to wait for me. We'll see you at Hogwarts. Woo. When the whistle sounded and the carriage shook, the train left King's Cross Station and headed towards Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Sitting alone in the carriage, Remy poured himself a cup of tea and put a magic crystal in it, setting it aside to enjoy later. He pulled out the notebook he had obtained earlier from Ginny's cauldron and laid it open on the table. Taking out a feather pen, Remy thought for a moment and wrote a sentence in his diary. Do you know how to gain powerful strength that is invincible in the world? In the diary, Voldemort, who had been waiting for who knows how long, felt someone writing and was immediately delighted. When he saw clearly what Remy had written, he was even more ecstatic. Want to gain powerful strength? Such people are the easiest to fool. Become my servant, boy. Voldemort gave a sinister smile and was about to answer when suddenly another text came. I know. Voldemort, you know this and you're asking me? Are you kidding me? Do you know what it feels like to be invincible? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Looking at the new words in front of him, Voldemort gritted his teeth in anger. He always felt that this sentence was a mockery of him. I don't know, you know. Voldemort responded. Hey, you be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Can you talk? I just endured it. Yes, I am a thinking magic book. You can tell me anything you want to say. Voldemort replied. Then can you feel it? Can you feel the pain? Seeing this line of words, Voldemort suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Before he could reply, a large cup of hot tea was poured onto the diary. Voldemort was furious, but the next moment he was stunned. This magic power, such a huge amount of magic power. I actually feel that my strength has grown a little. What on earth is this thing? Could it be that this is the reason why this child is so powerful? Voldemort's eyes widened as he hurriedly asked Remy, but he suddenly realized that the diary had been closed and had not been cleaned before it was closed, causing him to feel wet and sticky all over and feel very uncomfortable. You be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Just wait for me. Once I find out your secret, I will kill you. Voldemort thought with gritted teeth. In reality, Remy hurriedly closed the diary and looked at the three people at the door of the cubicle in astonishment. The three people also looked at him in astonishment. Harry? Ronald? Why are you two? Remy, why are you wearing Ravenclaw clothes? Harry asked. That's what you're talking about. Remy came back to his senses and touched the Lowenclaw College emblem on his clothes. I transferred to another college. This year, I'm a student of Ravenclaw College, so of course I have to wear the Ravenclaw College uniform. Remy said, transferring to a college? Is it possible to transfer to a college in Hogwarts? How come I didn't know about this? Ronald asked. You can change a gender these days, so why is there such a fuss about changing colleges? Remy shrugged and said, By the way, why are you two here? You shouldn't. Never mind, just ignore what I said. Glancing at the notebook on the table, Remy suddenly felt that since the notebook was in his hands, it wouldn't be a big deal if Harry and Ronald's experience changed a little. Anyway, with him around, there's no need to count on the secret room incident this year. With just this notebook, there's absolutely no possibility of controlling him at all. It's a sign of its strong vitality and mental strength that it's not killed by itself. Why do you want to transfer colleges? Isn't Gryffindor College a good choice? Hermione asked with a puzzled look on her face. It's not that bad, but I plan to transfer to another hospital before I enrolled. With a slight smile, Remy asked the three people to come in and sit down first. After cleaning the table, he poured tea for them. It's a rare opportunity to get into Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. If you don't visit all 4 colleges during your study period, wouldn't you have a lot of regrets? Remy said, What regrets could there be? Aside from the different dormitories, don't the 4 major colleges usually have classes and go home together? Ronald asked. Different dormitories are already a big difference, right? I heard that Ravenclaw's dormitory has the best lighting, Hufflepuff's dormitory is closest to the kitchen, and Slytherin's dormitory can enjoy the scenery of a lake bottom. I plan to change a college every year, and change 4 colleges in 4 years. Remy said, Well, if you go to Slytherin College someday, remember to cause more trouble and deduct more points from them. It should be at least twice as much as you deducted from Gryffindor last year. Otherwise, it would be really mean. Ronald said, Come on, I gave more points to Gryffindor than I took away, right? Remy shook his head speechlessly. Who would have thought that the 3 of them were all stunned after hearing what he said? All right, if you leave like this, won't you be giving extra points to Slytherin, no, to Ravenclaw House? Harry asked. Not necessarily. I have a lot of things to do this year. Remy said, I transferred to Ravenclaw Academy first because I value the learning atmosphere of Ravenclaw Academy. It saves me from playing around all day. What are you working on? New inventions? Hermione asked. I guess so. Now the original products in the store are too monotonous. This year I plan to add a few new products to really get the store up and running, said Remy. Magic gun? Is a magic gun? Ronald asked hurriedly. No. Remy shook his head. Mass production of magic firearms is too troublesome. I plan to make some harmless toys to open up the student market first, and then put on the shelves a batch of amulets that specifically defend against ordinary firearms in the Muggle world to open up the adult wizard market. An amulet that protects against ordinary firearms? You must not cut corners on this kind of thing, or there will be big problems. Harry reminded with some concern. He was really afraid that Remy would make an amulet that would become scrapped after a period of time or a few uses. If it broke at a critical moment, it could be fatal. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I plan to set up a time-based charging system. When there are 3 days left in usage, I'll send out crazy voice reminders. I will definitely not fail at the critical moment. Remy said, 3 people, fake businessman, a blatant profiteer. By the way, do you have any ideas? I mean, in terms of toys, are there any toys you want to play with? Remy asked, Toys? I only like playing wizard chess. Ronald said, Are there any educational toys? The more difficult, the better. Hermione said, Wizard chess completely meets your requirements. Ronald said, Oh, then other educational toys besides wizard chess. Hermione said, A puzzle? Wizard chess. Remy muttered to himself, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. He thought of something interesting. Maybe it was because Remy had transferred to another college, or maybe it was because they were feeling sleepy at noon. The four of them didn't chat for long before they fell asleep on the table. The train continued to hum forward until it reached its destination at sunset. After getting off the bus, Harry and Ronald wanted to take the same route as last year. If Remy and Hermione hadn't reminded them, they might have mixed into the freshman team without knowing what was going on. As old students, they don't have to take a small path, take a boat, and then climb the mountain. They just need to walk out of the station and take a carriage to easily go to the main gate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It could be considered a benefit for senior students. After getting on the carriage, Harry kept staring ahead, which made Ronald and Hermione very curious. "What are you looking at?" Ronald asked. "Are you studying why the cars move by themselves? I heard from my brothers that these cars are enchanted. Magic? Are you sure the carriage is moving by itself? Don't you see a strange horse pulling the carriage?" Harry asked. "Strange horse? Are you still asleep? Where's the horse?" Hermione asked. "It's true, but not everyone can see it," said Remy. As he spoke, Remy tied the magic crystal to the fishing line and then swung it gently. "Speed it up, little one." As soon as Remy finished speaking, the carriage rushed out, almost shaking Harry and the other three off. "Oh my God, what the hell? What happened? Remy, what are you doing again?" "Remy, can you see them too?" "Were they? Are they magical creatures?" "It's the Thestrals. Only those who have witnessed death can see them. And not everyone who has witnessed death can see them. The mystery behind this has not yet been fully understood." "Thestrals? Oh, I remember now. I read about them in a book. Remy, can you slow it down? It's too bumpy." "Sorry, this car doesn't have brakes. Be careful, we're turning." I'm boiling." When the carriage they were riding in kept overtaking and was the first to arrive at the gate of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and drifted into the corner and stopped, the three people, except Remy, immediately held the guardrail and retched. "I'd rather go on foot and take a boat." "Me too. That's too bad. TSK. You really don't know how to appreciate your good fortune. I'm your coachman, and you still hurt my feelings like this. I'd rather be your coachman, or even your horse." Ronald complained. "I don't want a coachman like you. It's too boring." After putting away the fishing rod and entering Hogwarts Castle soon, Remy separated from the three people. His college had changed, and his dormitory naturally changed as well. The dormitory building of Ravenclaw Academy is located on a high-rise building. Remy used his connections to get a dormitory with a view of Black Lake. This dormitory is his exclusive one, and he lives alone. I didn't know the Black Lake was this big. I used to think the Black Lake was the end point where the river water converged, but I didn't expect that it was just a new starting point. After looking for a while, Remy opened the suitcase brought by the house elf and began to decorate the room. By the way, he cleaned up the notebook he carried with him to prevent it from being lost. Not long after, the Ravenclaw male prefect knocked on the door and informed him to gather in the auditorium for the welcome dinner. "I was welcomed last year, so this year it's my turn to welcome others. Why doesn't Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry have military training? This doesn't make sense. I'm going to give some advice to Headmaster Dumbledore." Full of fighting spirit, Remy headed to the auditorium while thinking about the military training subjects. Of course, the wizarding world cannot simply copy the military training of the Muggle world. It must have magical characteristics, and more importantly, it must be super doubled. Anyway, he is already an old man. No matter how hard or tired he is, what does it have to do with him? The harder and more tiring it is, the more excited I am. Remy's heart tightened when he accidentally let out the same laugh as Voldemort. Damn it. Have I been influenced by Voldemort? Damn it. My noble soul has become so evil after just such a short contact. I must teach Voldemort a lesson later. In the diary, Voldemort sneezed 3 times, with a puzzled look on his face. "Strange. I'm just a soul fragment. How can I catch a cold?" Voldemort muttered to himself. He didn't know that Remy had already thrown the blame on him, and he didn't know what he would face in the future. As if he had bought an indulgence, after putting the blame on Voldemort, Remy, who had just felt a little guilty about his evil thoughts, regained his spirits and walked into the hall happily. Looking around, there weren't many people in the auditorium at the moment. Remy identified the school emblems on the students sitting at the 4 long tables and walked briskly to the long table of Ravenclaw Academy. He greeted the Ravenclaw students as he walked. The Ravenclaw students subconsciously returned the gift to Remy, and after returning the gift, they all looked at Remy with strange expressions. "Remy, why are you wearing our clothes? Where are you playing at? Could it be that he defected from Gryffindor? Where did you steal our college's clothes from? Please, can you not be so dirty-minded? Aren't the students of Ravenclaw Academy said to be very smart? Why can't you guess that I transferred to another academy?" Remy said, "Transfer to another school? Is this true or false? You're not lying to us, are you? Who knows if you're playing a prank again?" After repeated confirmation, after Remy swore that he had really transferred to another house and got the nods of approval from the prefect and the chairman, the long table of Ravenclaw House suddenly erupted in warm applause. "Welcome, welcome! Welcome to Ravenclaw Academy. Ha ha! I didn't expect that you would be the first freshman in Ravenclaw this year. Let us congratulate Ravenclaw for getting his first freshman this year. This is so fun. I want to transfer to another school, too. How about we transfer to another school as a group? +1. It feels really interesting." At first, everyone was confused when they heard the applause, but after hearing the discussion coming from the long table of Ravenclaw Academy, many people from other academies were also moved. Transfer college? It seems very interesting. It seems Remy is very popular in school, Albus. Grindelwald said with a smile. Popularity? It's almost infuriating. Dumbledore rolled his eyes. I said we shouldn't set a precedent for transferring houses. Look at the mess we've made now. Is it chaotic? I don't think so. I just think it's quite lively. Grindelwald said with a smile. Dumbledore sighed helplessly and suddenly remembered what Remy once said from Hagrid. Human sorrows and joys are not in common. I just think they are noisy. Before the opening ceremony began, Remy made a big circle and quietly sneaked behind the professor's seat, half-crouched, tugged at Headmaster Dumbledore's robe, and sold him his military training plan. Remy was talking with saliva flying everywhere, but Headmaster Dumbledore looked at Remy with a expression the whole time. In the end, he waved his hand very perfunctorily and told Remy that he would seriously consider it, and asked Remy to return to his seat and stay there honestly. Remy was very unhappy, not only because he failed to sell the military training plan, but more importantly, he suspected that Headmaster Dumbledore did not listen seriously at all. As the son of a professional lobbyist, Remy felt like a failure, hurt, and completely depressed. Fortunately, the low mood did not last long. When Remy saw the disheveled freshman tremblingly walking into the auditorium, his mood suddenly turned from cloudy to sunny. What could be more enjoyable than watching your juniors making the same mistakes you made in the past? Just like in universities in the Muggle world, every year there are freshmen who do their best to pray for rain during military training. But what they don't know is that at the same time, their sophomores, juniors, seniors, and even masters of doctoral students are praying for the scorching sun. Although this behavior is somewhat immoral, anyone who has experienced that kind of happiness will understand. Among the many freshmen, there was a little girl who was particularly eye-catching. She opened her big eyes and observed everything around her curiously. She was not at all stage-frightened, even though her face was covered with mud. She had long golden hair, and she used her wand as a hairpin to tie her hair up. Her silver eyes looked around calmly, and the carrot-shaped earrings on her ears made her look even more quirky. It is like an elf born from nature, or like a fairy visiting the mortal world. Luna? As expected of a girl named after the moon goddess, she is quite unique and eye-catching. After a casual observation, Remy found that he was not the only one observing Luna, but many people, and their gazes were even much more focused than Remy's. It turns out that Luna was once the center of attention. I wonder how many people here will have their dreams shattered when Luna becomes a crazy girl. With a playful smile, Remy turned his gaze from Luna to Professor McGonagall. Professor McGonagall is the guide again this year, and it seems that this job is done by her every year. The professorial chair is similar to last year, with one less quirl and one more Grindelwald, now known as Grin. I'm really looking forward to this year's defense against the dark arts class. I should be able to learn a lot of useful things, right? Once I master real offensive magic, I can officially start the Magic Firearms project. While thinking about the future, Remy watched the sorting ceremony. The Sorting Hat started singing again, but this time it was different from what he heard last year. After asking the people next to him, he learned that the Sorting Hat had several sets of words. This surprised Remy a little. After the talent show, the Sorting Hat finally got down to business and began to sort the freshmen into houses. Every freshman received warm applause from seniors in their college. Last year, the person who received the most applause was Harry Potter. This year, it was Luna, followed by Ronald's sister Ginny. What Remy didn't expect was that amidst the thunderous applause and the expectant gazes of many little eagles, Luna actually walked straight up to him and sat down. At that moment, Remy felt that the whole world was quiet for a moment, and then the young eagles instantly evolved into eagles and cast a sharp eagle look at him like a blade. And the first words Luna said after she sat down completely confused Remy. "You're weird," Luna said. "I'm weird." Remy instantly turned into an old man looking at his phone on the subway, feeling extremely confused. "Crazy girl Luna actually said I was weird? What is this? What's weird about me? I'm so normal. If you don't believe me, ask them." Remy pointed at the classmate opposite him and said, "Yeah, you're not weird at all. You just pulled out a gun and fired it when you entered school last year." Speaking of last year's enrollment, I remember you and Hermione were boyfriend and girlfriend, right? How are you two doing now? Oh, right. Weren't you guys together a long time ago? Why haven't I seen you guys doing anything together since then? Break up? Who changed their mind first? Look, Hermione is looking at you. Seriously, if you don't believe me, look back. Tell me quickly what's going on. Is there a conflict? For some reason, the topic suddenly turned to Remy's love history, which made Remy very angry. Can you please stop being so gossipy? I just asked you to help me prove that I'm a normal person. Do you have to kick me when I'm down like this? Remy said unhappily. Of course it's necessary. We are helping you to understand clearly. After understanding whether you are normal or not, Luna will definitely be able to make her own judgment. That's right, that's right. Your story is not a secret. Everyone knows it. You may not even know it, but you are a famous person in our school, second only to Harry Potter. Yes, everyone in Hogwarts knows about your heroic deeds when you talked back to Professor Snape in class and got deducted more than 20 marks. You guys, even though I was just transferred here and I'm not familiar with you, you actually divided me and exposed my shortcomings just because of a beauty trap. Aren't you too shameless? Remy said angrily. Beauty trap? Are you talking about me? Luna tilted her head. Thank you for the compliment. Remy, I'm praising you, you big head ghost. It's strange that they all have a lot of harassment flies around their heads, but you don't have any around your head, Luna continued. So this is why you said I was weird. You should have said it earlier. So that's it. Maybe it's because I'm naturally optimistic, carefree, and worry-free. Remy said. Luna stared at Remy and shook her head slowly. No, everyone is trouble sometimes. You were troubled just now, but there are no harassment flies around your head. Okay, Remy shrugged, then reached out and grabbed the head of the senior next to him and pressed it on his own head. Now you have it, right? Remy thought Luna would say that there was still no answer, or that there was and leave it at that. But what Remy didn't expect was that Luna suddenly widened her already big eyes even wider. You can actually catch the harassment horsefly? Luna said in surprise. WTF, I caught the harassment fly. Isn't that a creature that you imagined, Luna, and doesn't actually exist? I remember the official statement was that it was fictional. But looking at Luna's shocked expression at this moment, could it be that the harassment horsefly really exists? Thinking of this possibility, Remy suddenly became interested. Have I caught the nuisance fly now? Yes. Now it's flown away. Okay. Now where's the nuisance fly in my hand? Both on the left and right. Now what? Did I pinch it? No, they got out of the way. And now? I caught it. Why were you able to catch it? Without answering Luna's question, which he himself didn't know the answer to, Remy carefully brought his hand to his eyes and examined it carefully. However, no matter how he looked up, down, left, and right, he could not see the so-called harassment horsefly he had caught. But Luna was very sure that the harassment horsefly had been caught by him and was not crushed to death by him. If all this was imagined by Luna, then her imagination was too rich, and she could even improvise. And if it wasn't Luna's imagination, then it could only be attributed to a special talent. But even if it is a special talent, there must be a standard for judgment, right? Remy casually took out a glass bottle from his pocket, and just as he quickly put the harassment horsefly, which he could not see at all, into the bottle, Luna told him that the harassment horsefly could not be locked up, and it had already flown through the bottle. It seems I need to prepare a set of tools for myself, such as glasses that can let me see harassment flies. Remy muttered to himself. Yes, anti-monster glasses can do that. As long as you buy the Quibbler magazine, you can get them for free. My father is the editor-in-chief of the Quibbler magazine. Luna said, excuse me for asking, is it you who can see the harassment horseflies when wearing the anti-monster glasses? Or can everyone see it? If everyone can see it when wearing them, then there should be a lot of literature about the harassment horseflies, a new magical creature, right? Remy asked. Anyone wearing anti-monster glasses can see it, but many people are unwilling to believe what they see, said Luna. Remy, it seems that I can't see it. If you can see it, even if most people don't believe it, there will always be people who believe it. What the magic world lacks the least is paranoids and lunatics. I see. It seems. I have to make a pair of glasses for myself. Remy narrowed his eyes. It's actually amazing that Remy is actually a materialist, and this hasn't changed even now that he has become a wizard. Precisely because he adheres to materialism. When Remy uses alchemy, he only makes things that he can understand, and the functions are also functions that he can understand. Even though some functions seem idealistic, Remy can actually understand them, and they make sense in his own way. But he couldn't understand the harassment fly. He didn't even know what a harassment fly was. It seems that I have to be completely idealistic this time. Glasses that can see the creatures called nuisance flies in Luna Lovegood's concept. The demand is clear, but I don't know how much magic power it will take to realize this demand. I hope it's not too much. While Remy was thinking about the glasses, Harry was talking quietly with Hermione at the Gryffindor table next to the Ravenclaw table. Hermione, what happened between you and Remy? Harry asked. What's wrong? Hermione asked. What's wrong? Don't say you don't know what I'm talking about. Harry said. Come on, when did Remy and I meet? Don't you know it, even if others don't? Hermione said. But after all, when you first entered school, what happened when we entered school? We didn't have any contact after that. Besides, I can't understand his train of thought. Many of his thoughts and actions are too crazy. He opened fire in public at the beginning of the school term, and then the explosion next to the Black Lake seemed to be caused by him. He also inexplicably invented cold-resistant mosquitoes. He gives me the feeling of a mad scientist in a science fiction movie. Okay, that mosquito is indeed quite strange, and I can't understand why Remy would invent that kind of thing. But you really don't care at all? We are friends, Ronald, and I can help you. What do you want to help me with? You don't need to worry about my affairs. You might as well read books instead of spending that time there. Do you know how many new things we have to learn this year? I heard that the new Professor Green is a master who has studied the dark arts for many years. I really look forward to listening to his lectures soon. Is it true? Where did you hear that? Didn't you buy the textbook he wrote? His introduction is in the preface. My God, didn't you read the book at all? Come on, I just bought the textbook today. What do you expect me to read? Oh, sorry, I forgot. But you really need to take a good look at that textbook. It introduces many ways to deal with dark magic. I think Professor Green will definitely teach us some real stuff. Really? I'll check it out when I get back. As they were chatting, Headmaster Dumbledore in the professor's seat tapped his cup, stood up, and gave a very brief speech as he did last year. Then the 5 long tables in the auditorium suddenly became filled with delicious food. The hungry freshmen were a little reserved at first, but when they found that the seniors were eating more voraciously than each other, they let go of their reserve and joined the gluttonous army. While eating, Remy chatted with Luna about harassment flies, from their size to color to body structure. Remy even drew a simple diagram on paper. Remy is still verifying whether harassment flies really exist. If there is something wrong with Luna's description of the harassment fly, and there's a big discrepancy between the two, then it can definitely be said that the harassment fly is just her imagination, and there is no need for Remy to waste time studying the harassment fly. And if Luna's description of the harassment fly is consistent and can accurately describe the appearance of the harassment fly, it means that she can really see it. As long as she can really see the harassment fly, as long as the harassment fly really exists, even if she is the only one in the world who can see it, Remy will spend time studying it. After repeated verification, Remy soon got the specific appearance of the harassment horsefly from Luna. Luna can really see the harassment flies. Why does it look like a fly? But since you can really see it and describe it accurately, I will definitely get this achievement. Remy said to Luna, "There's been a lot of debate about the existence of harassment flies in previous lives, and it can be regarded as an unsolved mystery in this world. If it were a game, solving this unsolved mystery would definitely be considered an epic achievement. I can't blow up Gringotts for now, but I can still study the harassment flies to get achievements." Remy smiled slightly and picked up the glass to toast Luna. After the dinner, Remy, who was full, didn't go anywhere. He returned to the dormitory, put on some autumn johns, and fell asleep soon. The next morning, with the help of long johns, Remy got up on time and went to the classroom for class. Students from Ravenclaw College have always attended classes with students from Hufflepuff College. The atmosphere of these two colleges is completely different from that of Gryffindor and Slytherin. Students from Gryffindor and Slytherin colleges generally have a strong desire to show off and often ask questions that even the professors are puzzled about. The students of Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw Academy are quite special. During class time, the students of Hufflepuff Academy hardly say a word and just listen attentively. The students of Ravenclaw Academy were all taking notes frantically in class and usually didn't ask questions, but when the professor took the initiative to ask if there was anything they didn't understand, a large number of Ravenclaw students raised their hands. The first time he saw this situation, Remy, who was half asleep in class, almost thought that Ravenclaw was going to fight with the professor, which scared him so much that he woke up instantly. Remy was not used to the teaching conditions in both colleges, but the professors seemed to be very adaptable. Not only that, but every professor would leave 10 to 20 minutes at the end of the class to answer questions. I don't know whether the professors deliberately arranged the courses this way to target the characteristics of students from Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff houses, or whether the courses were originally arranged this way, and it's just that Gryffindor and Slytherin houses made too much trouble during class, so there was no time to start the answering session. When the get out of class was over, the students of Ravenclaw Academy rushed to the library in groups of 3 or 5, while the students of Hufflepuff Academy went to the dormitory building in a large group to have a snack in the kitchen next to it. Although Remy is now a student of Ravenclaw College, he would always join the Hufflepuff College team and go to the kitchen for a snack after class. Back kitchen, small stove, extra meals. Who can resist the temptation of this combination? "Hey, Remy, why are you here again? Aren't you supposed to be in the library?" "I may be in Ravenclaw, but my heart will always belong to Hufflepuff." "Then why don't you just transfer to our Hufflepuff school?" Next year. Is this true or false? The wizard said that the 4 unicorns would be hard to catch. You're full of jingles. Are you planning to take the postgraduate entrance exam? After chatting with the enthusiastic little badgers for a while, Remy found the house elf, ordered the food he wanted to eat today, and received the goods soon. While eating, Remy heard the badgers discussing the defense against the dark arts class in the afternoon. This year's defense against the dark arts class is very different. Not only is the professor in charge of teaching the class different from before, but even the course schedule is different. This year's defense against the dark art class will be attended by students from 4 colleges together, and it is explicitly required to bring a magic wand to class. This made the little wizards very excited because last year, when Quirrell was the defense against the dark arts professor, they had a whole year of theoretical classes. All the solutions to evil curses depend on self-study. Remy, not to mention everyone else, is also looking forward to the new version of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. After dinner, Remy went back to the dormitory to chat with his online friend Voldemort for a while, then took his wand and went to the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom. The Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom is in a remote location. It is not in the basement, but on a tower. At first, Remy was a little worried whether the small tower could accommodate students from 4 colleges. But when Remy pushed open the door, he was immediately shocked. It's so big that it's hard to imagine. At least it's bigger than the small square outside the auditorium. Apart from a small area at the door with seats and a blackboard floating in the air, there is a large lawn behind it, and behind that is a forest. A traceless stretching spell was actually cast here. "Student Remy, I thought you were going to skip the first class," Grindelwald said with a smile, and he didn't seem angry about Remy's lateness. "How is that possible? I would never skip Defense Against the Dark Arts, even if I had to skip any other class." Remy said with a grin, "That's fine. Just find a place to sit. There is no distinction between houses in my class. In my opinion, you are all members of the big Hogwarts family." Grindelwald said, "That's right. After all, you are not Huxia, so of course you don't have the concept of the 4 major colleges." Glancing around, Remy threw his wand over his shoulder and walked over to sit next to Harry. "Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff students are so boring. Harry's side is more interesting." "Welcome back," Harry said, extending his hand. "Didn't you hear what Professor Green said? People from the same family have different opinions." After shaking hands and putting away his wand, Remy took out his textbook and waited for Grindelwald, who was writing on the blackboard, to start his lecture. "I know about your previous Defense Against the Dark Arts class. My Defense Against the Dark Arts class is different. I hope you can adapt as soon as possible," Grindelwald said as he wrote on the blackboard without turning his head. "In the first half of the semester, I will use half of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to teach you the theory, and in the second half of the class, I will guide you in practicing magic. In the Defense Against the Dark Arts class in the second half of the semester, you will practice freely in the first half of the class, and in the second half of the class, you will have actual combat training." Buzz. As Grindelwald finished speaking, a buzz suddenly sounded in the student area. Many students were discussing among themselves, most of them looking excited. Grindelwald didn't care and continued writing on the blackboard. "That's so cool. This old man is so cool. This is called Defense Against the Dark Arts class," Harry said excitedly. "That's right. Much better than that bad guy Quirrell." Ronald nodded vigorously. "Finally, I can learn something real." Looking at what's on the blackboard, Professor Green should be talking about stunning spells? Why stunning spells? Hermione's eyes widened in confusion, and Remy also looked at Grindelwald in confusion after hearing it. He had already learned the stunning spell in the charms class, and he used it with great skill. Just then, Grindelwald finished writing on the blackboard and turned around. Boom, boom, boom. Grindelwald knocked on the desk with his black-gloved left hand, and the students immediately quieted down. I know you may be a little confused about why I'm talking about the stunning spell when you see the content of this class, but if you have read the textbook, you should know that the stunning spell is actually a dark magic. Grindelwald said. "SS." Hermione immediately raised her hand. "Miss Granger, what do you have?" Grindelwald asked. "Well, Professor, I've read the textbook you wrote. I've read the whole book, and I know that the stunning spell is a dark magic, but we have all learned a stunning spell. So can we skip this chapter and go directly to the rest of it in this class?" Hermione asked. Grindelwald smiled and nodded, then shook his head. "From what I know, although you have all learned the stunning spell, most of you are not able to use it skillfully. Some students even use it in a very outrageous way." For some reason, Remy felt like Grindelwald was looking at him when he said this. In a narrow sense, only those evil magics that require evil thoughts to be used are black magic, which are the 3 unforgivable curses and the body-crushing curse. But in a broad sense, all magic invented to cause harm to others can be called black magic. So even though the stunning spell does not require evil thoughts and is easy to learn, it is still black magic. On the other hand, Although the fire spell and the disarming spell can also cause harm to people, they were originally invented to make fire and disarm the enemy's wands, respectively, so they are not black magic. Grindelwald first slowly explained the definition of black magic to the students, and then told them the development process of the stunning spell and the precautions when using it. When the class was halfway through, Grindelwald clapped his hands and asked everyone to follow him to the open space to practice magic. Remy had just excitedly carried his wand to the open space to practice when Grindelwald grabbed his shoulder. "I've heard what Albus said about your situation. You don't need to practice anymore," Grindelwald said. "What do you mean?" Remy blinked. "Professor, you can't discriminate against me like this. I was hoping you would give me some advice. Wait until the get out of class is over. You can come to me any time after class to practice magic," Grindelwald said with a smile. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. "Oh, then we have a deal. Professor, you have to teach me some powerful magic when the time comes. It depends on your learning progress. I will start with the simple ones. If you can learn and master them to my satisfaction, I will continue to teach you the rest." Patting Remy on the shoulder, Grindelwald walked over and asked the students to stand in several rows facing a row of wooden stakes to practice the stunning spell. Grindelwald watched carefully as each row of students cast the stunning spell and gave them instructions one by one. Remy, who was alone in the line, could only listen from the side. When he was really bored, he waved his magic wand, which made many students laugh. In their eyes, Remy holding an oversized wand was like a student in a muggle school who used a 1-meter-long pen to write. He was definitely an outlier among outliers. After playing for a while, the class was over. Remy asked Grindelwald about the time for private lessons and then left the classroom for his own laboratory. Today's laboratories are very different. Because Solbaum was sent by him to help Mrs. Weasley run the store, the single room that was originally separated had been demolished by Remy, and the entire room was restored to a whole. The workbench is still the same workbench, just a little dusty after a holiday. In the corner, several machines were neatly placed there. They were machines used to mass-produce magic gloves, except for one machine that looked like a photocopier. It was used to make magic cards. The production process is also very simple. You just need to put the real magic card in, and then put ordinary paper in it. After starting, you can batch copy the castrated version of the magic card. It is very easy to use. The magic gloves are now in great demand, but only in the wizarding world of in-country. In the future, there may be squibs from other countries coming to Diagon Alley to buy magic gloves, so we need to produce another batch of stock. We'll just have to produce 10,000 more. After we're done producing them, we'll remove all the useful components and turn it into a production line for defensive amulets. That should save me a lot of work. Thinking of this, Remy walked to the machine and started it, then took out a large bundle of leather from the box next to it and stuffed it all into the first machine. These leathers are of different types, including cowhide, pigskin, and even sheepskin. They are all skins of ordinary animals, and there are no skins of magical creatures at all. The finished product will naturally not be good if it is processed using the skins of ordinary creatures, but it is cheap. If Remy hadn't been unable to contact anyone who specialized in selling chicken skin, he would have even wanted to purchase some cheaper chicken skin to use as raw material. After all, no one would be able to tell the difference after the finished product was made. As the machine runs with almost zero noise, the discharging port spits out pieces of neatly processed leather that look almost exactly like dragon skin. When the fragments have accumulated into a small box, the box is automatically moved to the machine next to it, and the second machine starts working. This second machine is the core machine that consumes the most Remy's energy. Its function is to automatically enchant different characteristics on the leather fragments and transmit them to the third machine in different categories, which will perform the final step of fusion. During the whole process, except for the first step, which requires manpower to stuff the leather raw materials in, all other steps are automated. It's a bit slow. At this production speed, 10,000 gloves will be enough for me to produce for a month. How about reducing it a little? No, it can't be less. I don't want to make this thing again in the future, which will take even more time. Determined to stick with the original plan, Remy continued to stuff raw materials into the machine. Finally, Remy, who was fed up with it, simply made another automatic filling machine, which directly connected the material box with a traceless stretching spell to the first machine, allowing it to run slowly on its own. After freeing his hands, Remy went to the workbench to design a production line for the defense amulets. When he encountered a design bottleneck, he would change projects and change his mind. In addition to the defensive amulet, Remy currently has 3 other projects on hand. The first is the toy version of magic guns. This project is mainly to help wizards who have been living in the magic world to accept the existence of guns and lay a mass foundation for the promotion of real magic guns in the future. The second is naturally the real magic firearm. The third is educational toys, which are used to enrich the store's products. The fourth project is the simplest, which is a pair of glasses that can see harassment flies. This does not need to be mass-produced for the time being. Only an experimental product needs to be produced. It would be a bit too laborious to design separate production lines for the 2 types of firearms. It would be better to make a difference in the bullets, just like bullets and blanks in the Muggle world. At most, we can make an extra part on the toy version of the gun so that the toy gun cannot fire real magic bullets. As for toys, we have no choice but to build a separate production line, but the production efficiency must be increased. The efficiency of the production line designed before is too conservative. Glancing at the magic glove production line running in the corner, Remy felt regretful. Previously, he thought that there were not many duds, and there was no need to design the efficiency of the magic glove production line too high. As a result, now he cannot even increase the output. Whether it's used or not is another matter. But the function must be there. The upper limit must be high enough. Putting down the pen and stretching his wrists, Remy continued to be busy until he felt that the time was almost up. Remy packed up his notes and left the laboratory to find Grindelwald for some private lessons. The Dark Lord's classroom is open. Fainted. With a loud shout, Remy thrust his wand forward, and a thick beam of white light blasted towards Grindelwald like lightning. However, in the face of this attack, Grindelwald just smiled slightly, and his body quietly turned into a wisp of black smoke and disappeared. Come again? The same trick won't work on me. What? Remy, who was holding the wand and rushing towards the back, suddenly widened his eyes, and the next moment, his body flew backwards to the left. Are you trying to say it's useless? Does it count as a different move if I move to different positions behind you? Grindelwald said with a smile as he withdrew his left hand. Oomph. Come again. Remy, who had fallen flat on his face, got up from the ground, but his fighting spirit was not diminished. He swung his wand and rushed towards Grindelwald, who shook his head. Remy, I have to say, you have the most outrageous fighting style among all the wizards I have ever seen. Grindelwald waved his hand gently, and the next moment, Remy felt his foot tripped and he fell to the ground again. Looking back, I saw a thick vine appearing on the ground over there. What kind of magic is this? Would binding technique? Remy asked curiously. It's just a growth charm and an enlargement charm. I used a growth charm on the grass under your feet to make its roots grow out of the ground, and then used an enlargement charm to make it bigger. Grindelwald explained patiently. Oh my God, can we play like this? Remy said in surprise. What I am best at is combined magic. Even Albus can't beat me in this regard. Little guy, you're still far behind. Grindelwald said, That's for sure. I've only been learning magic for a short time. But you can't hurt me. Remy said, This is really heart-wrenching. Grindelwald, who was nodding with a smile, suddenly stretched out his gloved left hand and pointed at Remy. Before Remy could react, the Cruciatus Curse had already hit him. Remy was stunned for a moment, then blinked. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The Cruciatus Curse doesn't work? Then the soul leaves the body. Another unforgivable curse, and Remy still didn't react after being hit. It's not that there was no reaction. Remy frowned and was thinking about whether he should cooperate with Grindelwald. The Imperius Curse is also ineffective. Remy, be careful next time. I'm going to use the Killing Curse. I will control the strength. Grindelwald said, Forget about the Killing Curse. Before the holiday, I had a fight with Voldemort. I took his killing curse head-on and knocked him unconscious. It was very effective, said Remy. Grindelwald was stunned for a moment. His eyes suddenly became a little weird. I haven't heard Albus mention this, but since you're not afraid of the killing curse, then why do you want me to come to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry to protect you? Could it be that Voldemort has mastered a dark magic that is more powerful than the killing curse? Then I don't know. But just like you easily made me run around in circles just now, the fight between me and Voldemort was just provoking Voldemort first, and he didn't dodge. If he deals with me like you did today, then I will have no way to deal with it. Remy spread his hands helplessly. I see. Grindelwald nodded and squinted at Remy. I guess you actually want to learn more magic from me, right? Yes. Especially those offensive magics, said Remy. Grindelwald smiled and shook his head, then walked up to Remy and ruffled Remy's hair. Child, you don't actually need to learn any other magic. With your magical power and immunity to the killing curse, you only need to learn the disillusionment charm and get close to the opponent to defeat everyone, including me and Albus. Grindelwald said, Do you mean using the disillusionment charm to get close to you and then physically attack you? Then why don't I just stand there and wait for you to use up all your magic power, and then just walk over and hit you with a stick? This way, I won't even have to learn the disillusionment charm. Remy rolled his eyes and said, I'm a serious wizard. I have to fight with magic. Grindelwald thought for a moment and spread his hands. Sorry, kid. I really don't see how you look like a serious wizard. Really? Remy raised an eyebrow. Fainted. Boom. Bang. Remy swung his wand, and not only did he miss, but he also slipped and fell to the ground. The green grass under Remy's feet turned into smooth ice the moment he moved. What's even worse is that there was a thin layer of snow on the ice, which made it difficult for Remy to get up. Really? Your tricks are so dirty. How did Headmaster Dumbledore beat you back then? Remy asked puzzledly. A trick of this level is not difficult for Albus, so it will be useful to you. Grindelwald said, You're being a little too harsh when you say that. Even though I'm really a wimp, I'm invincible in that respect. If you have the guts, just use magic to hurt me. Remy said. Grindelwald paused. Injure Remy? He really can't do this now. But precisely because he can't do it, Grindelwald becomes more curious about Remy and wants to give it a proper test. Cold wind and snowstorm. With a wave of his hand, a cold wind mixed with large flakes of snow rolled towards Remy like a tornado. Remy, who had just gotten up with great difficulty, was suddenly blown into the air and kept spinning with the strong wind. After about 10 seconds, the wind and snow dissipated, and a large lump of ice fell from the sky and hit the grass heavily, making a hole in the grass. Grindelwald walked up to the ice and observed Remy inside, through the almost transparent ice surface. It's really strange. This magic trick can actually release a magic shield to protect you. Magic treasure, right? It's really amazing. Grindelwald murmured to himself. As Grindelwald observed Remy, Remy struggled to break free. But even though the magic shield released by the magic treasure prevented him from being frozen, the space for movement was still very small, and the ice was very hard. Remy tried to pick it for a long time, but couldn't get any ice chips off. In desperation, Remy had to resort to his ultimate weapon, alchemy. I just thought of something random, added some magic power, started alchemy, the alchemy failed, boom. Achio, it's really sweetly cold in here. Remy grumbled as he rubbed his nose after sneezing. Just as he finished complaining, soothing music suddenly sounded, and almost the moment he heard the music, Remy's upper and lower eyelids broke into a violent conflict. In less than 3 seconds, Remy fell to the ground with a plop and a snoring sound. It worked? Then you are now Cruciatus. A flash of purple light appeared on Remy's body, as if nothing had happened. Whoosh. Gellert, what's going on? Did you find anything? Dumbledore appeared in the open space and asked Grindelwald as he walked towards him. Grindelwald didn't say anything. He just stretched out his hand, and a strong green light instantly shot out from his index finger towards Remy on the ground. His body flashed purple again, and Remy reached out and scratched his butt. Spreading his hands, Grindelwald motioned for Dumbledore to look at it himself. Dumbledore's mouth twitched, thinking that you were really ruthless. It would have been fine if you had just hit me, but you actually used the killing curse directly and used it so casually. What's wrong with him now? A hypnotic spell? Is it the only one that works on him? Dumbledore asked. Well, any spell that does no harm should be effective on him, but I don't think I can use this kind of spell to trap this little guy to death. The thing in his body definitely does not just react to external stimuli, said Grindelwald. You mean, I bet that even if you gave him a bottle of poison, he wouldn't die. Would you like to try? Faced with Grindelwald's proposal, Dumbledore immediately shook his head and refused without thinking. Remy is not his enemy. He just wants to find out more about the magic treasure in Remy's body, not to find a way to kill Remy. I am becoming more and more interested in him. I am really looking forward to how powerful he will become after learning those magics, said Grindelwald. Dumbledore's heart tightened. Gellert, you don't really want to teach him those magics? Given his situation, once he learns those magics, who else in the wizarding world can? Who can control him now? Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore calmly. Do you have any means to control him now? Dumbledore was silent for a moment. It's better to relieve it than to block it. Besides, we can't even block it now. If you don't find a way to relieve it, are you going to let him hold it in and let Ran come out again? Grindelwald snorted. Don't worry about his affairs in the future. At least don't worry about his magic learning. If you want to interfere with his psychological aspects, you can, but I don't think it will be of any use. This little guy is actually very mature. Inhale, exhale. Dumbledore let out a sigh and nodded slightly. Okay. But you have to be careful and don't teach him the dark magic that requires strong, evil thoughts to use. Dumbledore said, Don't worry, I don't even like to use those magics myself. If you want to teach him, I will definitely teach him the magic I like. After saying that, Grindelwald walked over to Remy, bent down and picked him up. Picking up Remy, Grindelwald was suddenly stunned. This is... Dumbledore uttered a sigh and walked forward, and they both looked at the notebook on the ground. This notebook smells very strongly of dark magic. Is it yours? Dumbledore asked. Of course it's not mine, Grindelwald said. It should belong to Remy, but how did he get such a thing? Dumbledore frowned and raised his hand, and the notebook on the ground immediately flew in front of the two of them. Looking at the notebook in front of him, Grindelwald's pupils suddenly shrank. Don't open it, Grindelwald shouted. I don't want to open it, Dumbledore said. Since it's his, I will ask him clearly before opening it for research. No, that's not what I'm talking about. Grindelwald looked serious, his eyes fixed on the notebook in the air. Albus, I think I know why your enemy can't be killed. Dumbledore's eyes narrowed. Why? Is it related to this notebook? Yes, take another good look at this notebook. Don't touch it or open it. Just take a good look at it, Grindelwald said. Dumbledore nodded slightly, and his eyes turned into a scanner as he scanned the notebook carefully, not missing any detail. Suddenly, Dumbledore's eyes widened in shock. So that's why, no wonder what happened back then. I understand everything. Dumbledore muttered to himself. It seems you have figured it out. Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore and said, I wonder what that incident was about. 50 years ago, someone who claimed to be the heir of Slytherin opened the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin and released a monster, which killed a student. Dumbledore said, I see. Grindelwald nodded. He is still a student, but he can actually master this level of dark magic. Wow, you really taught a good student. I hope you don't teach a student who is better than him. Dumbledore said, Wake him up. I must ask him where he got this notebook. Grindelwald nodded, put Remy down, then touched Remy's forehead with his finger, and Remy quickly opened his eyes. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Dumbledore, which really scared him. Then he saw the notebook floating in the air, and Remy subconsciously reached for his pocket. It's not here. Did it fall out accidentally? Remy sighed, knowing that he was definitely exposed this time. It seems that you know the special nature of this notebook, Grindelwald said. Remy's brain was working fast, and he was about to make up an excuse to make up for it, but when he met Grindelwald's eyes that seemed to see through everything, Remy collapsed. I don't know a little, just a little, Remy said after avoiding Grindelwald's eyes. I'm afraid you know more than just a little bit. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses and said, Tell me, what do you know? I know this is a magic notebook. It has its own thoughts like the Sorting Hat. It can chat with me and pass the time when I'm bored. Remy said. Dumbledore and Grindelwald looked at each other, and both saw solemnity and shock in each other's eyes. When and where did you get it? Dumbledore asked. I just got it before school started. Actually, I just thought it was an old thing at first, until one day I accidentally wrote a question on it, and it gave me the answer. Never mind, I confess. I know it is Voldemort's Horcrux, Remy said with a sigh. The two people who were concentrating on listening to Remy's story were suddenly stunned. WTF? What is that? Did I hear you right? You know it's Voldemort's Horcrux? How did you know? No. How did you know about Horcruxes? What did Nicholas Flamel teach you? Dumbledore asked hurriedly. My teacher didn't teach me that. As for how I know that, don't ask me. Everyone has their own little secrets, right? Remy scratched his hair and said, The point is that you should not confiscate it, and don't destroy it now. I've been chatting with him for a week, and it took a lot of effort to get him interested in my strength. If you can trust me, I'll keep in my hands. I have a brilliant idea to deal with Voldemort. It's especially brilliant. Even better than Bulbasaur eating Cheetos. Ideas to deal with Voldemort? And it's particularly wonderful. Dumbledore and Grindelwald frowned. Neither of them could figure out what Remy was up to. Especially compared to Remy's idea, they were still more concerned about how Remy knew about the existence of Horcruxes, which was not something ordinary people could know. Not to mention underage wizards. Even among adult wizards, few people know about Horcruxes, a magic that is extremely evil and difficult. Remy, Voldemort will be dealt with by us adults. Can you tell us how you know about Horcruxes? Don't be fooled by people with ulterior motives. Grindelwald said. Remy lowered his head in silence for a moment, then raised his head. His two purple eyes were deeper than usual, and there was a faint purple air mass gathering and dissipating in his pupils. Senior Grindelwald, the ability to predict the future is not unique to you, said Remy. Prediction ability? You also understand prophecy? What did you see? Dumbledore asked hurriedly. Remy did not answer directly, but raised another question. You two, I went to such great lengths to lobby Professor Grindelwald and spent a lot of money to bribe the ministries of magic of various countries. You don't really think that my purpose is just to get Professor Grindelwald to come and protect me, do you? Do I need someone to protect me? Besides, think about it carefully. Can this kind of reason convince Mr. Nicholas Flamel to accompany me throughout the whole process to do those things? Grindelwald and Dumbledore looked at each other subconsciously, and then both fell into deep thought, seriously thinking about the problem they had previously ignored. The reason why I went to so much trouble to get Professor Grindelwald to come to Hogwarts is because I saw the future of both of you. You will both die in the future. Both of you will die at the hands of Voldemort. Remy said. Grindelwald's eyes narrowed. Albus will also die at the hands of Voldemort. Remy nodded. Yes, but the scene I saw was a little weird. It seemed that Voldemort himself did not take action. Instead, he used a trick to make Headmaster Dumbledore fall under a curse, and then had his men kill Headmaster Dumbledore. Is that so? Then why did Grindelwald die at the hands of Voldemort? And why did he go to Nurmengard to find Grindelwald? Dumbledore asked. For the Elder Wand. Remy said, You died first, and after you died, Voldemort didn't get the Elder Wand, so he went to find Professor Grindelwald. Umph. Does he think he's worthy of getting his hands on the Elder Wand? Grindelwald snorted coldly, his face terribly cold. Remy, give me this Horcrux. I will destroy it first, and then kill Voldemort. Professor, you are already so old. Why are you still so tough? Besides, according to what I have seen in the future, he has more than one Horcrux. Nicholas Flamel said. What? More than one Horcrux? Grindelwald and Dumbledore were both stunned. More than one Horcrux means that Voldemort's soul has been decomposed several times. No wonder his temperament changed so much during that time. Dumbledore muttered to himself. Multiple Horcruxes, the young, are really formidable. But this way, it is easier to kill them. Grindelwald said with narrowed eyes. Hearing Grindelwald's words, Remy rolled his eyes immediately, thinking to himself, why do you talk about killing every other sentence? It turns out that all this long time in prison was not only in vain, but it made him even more extreme, right? Or is it because the thought that Voldemort will kill Dumbledore in the future has touched your sore spot? This possibility is quite high. Fighting and killing have such a bad influence. We are on the good side, and we should value peace. Remy persuaded. I have successfully made Voldemort in this Horcrux interested in my power. I will compile a magic book, and you too can help impose some powerful restrictions to make it look more like a real long-lost magic book that records ancient powerful magic. Then I will pretend to accidentally reveal it to Voldemort and let him take it back to practice. Maybe he can kill himself. What do you think of this idea, Grindelwald? Dumbledore, are you sure this is something that someone from the good side would do? This behavior is clearly more villainous than that of the villains. After a moment, Grindelwald suddenly burst into laughter. That's a good idea. I agree, said Grindelwald. Gellert, Dumbledore glared at Grindelwald. Are you going to join Remy in this nonsense, too? What's wrong with that? Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore and said, to seize the Elder Wand, doesn't he want powerful power? Then give him a powerful power and let him suffer a little. Is there anything wrong with that? What if it fails? What if he really learns something from it? Dumbledore said, if you want to convince him, at least you have to mix some truth into it, right? He is a genius in the dark arts, so it's no problem for him to draw inferences from one example and apply it to other similar cases. Grindelwald hesitated. Yes, if it was pure fabrication, it would definitely not fool Voldemort, but if there were real things mixed in the content, what if he actually managed to learn something by accident? Don't worry, the contents of this magic book were all completed by me, who knows nothing about magic theory. There is no need for you to provide any content. Remy said, in that case, how could he possibly believe it? We would just be wasting our time. Dumbledore shook his head and said, not optimistic about the project proposed by Remy at all. Grindelwald also shook his head. Remy, don't underestimate your opponent. I didn't underestimate him. You just overestimated him. Remy said with a smile, as long as this magic book exudes a strong aura of black magic, and the first page states that a huge price and extremely evil learning condition are required, and if the condition is not met, you can't read the following content. Do you think he will believe it? As long as he pays the price, my plan will succeed. Can you prevent him from reading the rest of the story? Grindelwald asked. Remy puffed out his chest and said, of course. I've already made the sample. The only thing missing is the black magic aura. Oh, what kind of magic book is it? Can you show it to us first? Dumbledore pushed his glasses and asked curiously. Seeing that Remy was so confident and well prepared, Dumbledore also became interested. Of course, wait, I'll look for it. After rummaging in his pocket for a while, Remy took out an ebony box, inside which was a thick magic book. He raised his hand and made the magic book fly in front of him, and both Dumbledore and Grindelwald were surprised. The title of the book on the cover is not Een Win, but you can understand it at a glance. Sunflower Manual? Why is it called such a strange name? Dumbledore asked casually and opened the magic book to the first page. After seeing the content on the first page, Dumbledore and Grindelwald twitched their lips at the same time. I saw it clearly written on it. If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. It's good and evil, but it's too evil, right? If you want to practice this skill, you must castrate yourself first. Why do you have such evil thoughts at such a young age? The corners of Dumbledore's eyes and mouth twitched, his eyebrows and beard trembled, and even his fingers shook involuntarily. With this shake, the Sunflower Manual in the air actually turned a page. On the second page, it was clearly written, even if you castrate yourself, it may not be successful. Puff. Grindelwald next to him couldn't help but cough twice to change the subject and demonstrate his incompetence. Remy, didn't you say that it's impossible to open it and read the contents later if the conditions are not met? Could it be that? Grindelwald looked at Dumbledore with a teasing look, causing Dumbledore to roll his eyes at him. "Oh, the band hasn't been set yet. I just finished writing the content." Remy said, "Really? What else did you write at the end that is so infuriating that it will make people die?" As he spoke, Dumbledore stretched out his hand, and the magic book continued to turn the pages. On the third page, it was clearly written, "You can still succeed without castration." With a twitch in the corner of his eye, Dumbledore continued to flip through the book, faster and faster, because the back was blank. Just as Dumbledore was about to ask Remy whether the following content was only visible to those who met the requirements, or whether Remy had not finished writing it yet, he turned to the last page. On the last page, it was clearly written, "The contents of this book are all fictional, and any similarities are purely coincidental. Me and I, Ma." Even though he didn't act on what was written on the first page of the book, Dumbledore still wanted to kill Remy when he saw the last page. He couldn't even imagine how devastated someone would be if they really followed the instructions on the first page and saw the last page. They would definitely go crazy, right? Ha ha ha. Little guy, this prank toy is so interesting. Okay, let's do as you say. You keep this notebook first, and you must fool him," Grindelwald said with a big laugh. "Gellert!" Dumbledore came back to his senses and glared at Grindelwald. "He's fooling around, and you're fooling around with him? How can a magic book with such strange contents possibly deceive Voldemort?" Dumbledore, who was speaking while reaching out to pick up the magic book and preparing to return it to Remy, was suddenly stunned, and then his expression became serious. Seeing this, Grindelwald became curious and put his hand on the magic book. The next moment, he heard a whisper, "Open me, and I will grant you supreme power. Be willing to give up. Only by giving up can you gain. Discard those mere 1 or 2 inches of external objects, transcend the constraints of gender, and achieve a perfect body of heaven and man. Transcend gender, transcend race, transcend material, transcend life and death. Achieve a body of heaven, live as long as the heavens, and be as vast as the earth. Harmony between heaven and man, insight into all things in the universe, mastering the truth of heaven and earth, and ruling over the world." Voice after voice, sentence after sentence. It is impossible to tell whether the owner of the voice is a man or a woman, old or young. There is only endless temptation that makes people's hearts itch, as if a devil is whispering in their ears. Grindelwald withdrew his hand, closed his eyes, and relaxed for a long time before he let out a long sigh. The same was true for Dumbledore next to him. At this moment, he finally understood why Remy put the magic book in the box. It turned out that it was not only for decoration, but also to isolate it. "You kid are really too scary. Even an old man like me almost got tricked," Grindelwald said with a complicated expression. "I'll take that as a compliment. Principal Dumbledore, what do you think? Can you give me back the notebook?" Remy asked. "I suddenly feel that the danger that Voldemort or even Grindelwald may bring to the world is not worth mentioning compared to you," Dumbledore said with a complicated expression. "I thought you were praising me, so stop talking about these nonsense and just tell me whether you support me or not," Remy asked. "To be honest, I don't want to support you. I'm really worried that you will drive Voldemort crazy and he will go out and cause destruction everywhere," Dumbledore said. "Isn't that better? Isn't your biggest headache now that you don't know where he is? As long as he dares to come out, who can defeat him if you and I join forces?" Grindelwald said. Dumbledore glanced at Grindelwald and sighed. "Okay, I agree temporarily, but..." The control magic book floated back into the box. Dumbledore closed the lid with his hand and looked into Remy's eyes and continued, "You have to promise me that there is only one of this kind of thing and similar things, and it can only be obtained by Voldemort himself. If anyone else obtains it, I will stop it immediately." Remy looked into Dumbledore's eyes and nodded vigorously. "Don't worry, Headmaster. I know what's going on. I promise I won't give it to anyone else." "That's good." Nodding, Dumbledore controlled the notebook in the air and dropped it onto the box, and Remy quickly stuffed it into his pocket. Remy felt relieved after getting the notebook back, and then discussed with Grindelwald and Dumbledore about placing restrictions on the magic book. Remy's idea was that he would use alchemy to impose restrictions on it, and then Dumbledore and Grindelwald would try to break it together. If neither of them could break it, then it would be considered a pass. If they could break it, then they would make improvements. This proposal was agreed by the two, and they also believed that if they imposed the ban, Voldemort would easily discover some tricks. After all, this book is written in another language. If the magical restrictions in it have a strong European style, wouldn't it be directly exposed? After reaching a consensus, Remy hummed a little tune and happily carried his magic wand back to the dormitory and started work early the next morning. In the next few days, Remy continued to chat with Voldemort while perfecting the restrictions to trap him. He felt so happy. But soon, Remy discovered two big problems: how to let Voldemort get the Sunflower Manual himself, and how to let him pass it on to someone else. The latter problem is easier to solve. Just add a master recognition program. But the former problem is more difficult to deal with. After being troubled by this problem for a whole week, Remy finally decided to take a risk and lure the snake out of its hole. Give the diary to someone else. When Remy told Dumbledore about this plan, as expected, Dumbledore shot it down without a second thought. Even Grindelwald did not support this plan. Remy had no other choice but to use both soft and hard tactics to persuade him. He could only increase Voldemort's interest in his abilities while continuing to talk to Dumbledore. Unconsciously, the New Year's Quidditch game quietly arrived. In this Quidditch game, Remy's plan to be shot took a turn for the better. The Quidditch match was held on Saturday, a hot and muggy day. The sky was gray, and there were even occasional thunders, as if a storm was about to come. But there is no wind yet. Today's match is between Slytherin and Gryffindor, while the match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff won't take place until next week. It is worth mentioning that the captains of both the Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff Quidditch teams approached Remy, hoping to buy the same flying broom as Harry, but Remy refused. Because it was a bit troublesome to make another one, he had lost interest in the broomstick even though he already had experience in making one. The captain of the Ravenclaw Academy team also invited Remy to join the student team, but Remy also refused. "Hey, why are you guys so sad?" Remy asked while eating popcorn as he walked to the Gryffindor auditorium. "Oh, Remy, you don't know. Malfoy has joined the Slytherin school team and has become a seeker," Ronald said, gritting his teeth. "Just go in, so what?" Remy asked. The problem is that he brought money into the team. His father equipped everyone on the Slytherin team with the latest model of broomsticks, which are completely superior to the Gryffindor team's broomsticks in terms of performance. At this point, Ronald suddenly thought of something and quickly added another sentence. "Of course, in addition to the Skyrocket 2 you gave Harry, can you make a few more Skyrocket 2 broomsticks?" "No." Remy shook his head and refused. "That's why I don't like Quidditch. Equipment plays too big a role, and it's not fair at all." "How could that be?" "Even if the performance of the flying broom is affected to a certain extent, the key still lies in the person who controls the flying broom. I believe that we Gryffindor will definitely win." Seamus said. "Yeah, I also believe Gryffindor can win." Remy nodded, then changed the subject. "That's why it's even more unfair." "Why do you say that?" Hermione asked. "Think about it. Throughout the game, even if one side is obviously stronger than the other, as long as the score difference does not reach 150 points, then as long as the other side's seeker is stronger, the other side will win." Remy turned and looked at the court, where players from both teams had just entered. After all, this is just a solo duel between seekers. The other players are just supporting roles. If the seeker is strong enough, he can win the game even without any teammates. As he spoke, Remy greeted Harry, who was flying around the field. Ronald frowned. He wanted to refute Remy's words, but he didn't know how to refute it. Indeed, the seeker is too important in Quidditch games. Almost every time, it is the seeker who decides the outcome or turns the tide with a single strike. There are cases where the game ends in a tug-of-war, but they are too rare. Several famous tug-of-war battles in the history of Quidditch games were all about the two competing teams targeting each other's seekers, making it impossible for both seekers to get close to the golden snitch. There was even one match where both seekers were sent to the hospital and had to undergo 2 days of treatment before they could barely return to the game. When they returned to the field, the other players were too tired to fly after 2 days and 2 nights of fierce fighting. Some had even fallen asleep on their brooms. The game only ended when the seeker caught the golden snitch. So the final moment became a personal duel between the two chasers. Although these were facts, Ronald still felt a little upset when he heard Remy belittle the Quidditch game like that. Since you were so insightful, why don't you make a more reasonable set of rules? Ronald said, somewhat unconvinced. That's easy. Remy glanced at Ronald calmly. Cut the score of the golden snitch to 30 or 50 points, and add another rule to end the game. For example, when a team scores 300 or 500 points through the quaffle, it wins. In this way, the score of catching the golden snitch accounts for 1/10 of the total winning score. At the same time, it can end the game early and gain a certain initiative so that the golden snitch will not lose its capture value. At the same time, it can also increase the presence of other players instead of everyone's eyes on the seeker. I blanch. Ronald thought about it for a moment and then looked at Remy with eyes wide open in disbelief. How did you find in your brain? You are so awesome, Ronald exclaimed. Average, third in the world, said Remy. So what are we waiting for? Principal Dumbledore is here to watch the game. Let's go and tell him about this improvement plan. Given Headmaster Dumbledore's status in the wizarding world, they will definitely consider it seriously if they make the suggestion to the International Quidditch Association. If they really make the change, our names will definitely go down in Quidditch history, Ronald said excitedly, his face flushed with excitement. Hermione gave Ronald a disdainful look. What does it have to do with you? This improved rule was thought up by Remy himself. Well, after all, it was Remy who came up with the idea after I asked him a question. How about mentioning my name when the time comes, Remy? Ronald asked. I won't mention it. I have no idea about improving the rules of Quidditch, and I have no interest in Quidditch games. If Harry wasn't in this game, I wouldn't have come to watch the game. But if you really want to change the rules of Quidditch games, you can go directly to Principal Dumbledore and tell him that it is your own idea. I don't care, Remy said. Then it's settled, Ronald said as he ran towards the professor's chair where Headmaster Dumbledore was sitting. Don't worry, I'll say that this idea was yours. Hermione, who had been looking stern, breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the second half of Ronald's words. You really don't care? This is a great opportunity to become famous and even go down in history. You will become very famous, even more famous than Harry. Don't you care about this? Hermione asked. I still care about fame, but I will only do things that interest me. Becoming famous through the things that interest me will make me happy. Remy yawned and said nonchalantly, a gentleman loves fame, but he gets it in a proper way. Okay, I really don't understand you. Hermione said helplessly, don't talk about you. Sometimes I don't even understand myself. Let's watch the game. Harry is about to start his performance. Remy said, Hermione nodded and looked towards the center of the arena. As the referee Ms. Hooch threw the quaffle high into the air, the players on both sides quickly started fighting each other. Only Harry and Malfoy sat still and did not move. But the broom didn't move. Harry's eyes were always scanning the entire field for the golden snitch, while Malfoy, not far away, was looking at Harry. As the most watched seekers on the field, although neither of them has taken any action yet, they still attract a lot of attention from the audience. This includes Remy. It's just a little different from the others. While the others don't want to miss the exciting moment when the two seekers take off, Remy is more concerned about the interaction between the two. The two did not interact, but in Remy's eyes, this was precisely the best interaction. Looking at the two of them, especially Malfoy, Remy's mouth curled up slightly, and he took out 2 small balls from his pocket. A small black ball, a small white ball, and 3 rotating rings on the white ball. Remy brought the white ball to his ear and gently rotated the ring on it while continuing to watch the game. Suddenly, there was a cry of surprise, and then the bludger flew towards Harry from behind at a strange angle. On the field, Harry's hair stood on end. He felt an extremely dangerous sense of crisis and didn't even dare to look back. He quickly controlled skyrocket number 2 to launch into the air. Drawing an arc in the air, Harry flew backwards in the air. When he saw clearly that it was the bludger that attacked him, he first breathed a sigh of relief, but the next moment his eyes suddenly widened. The bludger, which had already flown out after missing the first attack, actually drew an arc and flew towards him again. Damn it, am I so unlucky? Without time to think, Harry quickly controlled Monkey King number 2 to dodge, and in just a moment he moved from one half to the other. However, when he turned around, Harry felt unwell. They're chasing me. Why does this bludger keep chasing me? No, there must be something wrong. His eyes fixed, Harry pushed up his glasses and controlled skyrocket number 2 to dodge again. As Harry kept dodging, many viewers noticed something was wrong. Strange, why does that bludger keep chasing Harry? It only chased one person the whole time. Is this bludger malfunctioning? Is there something shady going on? Oh my God, could it be that Malfoy bribed the professor? How is that possible? If Professor Snape was the referee, maybe it would be possible. But how could Madame Hooch be bribed? That's not necessarily true. But Harry's broom is really fast. He was able to leave the bludger far behind. Who said it wasn't? It's really too strong. I want one too. Just think about it. Didn't you see that the rest of the Gryffindor team wasn't used? Luckily, Harry has this broom. Otherwise, look, the golden snitch. Where? The golden snitch is out. Alerted by the audience's exclamations, Harry also noticed the golden snitch. Damn it, he actually showed up at this time. And in that direction, Harry gritted his teeth, made a sharp turn, and flew towards Malfoy. The golden snitch appeared next to Malfoy. Malfoy, who had been focusing his attention on Harry and grinning from ear to ear, did not notice the golden snitch at the first time. By the time his teammates loudly reminded him, he had already lost the best chance, as the golden snitch had already flown away. Fortunately, the snitch was heading to his right, which still gave him a huge advantage over Harry. Harry, you lose. Before Malfoy could finish his words as he turned around to activate his taunting skill, Harry whizzed past him, followed by a bludger. Malfoy was stunned at first, then he gritted his teeth and hurriedly increased his speed, his face so gloomy that it seemed as if water was dripping from it. The two of them chased after the snitch, with the bludger following closely behind them, ready to attack Harry at any time by taking a shortcut around a corner. In the professor's spectator seats, Dumbledore and Grindelwald frowned. Did you find out who's causing the trouble? Dumbledore asked. No, it's too chaotic. Grindelwald shook his head. Let's stop the game first, so it will be easier to investigate. No, wait a little longer. Don't affect the game unless it's a critical moment. Dumbledore said. Grindelwald shrugged. Well, you have the final say regarding Harry. Just as the two were chatting, there was a sudden exclamation from the audience. Harry actually caught up with the golden snitch. He flew over the golden snitch, crossed his legs tightly to hold the flying broom, and then, at a height of several dozen meters, he used the upside-down bell move to catch the golden snitch. I caught the snitch. The game is over. Harry shouted. Whoosh. Harry's pupils shrank suddenly. The game should have been over, but the bludger was still flying towards him. Boil. Cursing, Harry realized it was too late to climb back onto the broom. So he gritted his teeth, loosened his legs, and let himself fall freely. Call. A gust of wind blew between Harry's legs, and Harry shivered in fear. However, the more terrifying thing was yet to come. The bludger, whose attack failed again, suddenly stopped in midair and then smashed straight down towards Harry, who was in free fall. There was a hint of despair in Harry's eyes, and he slowly closed his eyes. Just when Harry was about to close his eyes completely, his eyes suddenly widened. Bang! The falling bludger exploded into a brilliant ball of fireworks, and at the same time, Harry felt that his own falling speed slowed down a lot. After landing safely, Harry first bowed to Dumbledore and Grindelwald, who were withdrawing their hands in the professor's seat, and then raised the golden snitch high in his hand. There was an immediate explosion of applause and cheers from the audience. At this moment, Harry was the center of everyone's attention. and only a few people noticed that Malfoy was staring at Harry after he landed. Remy is one of these few people. Go! After whispering the order, Remy flicked his fingers and sent the black and white balls flying towards Malfoy on the field. The two balls flew silently to Malfoy's side. The black one flew onto his back, and the white one flew under his broom. Seeing the two small balls in place, the corners of Remy's mouth rose uncontrollably. Action! At the moment Remy gave the order, Harry, who was enjoying the congratulations of his teammates, was suddenly stunned, only to hear a melodious melody coming from a distance. Not only Harry, but everyone in the audience was stunned, and then they all looked at the source of the sound, Malfoy, who was staring at Harry with a complicated expression. The whole place suddenly fell silent, and everyone looked at Malfoy with strange eyes. As if he felt the strange looks from everyone, Malfoy's face became redder and redder, but his eyes were still fixed on Harry. At the same time, a singing voice sounded from him. You fell from the sky, falling on my heart. A jade-like appearance and clear water-like eyes. A little smile makes my heart warm. Hearing the singing, Harry, who was smirking at Malfoy provocatively, suddenly froze and quickly turned his head. But the next moment, you don't even look back. Spread your wings. Looking for direction. Direction ahead. One side turns my life cold. WDF. Harry's face darkened instantly, and then heated up rapidly involuntarily. He felt the scorching, fiery gaze that made his hair stand on end, and felt the strange gazes from the entire audience. Harry's face was black and red, with red in the black and black in the red. The other protagonist, who was the focus of the whole audience, was still staring at Harry with a red face. He could not hear the singing coming from the flying broom. The function of the black ball Remy gave him was to block the sound made by the white ball. He could only see the audience looking at him and Harry with strange eyes. Are you comparing me to Harry? In this situation, I absolutely cannot give in. Thinking of this, Malfoy took a deep breath and straightened his chest, continuing to look at Harry to show that he was not afraid. At the same time, the audience saw and heard a completely different scene. They saw Malfoy puffing out his chest and continuing to look at Harry lovingly, and listen to Malfoy continue to sing. You are in the middle of thousands of people. Feel the glory. Can't see your eyes. Will there be tears hidden? I don't have that kind of power. I can't forget even if I want to. Just wait until the dark night. Dream about the direction of your former lover. After the song was over, at this moment, Malfoy, who had been gritting his teeth and refusing to admit defeat, could no longer withstand the pressure. His little face turned pale, and his body was on the verge of collapse. But in the eyes of the audience, his reaction was clearly, Malfoy, I support you. A voice of support came from nowhere, which made Malfoy startled. Immediately afterwards, voices of support rang out one after another. Malfoy, come on, you're not wrong. How brave. You are so brave. Be braver. You haven't lost yet. Come on, don't give up. We all support you. Don't care about the eyes of mediocre people. Be brave and be yourself. Face your true self and be brave enough to be yourself. Face your true self and be brave enough to be yourself. Listening to the thunderous encouragement, especially since they were all from female classmates, Malfoy was overwhelmed by tears of emotion before he even had time to wonder. He wiped his face, smiled sincerely, and nodded and waved vigorously to the audience. At this moment, he was in the center of thousands of people, fully enjoying the glory. The young are truly to be feared. This boy is much braver than we were back then. Grindelwald said softly. Yeah. Dumbledore sighed and shook his head. Times are really different. Their eyes met. They smiled at each other and continued to watch this perfect match of the century. I didn't expect Malfoy to be so, but he is so brave. Hermione clenched her fists, suddenly stood up, and followed the female classmates nearby to loudly support Malfoy. I didn't expect that even Hermione would betray me. Ronald gritted his teeth and said, Malfoy is such a despicable guy. He actually did such a thing in such a situation without considering Harry's feelings at all. Yeah, He doesn't understand Harry as well as you do, and he doesn't understand and sympathize with Harry's difficulties. Remy said slowly. Of course, Harry and I are. Wait. Chow. What's that look in your eyes? Are you saying something else? Ronald's eyes suddenly widened, and his voice began to tremble. I'm telling you, don't let your imagination run wild. Harry and I are innocent. Chow. Why are you all looking at me like that? Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him strangely, Ronald panicked and his face turned pale. Looking at Ronald, who had no way to defend himself, Remy shook his head helplessly, turned around, and hurriedly left this place to avoid suspicion. Originally, he just wanted to play a trick on Malfoy. Although it would embarrass Harry, it would not have much impact. After all, Harry was innocent. He not only liked girls, but also only liked school beauties. However, after Ronald, this stupid teammates trying to cover up trouble, Harry might be in trouble. Remy walked quickly back to the auditorium of Ravenclaw Academy. In order to avoid being implicated by some troublemakers, he ran to a few female academic elites who did not support Malfoy and discussed their study problems with them. On the field, amid thunderous applause, referee Madame Hooch officially announced the end of the game and asked both teams to leave. When Malfoy left the field, she patted Malfoy on the shoulder encouragingly. The teammates all had strange looks on their faces along the way, especially the male teammates, who were even unwilling to change clothes with Malfoy. But Malfoy, who had nothing and had already misunderstood, just thought they were envious of his popularity. The same was true on the way back to the castle. Malfoy held his head high and chest out all the way, and he didn't notice that his two little followers were some distance away from him. However, the truth could not be hidden. That night, it was said that an inhuman scream was heard from Malfoy's dormitory, and Malfoy disappeared from the school the next day. On the third day, a middle-aged man with the same hair color as Malfoy came to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry and stormed into the principal's office angrily. Dumbledore, I need an explanation. Why would this happen to my son in school? 3 days. Within 3 days, you must find the person who destroyed my son's reputation and our family's reputation. Otherwise, I will join forces with all the school directors to resign your position as principal. Lucius slammed the table and the bench and roared at the confused Dumbledore, spitting everywhere. In other words, Dumbledore had a better temper and just dodged for a while, but Grindelwald, who was teasing Fawkes on the side, immediately became unhappy when he saw this. Who do you think you are to speak to Albus like that? Grindelwald said with a sullen face. Looking into Grindelwald's eyes, Lucius subconsciously took a step back, but then realized something and took a step forward and returned to his original position, snorting coldly. Umph, I know who you are, but I've also heard some rumors about you too. I think it's you two who are behind this matter. Letting you two teach at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is simply poisoning the next generation of the wizarding world. I will report this to the Minister of Magic when I get back, said Lucius. Report to the Minister of Magic? TSK. Just report it, and don't forget to tell me when you get a reply. Grindelwald said with disdain. Gellert, glancing at Grindelwald to quiet him down, Dumbledore stood up. I'm sorry, I thought it was Malfoy himself. 3 days, right? Don't worry, I will find out who staged this prank. Prank? You call this a prank? That person must be found within 3 days, and he must be severely punished. He must be expelled. He must be imprisoned in Azkaban. Lucius shouted at the top of his lungs. Imprisoned in Azkaban? How dare someone who has a vague relationship with Voldemort mention Azkaban? Grindelwald couldn't help but continue to taunt. It's not that he has poor self-control, but the man in front of him had a very bad attitude towards Dumbledore, which made him very unhappy. And he had already guessed who had done what the man in front of him was talking about. Being able to do such an incredible thing without magic right under his and Dumbledore's noses. And it was a prank for the purpose of playing a prank on others. Even though he had not known Remy for a long time, he could guess that it was Remy who did it. And only Remy had the ability to do such a thing. You, Humph, these are two different things. The Ministry of Magic has already investigated my case clearly, said Lucius. Well, we will also investigate what you said. Dumbledore stood up and said, "Mr. Malfoy, you can go back first. I will give you a satisfactory explanation for what happened in school." Lucius glanced at Grindelwald, snorted coldly, and emphasized again that he had enough time to turn around and leave. "TSK, you really think you're such a big shot?" Grindelwald said disdainfully. "Albus, you'd better run for Minister of Magic as soon as possible. Otherwise, anyone can tell you what to do. I'm already an old man. How many days can I last in the election?" Dumbledore shook his head helplessly. "Please take the trouble to bring that brat over here. Which be asterisk, 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 asterisk D. Which one are you talking about? Gellert, you're not trying to protect him, are you? What? Are you really going to fire him for such a trivial matter? Expel? I didn't say that, but he still needs to be punished. We can't let him run wild." Grindelwald nodded and left the headmaster's office. It took him less than 10 minutes to bring Remy over. After closing the door, Headmaster Dumbledore first told Remy what had just happened, and then asked Remy to confess, saying that he would be lenient if he confessed and severe if he resisted. In response, Remy was clueless and said they had found the wrong person, and he refused to admit that he did it. Remy is very confident, and his confidence comes from the fact that the two props he uses are disposable props that will be destroyed after use and will definitely not leave any evidence. "Principal, I swear to God, I really didn't do that. Really, if I tell even a single lie, may God strike me to death with lightning." Snap! Just as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly flashed outside the window, scaring Remy so much that he shivered and then became speechless. Professor Grindelwald, using a weather spell to scare students is not what a professor should do. Remy said unhappily. Lying is not what a student should do. Grindelwald said with a smile, "It's not a big deal. Since you did it, why are you afraid to admit it? With me and Dumbledore backing you up, what are you afraid of? But the problem is that I really didn't do anything, and I don't want to take the blame for others," said Remy. Dumbledore pushed up his glasses. "Well, let's talk about something else, Remy." "What is it?" Remy asked. "About Voldemort." "Voldemort, yes." Dumbledore nodded and told Remy about their findings on the Quidditch field, saying that they guessed that it was Voldemort who had sneaked into Hogwarts again, and that this time his methods were more covert and posed a greater threat to Harry. Because of this, Dumbledore and Grindelwald both thought that they should find a way to lure Voldemort out, and the best bait was the Sunflower Book in Remy's hand. The souls and the Horcruxes have mutual memories, so as long as the Sunflower Codex is revealed to the notebook, Voldemort himself will also know it. Grindelwald said, "That's right." Dumbledore nodded. "Then we just need to find a suitable reason to confiscate all your belongings, and Voldemort will naturally find a way to get it." "Yeah, that makes sense." "Wait." Remy, who was nodding, suddenly became alert. "You don't want me to plead guilty?" "No, I wanted to take the blame and be punished by being put in solitary confinement, right?" "Clever." Dumbledore nodded. "Isn't that too much of a sacrifice on my part? I have to sacrifice my reputation just to trick that little jerk Voldemort? I won't do it." Remy said. Dumbledore was visibly stunned, then looked at Remy with a very strange look. "Do you have a good reputation?" "Remy, Blanche, don't hit people in the face, don't expose people's weaknesses, and don't tear down people's difficulties." Seeing Remy suddenly stop talking, Dumbledore smiled slightly and decided to give it another try. "Remy, Harry is your good friend. If Voldemort cannot be lured out, his life may be in danger at any time. Okay, kid, you know what you have done. Admit it now. After you admit it, we can deal with Voldemort together." Grindelwald said, "I refuse. I didn't do it." Remy shook his head and said. Grindelwald smiled and shook his head. "Really? I suddenly remembered that I have a particularly cool large-scale magic. I wanted to teach you, but I didn't expect you to be such a timid person. It seems that I'd better not teach you, lest you be corrupted." Remy's eyes lit up. "I did it. I admit it. It was me who did it." "Dumbledore, you are really realistic. It's good that you admit it. Tell me what you did." Grindelwald glanced at Dumbledore smugly and said to Remy, "That day He explained everything he had done in detail, no matter how big or small, and Grindelwald could not help but admire Remy's imagination and execution. After understanding the modus operandi clearly, Dumbledore asked about the motive for the crime, which stumped Remy. He just suddenly came up with this idea and then did it. There was no special motivation. Dumbledore was speechless after getting the answer, and said that if someone else said this, he would definitely not believe it, because the props needed alone would not be completed by others in a day or two, but this sentence was said by Remy, so he chose to believe it. I will discuss your punishment with Lucius in 3 days, and it is expected to take a week. 10 days is plenty of time. You can reveal the matter of the tome to Voldemort little by little, step by step. Don't be impatient, Dumbledore warned. Remy raised his chin and patted his chest, his face full of confidence. Don't worry, Headmaster Dumbledore. You can definitely trust my ability to deceive people. Remy didn't know whether Voldemort could still be considered a human being now, but even if he was not a human being now, Remy would definitely trick him. Remy couldn't accept the loss of paying such a huge price and failing to kill Voldemort. Therefore, after leaving the headmaster's office, Remy returned to the dormitory and began to complain to Voldemort, his heart-to-heart friend. After telling him what he had done on the Quidditch field, he also told Voldemort that he was now under suspicion of Headmaster Dumbledore and might be expelled at any time, or even imprisoned in Azkaban. Voldemort really took the bait when faced with Remy's words. He not only comforted Remy not to worry, but also hinted that with Remy's strength, he could go anywhere. Although Remy felt that Voldemort might be instigating him to flee Hogwarts, since Voldemort took the initiative to mention his strength, Remy would not miss such a good opportunity. After 4 days of testing and keeping Voldemort's attention focused on his strength and future, Remy felt that the time was right. Rather than being expelled or punished in any other way, I'm more worried about something else right now, Remy wrote. What is it? You can tell me. Maybe I can help you. Voldemort wrote. Remy waited for a moment, picked up the pen, and continued writing, even deliberately making a few mistakes in the words. I have a magic book that is very important to me. It must not be discovered or touched by anyone else. I am now worried that Headmaster Dumbledore will search my dormitory and my belongings for evidence. If they find the book, I will be dead. Remy wrote, a magic book that absolutely cannot be touched by others. Voldemort's eyes flashed, and he quickly replied, then find a place to hide it. It's easy for you to say that. Is there any place in Hogwarts Castle that Headmaster Dumbledore doesn't know about? It's even more impossible outside the school. Even if an insect touches it, I will lose it. Remy wrote, even insects can't touch it. In other words, no living creature can touch it? So harsh. But the more demanding it is, the more excited I am. Voldemort suppressed his excitement and continued to reply. Really? That's a bit difficult. I don't know a secret chamber that only I know about. If you have no other place to hide it, you might as well put in that secret chamber. A secret room? A secret room in the castle. Yes. Are you sure you're the only one who knows about that secret room? I'm sure. There was a pause. Remy didn't speak or continue writing until words appeared on the notebook again. The Chamber of Secrets was left behind by one of the 4 founders of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. I discovered it by accident. No one knows its location except me. Voldemort replied again. After waiting for a while, seeing that Remy still hadn't replied, Voldemort became anxious and hurriedly continued to reply. I can tell you the location. You can go there tonight to see if there are any signs that anyone has been there. I am confident that no one has been there before. Voldemort wrote. Remy's eyes lit up. Okay. After agreeing with Voldemort to go to the Chamber of Secrets together in the evening, Remy closed his notebook and went to the side to pour himself a cup of tea. He was very curious whether the Chamber of Secrets Voldemort mentioned was the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin. If it really was the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin, he couldn't speak Parseltongue, and his mind wasn't controlled by Voldemort. So how could he open the door to the Chamber of Secrets? No. How was Voldemort going to help him open the door to the Chamber of Secrets? Interesting, really interesting. Well, I'll go report today's results to my dear Headmaster Dumbledore first. Maybe if Headmaster Dumbledore is happy, he will reduce my punishment. Remy drank the black tea in one breath, put away his notebook, and walked out of the dormitory happily. Yesterday, Headmaster Dumbledore had already revealed to him in advance the discussions about his punishment. The punishment Lucius had proposed was for him to publicly apologize to Malfoy in front of all the teachers and students. Remy would definitely not accept this kind of punishment. It'd be fine if he apologized to Malfoy in private, but if he apologized to Malfoy in front of all the teachers and students, would he still be able to stay in school in the future? Besides, after the farce that happened during the enrollment, Remy didn't want to appear in the same place with Malfoy at all, especially in public, to avoid some stubborn fajoshi spreading rumors. When Remy walked out of the dormitory and past the common room, he was surprised to find Luna reading a book on the sofa, and she was reading it backwards. Luna also noticed Remy and made Remy a little embarrassed when she spoke. "Have the glasses you mentioned been invented?" Luna asked, putting down the book. I've been a bit busy recently, so I forgot about it, haha." Remy said, scratching his head awkwardly. "I'll invent it after I'm done with this period of time. You can continue reading. I'm leaving first. It's 11 o'clock. It's okay. I went to see Headmaster Dumbledore, bye." Luna was stunned for a moment and looked at Remy in confusion as he disappeared into the passage. After leaving the Ravenclaw dormitory, Remy jogged all the way to the principal's office. When he met Filch on the way, he greeted him, said he was going to see the principal, and left without stopping for a moment. Filch didn't even try to stop him, and even asked if he wanted a lantern. After arriving at the principal's office, Remy banged on the door for a long time before he saw Principal Dumbledore, who was in pajamas and looked sleepy. At first, Headmaster Dumbledore was a little complaining about Remy coming to disturb him so late, but when Remy explained the situation, Dumbledore instantly perked up. "The Chamber of Secrets left by the four founders? It seems to be the Chamber of Secrets left by Slytherin. What happened back then was indeed related to him," said Dumbledore. "What happened back then? What happened?" Remy asked. "There's been a legend circulating in Hogwarts School of witchcraft and wizardry. It is said that before leaving Hogwarts, Slytherin secretly created a secret chamber. He placed something in it and left a rumor that his heir would open the secret chamber and eliminate all those in Hogwarts School of witchcraft and wizardry who he thought were unworthy of learning magic. That is, half-blood wizards and muggle-born wizards." Headmaster Dumbledore introduced to Remy. "Really? That definitely doesn't include me. I'm a wizard who was born into a family of twisted chickens," Remy said with a smile. Dumbledore rolled his eyes immediately. "The Chamber of Secrets was opened once 50 years ago, and a student died that time. At that time, the Ministry of Magic suspected that the so-called heir was Hagrid because he happened to have a dangerous eight-eyed spider at the time." "Is that so? Then why is Hagrid still in school? Was the Ministry of Magic so easy to talk to back then? Or did Hagrid bribe the Ministry of Magic?" Remy asked. Dumbledore gave Remy an unpleasant look. "Do you think everyone is like you?" Given that Remy's idea was too outrageous, Dumbledore instantly lost the mood to tell Remy a story and instead discussed the follow-up plan with Remy. But there are some things that a man of his status and age cannot say or do, so he just listened to Remy and made the final decision. "Let's do as you say. Let's find the secret room first. The secret room is also a hidden danger. This time we can kill two birds with one stone," Dumbledore said. "Okay, I'll go then. Do you want to go with me in stealth?" Remy asked. Dumbledore hesitated for a moment and then shook his head. "No, it's better to be careful. It would be bad if there is any special magic in the Chamber of Secrets." "Okay, then I'll go back first. I'll go find a secret room at 3 o'clock in the morning and report to you when I come back," Remy said. "Well, be safe. Don't worry. My safety is absolutely guaranteed. I mean, don't blow up the Chamber of Secrets." "Remy, Blanche, don't trust me." Back in the dormitory, Remy told Voldemort about the action at 3 in the morning, then set the alarm and went to bed. At 3 o'clock, Remy got up on time, took his notebook, chatted with Voldemort, and went to the abandoned girls' bathroom according to his instructions. "Really? Going to the girls' bathroom in the middle of the night? If someone sees me, my reputation will be ruined," Remy muttered softly, took a deep breath, and opened the bathroom door. As soon as the door opened, a translucent figure let out a terrifying howl and instantly pounced towards Remy. I'm boiling. He subconsciously raised his hands to block in front of him. With a thud, the figure that pounced on him flew backwards, rubbing his forehead and looking at Remy in disbelief. It was Myrtle, wearing the same glasses as Harry. Ew, how is it possible? Are you a human? Myrtle asked. Nonsense, of course I'm a human. Remy said. Then why can't I pass through you? Asked Myrtle. How would I know? Okay, please go somewhere else for a while. I have some personal things to do. Remy said. Private matter? Suddenly, Myrtle flew to Remy's side and circled around her. What are you doing in the middle of the night? Running into the girls' bathroom. It's a very important personal matter. Okay, I really have something important to do now. Can you please leave for a while? Remy asked. No, just do whatever you want to do. Let me see, don't be shy. Myrtle refused to give in and even reached out to poke Remy's chest, causing Remy to frown unconsciously. He was so careless that he even forgot that this place was Myrtle's territory. But he had finally tricked Voldemort into this point, and now the arrow was on the string and had to be shot. If he left now, all his efforts would probably be wasted. More importantly, who can guarantee that Myrtle won't cause trouble again next time we come? Myrtle, I've heard of you. I'm telling you seriously now. Please go out for a while. Thank you. Remy frowned and looked at Myrtle sharply. This is my territory. If I don't go out, what can you do to me? Myrtle said with a grin. Then I'll just have to be rude to you. Be rude to me? Ha ha. Would I, a ghost, be afraid that you would be rude to me? Hurry up. Be rude to me quickly, I beg you. Myrtle laughed out loud, very loudly, and didn't seem to worry at all about disturbing others' rest. But Remy is afraid. Really? I guess you've forgotten I can touch you. Myrtle, who was flying in the sky, was stunned for a moment. While she was stunned, Remy kicked her out with one foot after another, and she was kicked out of the bathroom and hit the wall and flew away to an unknown place. From a scientific point of view, ghosts have no substance and no weight, so they are naturally not affected by various messy forces such as resistance, gravity, and electromagnetic force. So Remy's kick should theoretically be enough to send Myrtle flying out of the blue planet or even out of the Milky Way. But obviously this is not actually possible because Myrtle can fly. While Myrtle hadn't flown back yet, Remy quickly took out his notebook and asked Voldemort about the location of the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets. On the washstand, there's a faucet with a snake carved on it. Find it and place me on the snake. Voldemort replied, Is it that simple? This is not easy. Who would have thought that there would be a secret room hidden in a girl's bathroom? And I'm the only one who knows how to open it. Okay, I'll go find it right away. Closing the notebook, Remy went to the washstand in the middle under the moonlight and observed it carefully. He groped around a little bit and soon found a snake relief. Without hesitation, Remy attached the notebook to the snake relief. There was no sound, no unusual light or shadow. The wash basin just started up with a click. The wash basin suddenly split into 4 parts and moved in 4 directions, revealing a huge circular passage that was almost vertical and had no bottom in sight. Will this door close by itself after I go down? Remy asked. Of course. Don't worry, it will close automatically after you go down. Voldemort replied. Remy breathed a sigh of relief when he got the answer. He really didn't know the answer to this question, and he was really worried about this problem, worried that Myrtle would come back and ruin his plans. Now that he was sure the door would close automatically, Remy didn't waste any more time, and without even taking a deep breath, he jumped into the bottomless passage. Just as Remy jumped, he heard the friction sound of heavy objects moving above his head, which meant the door had begun to close. The passage is not completely vertical. It has a certain inclination, and the degree of inclination increases as it goes downwards, and finally it becomes an angle similar to that of slide. When Remy slid to the bottom, the active defense function of the magic treasure was not triggered, and instead his hand was scratched by a bone on the ground. Damn it, who designed this passage? Why not design it to go straight up? What kind of bone is this? I won't get an infection, will I? Looks like I have to go disinfect it later. Cursing and getting up, Remy took out his notebook and gave Voldemort a sweet greeting. If it wasn't just a book, Remy would have slapped it twice. Are you sure no one here knows? Why are there so many small animal bones on the ground? Remy asked. There is a powerful magical creature guarding here, and it will protect the safety of this place. Voldemort replied, Are you sweet kidding me? Didn't I tell you that book cannot be touched by any living thing? Anyone. Remy wrote. The Voldemort in the diary was silent, and after a long silence, he made a suggestion. How about you go and kill it? Want to test my strength? Or do you plan to use the basilisk to kill me, and then control the basilisk to take the book away directly? Humph. Of course we have to kill them. We finally found such a secret base. Even if we don't use it to hide things, we have to kill irrelevant animals. After finishing, Remy closed the notebook with a snap, straightened his clothes, and walked forward along the aisle. The passage here looks like a sewer, but it is very clean, with no sewage or bad smells, not even any bedbugs. I wonder if they were all scared away or eaten by the basilisk. Walking in it, Remy felt very confused. The area here is a bit too large. How could such a large underground space be hidden for so many years without being discovered? The wizards may be blocked by the wall because they can't find the entrance, but what about ghosts? There are hundreds of ghosts in Hogwarts Castle for so many years, but no one has discovered it? Even if this area is protected by magic so that ghosts cannot enter, wouldn't that be like trying to cover up one's own faults? If there's an area that ghosts cannot enter, it is not the same as telling others. Come and see. There is a problem here. Could it be that a ghost-repelling spell similar to the Muggle-repelling spell was cast? Is there such magic in the wizarding world? I guess I have to ask Senior Grindelwald for advice later. If there is such a spell, maybe we can develop a wizard-repelling spell based on the same principle. Remy walked forward while thinking about random things, and before he knew it, he came to a big door. The door is made of stone and is carved with reliefs of dozens of snakes crisscrossing each other. The scales of each snake are clear and vivid, giving people goosebumps when they see it. I didn't find the monster you mentioned, but I did find a door. Can you open it? Remy took out his notebook and wrote. Sure, put me on the door. After getting the reply, Remy pressed the notebook against the stone door, and the snake reliefs on the door suddenly came to life one by one. An ordinary person would definitely be shocked, but Remy is not an ordinary person. He is from Azkaban. Wow, a secret room within a secret room. Is there some secret treasure here? Can I get the treasure it guards just by defeating the monster you mentioned? Remy wrote, There is no treasure here, or rather, the magical creature guarding the treasure is itself the biggest treasure. Voldemort replied, Oh, what is it? Basilisk. Basilisk? What is that? A monster that looks like a snake? I don't know the details, I just know it's extremely poisonous. So be careful. Just know that it is highly poisonous. You are so sweet, but you really want to trick me. No. Closing the notebook, Remy hummed twice. Voldemort, since you were the one who tricked me first, don't blame me for using the book to trick you later. This is what they call an eel that is too hungry will eventually get the abalone. Putting away the notebook, Remy took out his wand from his pocket and walked into the secret room in front. This secret room is very spacious, with 2 pools on both sides of a long passage. There is a snake sculpture about every 3 meters on the edge of the pool. Clear water flows into the pool from their mouths, splashing layers of water on the water surface. There were self-burning braziers on the walls on both sides, but the light was very poor and not bright at all. The whole secret room gives people an extremely dark, damp, and cold feeling, and it is obviously where the villain boss should stay. Just when Remy had walked 2/3 of the way and was about to reach the platform at the end, a rumbling sound suddenly came from the mouth of the huge stone sculpture of a human head on the wall behind the platform, and then a giant snake with a fat body crawled out of the mouth of the stone sculpture. They say heroes fight dragons. Although I'm not a hero, but a wizard, my opponent isn't a dragon. Remy grinned, flexed his wrist, raised his wand, and rushed towards the basilisk. Remy rushed to the platform in a standard triple jump posture and jumped high, then swung his magic wand and started hitting. Faint! Faint! fall to the ground. Bang! It is said that it is better to receive the attack well than to hit well. Remy originally just wanted to hit the basilisk's body to test the waters, but the basilisk just raised its head, allowing Remy's magic to hit it solidly on the head. Remy was immediately happy, but before he could laugh, the moment he met the basilisk's eyes, Remy's head went blank. I was killed instantly by the basilisk. After an unknown amount of time, Remy slowly got up, his head still buzzing. I touched it, and it felt sticky, but I could vaguely feel that the wand in my hand was still there. Well, it seems that I am not dead yet. Then where am I now? Why do I feel dizzy? What is this sticky liquid on my body? What is this stinky smell? Wait, am I being swallowed? Thinking of this possibility, Remy suddenly woke up and quickly picked up his wand to cast illumination to check his surroundings. Just as Remy used the lighting technique to check the surrounding situation, the basilisk, which had just finished its meal and was about to go back to sleep, suddenly had its eyes lit up, as bright as two searchlights. Well, it was swallowed. Nodding calmly, Remy pulled out his notebook and quill. What should I do if I get swallowed by a basilisk accidentally? Waiting online, very urgent. Remy wrote, Voldemort. Voldemort felt as if 10,000 alpacas were running across the prairie above his head, and every one of them spit at him. If it was someone else, even Dumbledore, being swallowed by the basilisk, Voldemort would be ecstatic and quickly control the basilisk to leave Hogwarts Castle and bring Dumbledore to him. But the one who was swallowed was not Dumbledore, but Remy, who was able to take his killing curse head on. This really annoyed Voldemort. Control the basilisk to walk? Or to let the basilisk go? To meet him? You must be kidding. Control the basilisk to kill Remy? But Remy is in the basilisk's stomach. Wait, inside the basilisk's belly. Although we can't see the basilisk's eyes in the stomach, but the basilisk is still extremely poisonous. Voldemort sneered and immediately ordered the basilisk through his notebook to spray poison into his mouth and then swallow it, while at the same time replying to Remy to calm him down. Don't panic. You can try the magic you have learned. The basilisk's belly is much more fragile than its scales. Voldemort wrote, That makes sense. I'll try it. After putting away the notebook, Remy swung his wand and was about to knock the basilisk unconscious. But suddenly, the surroundings began to twist wildly, and Remy had to give up the attack and try his best to maintain his balance. However, it was of no use, and soon Remy felt dizzy and out of control. An unknown amount of time had passed before Remy, feeling his brains had been shaken apart, slowly crawled out of the basilisk's belly. The joy of seeing the light of day again stunned Remy. Why am I out? I didn't do anything. Remy turned his head in confusion, and his mouth twitched immediately. He had only one thought in his mind. Stupid Voldemort. The basilisk lay motionless on the ground. The front third of its body was covered with signs of corrosion. Wisps of green gas continued to emerge from it, and a pool of green liquid flowing from the bottom of its body continued to corrode its body. As an old basilisk that has lived for countless years, Remy didn't think it would make a mistake in using poison, and Remy did nothing. Then there is only one reasonable explanation. Voldemort just controlled the basilisk using a method he didn't know about. Looking at the size of the wound, he must have swallowed the venom. You want to drown me with the venom? That's hilarious. You don't have any scientific knowledge at all. Remy curled his lips in silence, and in his heart he had nothing but contempt for Voldemort. What kind of venomous snake is immune to its own venom? Not at all. It is not ruled out that some snakes have a certain immunity to snake venom, but it also depends on what kind of snake venom it is. The venom is corrosive, and no immunity can help. Not to mention that it is taken orally, and you swallow so much in one gulp. I suddenly feel sorry for you. You are so unlucky to have such a foolish master. After bowing 3 times in a formal manner, Remy revealed his true face, took out a knife from his pocket, and started to attack the basilisk. The sword obtained from Nicholas Flamel is still as sharp as ever. It can easily cut the skin of a basilisk, let alone its scales. After cutting off a small piece of snake skin, Remy slapped his head and hurried to the snake's head to check the basilisk's mouth full of sharp teeth, which were different from those of ordinary snakes. Fortunately, the tooth is not damaged, otherwise it would be a big loss. Thinking he was lucky, Remy swung his knife and started chopping. However, this time, the sword that had always been invincible was unable to cut it off in one go, and only left a dent about 2 centimeters deep on the fawn. Sweet. Harry can break it with his bare hands. Why is it so difficult for me? Remy looked at the sword in his hand and then at the fawn. After comparing the sizes, he decisively gave up cutting even a little bit. This basilisk has so many teeth, and his sword is so small. How long will it take to cut it bit by bit? At critical moments, we still have to use the power of technology. Thinking of this, Remy quickly ran to the basilisk's torso to continue peeling scales, and then used alchemy to make a carpentry saw for himself using the scales as raw materials. With a saw, cutting the fangs was much easier. This wave is called boiling beans and burning bean pods. Remy sawed off 2 smaller fangs with a grunt, and suddenly realized sadly that he had made a mistake. These 2 teeth were not fangs. Solid jowl. I was wondering why it was so difficult. What a ripoff. Wait. Maybe it can be used as medicine after being ground in a powder, and it should be able to sell for some money. After taking the solid tooth to the sink, cleaning it, and putting it aside, Remy looked at the remaining fangs of the basilisk with a saw and felt more and more uncomfortable. The more I look at it, the more I feel the insignificance of human power. The flesh is in pain, the machinery is soaring. It seems that we must use some high technology. Otherwise, I will be exhausted to death today. Holding the handsaw, Remy started to pick up the scales again. This time, he picked up many more scales than before, but it was still less than 1% of all the scales on the basilisk. Once again, using basilisk scales as raw material, this time Remy crafted a circular saw that would spin at high speeds at the push of a button. Buzz! Haha! This is what we call technology changing our lives. Get to work. Holding the brand new tools, Remy's work efficiency can't be said to have increased linearly, but it can only be said to have improved by leaps and bounds, with his work efficiency instantly increasing by 3,448%. Buzz! The basilisk's row of fangs were broken. Buzz! The basilisk's scalp cracked. Buzz! The basilisk's leg bone was broken. Wait, where did the basilisk get its legs? Oh, it turned out to be a rib. It was just a misunderstanding. It was just a false alarm. Remy, who almost thought he had sawed off his leg, wiped the sweat off his forehead and continued to work hard. While Remy was busy, he didn't know that Voldemort in the diary was already scratching his head in confusion. It's been so long. Is Remy dead now? He should be dead, right? Should I sneak into Hogwarts and look for the magic book now? But what if he didn't have it with him? Where'd he hide it? Wait. What if he's not dead and still has the magic book with him? No, I have to wait a little longer. Just when Voldemort was struggling with this, he suddenly felt the notebook being opened. Just when Voldemort was congratulating himself on his caution, a line of words appeared in front of him, instantly breaking his defense. How to cook basilisk meat deliciously. WTF. You really killed the basilisk? And you ate it? Suppressing his complicated emotions, Voldemort took a deep breath and replied to Remy, Have you dealt with the basilisk? Nonsense. Am I daydreaming with you? Tell me, do you know how to cook a basilisk? Remy replied, It was really killed. And it looks like the monster was not hurt at all, otherwise he would definitely not be in the mood to cook the basilisk. Even the eyes and venom of the basilisk can't kill this monster. Then, what huge secret will be hidden in that magic book that is extremely important to this monster? Even a child could become such a powerful monster after getting it, if I got it. Unable to hide the fire in his eyes, Voldemort managed to calm down his excitement and quickly replied to Remy, It should be similar to cooking ordinary snakes. You could try boiling or roasting. After replying, Voldemort silently said to himself, Basilisk, have a safe journey. I will avenge you. Before Voldemort finished the mourning ceremony for the basilisk, Remy's reply arrived. Nonsense. I'm asking what ingredients are used. By the way, what country are you from? Remy asked. Me? I should be considered a national. Voldemort replied in confusion. Oh, no wonder the cooking method you mentioned is so outrageous. You're a piece of crap. You're not even as good as a Muggle cooking guide. Seeing Remy's reply, Voldemort's mentality suddenly collapsed. A cooking guide that says I'm not as good as a Muggle? Doesn't that just say I'm not as good as a Muggle? How can you bear this sweetness? No, I must get back at you today. Isn't it just cooking? Even if I have never cooked a dish, at least I have eaten it. Thinking of this, Voldemort quickly recalled the food he had eaten with snake meat as the main ingredient. However, after thinking about it, Voldemort realized that he had never eaten it before. How could he, a parcel-tongued man, eat snakes? At this moment, the text appeared again. By the way, have you ever eaten? Have you ever eaten snake meat? Remy asked. Subconsciously, Voldemort replied to Remy with a no. The next moment, he suddenly felt a sticky and slippery object hit his face. This is for you. Enjoy it slowly. No need to thank me. Voldemort's face immediately turned green. There is a snake in the secret room. Its name is Basilisk. It is so big that it cannot be stewed in a pot. To cut and dismember, 108 grills are needed. 1 secret recipe, 1 spicy, 1 garlic, 1 5-spice, 1 air-dried, 1 fermented rice, 1 braised in oil, 1 deep-fried, 1 with honey, 1 with lemonade, 1 with cola, 1 with beer, and 1. Remy muttered to himself, and actually did so after cutting the snake meat into small pieces. With alchemy in hand, Remy didn't have to think about the grill at all. The only thing he had to think about was the seasoning. High-end ingredients often only require the simplest cooking methods. This aged basilisk meat that is unique to the magic world must be the top quality ingredient. It should be delicious even without seasoning, right? Thinking of this, Remy brought the skewers to his nose and smelled them. It was indeed filled with the aroma of meat. Even though it looks a little woody and burnt, it must be a top-notch delicacy just by the aroma. He opened his mouth wide and swung his neck to pull out a large piece of meat. Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. It's so sweet and delicious. My cooking skills are really the best in the world. Ugh! He spat out all the snake meat in his mouth, but he could still vaguely see that the middle part of the big piece of meat was still white. It was not cooked at all. Remy looked at the remaining meat with lingering fear, frowned, and used a knife to cut open the charred outer shell of one of the pieces little by little. His face suddenly changed, and he quickly took it away. Oh my God, this meat is too fishy, isn't it? How do you eat this? Marinate it for 49 days in advance. I'm scared. I'll let the house elves in the kitchen help me. With their cooking skills, they should be able to handle it. Sighing, Remy put down the half-cooked skewer in his hand and continued to cut the basilisk. I was originally thinking of eating something to replenish my energy before continuing to work, but who would have thought that I would end up salivating a lot? After working hard for more than an hour, Remy finally finished cutting and sorting the entire snake monster. The snake scales were placed in one pile, the snake meat was placed in another pile, and the snake venom was also collected in a large bucket. All the internal organs and venom glands are stored separately, and the snake's fangs and the oversized eyeballs that were picked out with great effort are stored separately. I don't know if these 2 eyeballs are still useful. I'll try to find a little mouse later. The one Ronald raised is quite suitable. Crashed. After cleaning it in water, Remy put it in the box. As for other materials, Remy doesn't have the patience to clean them one by one. On the one hand, there are too many of them. On the other hand, due to the problem of tools used during cutting, many of them are still connected with some skin and flesh. Not only are they difficult to clean, but even if they are clean now, they will need to be processed again later. Let the house elf take care of the rest. The almighty house elf will definitely be able to help me clean it up. Looking happily at the 20 or so large boxes in front of him, Remy felt as happy as an old farmer welcoming a good harvest. Remy looked at the box again and again, and finally turned his gaze to the statue on the stone wall. This statue is a standard old man's head. The beard and hair are carved very well, and even the wrinkles on the face are perfectly expressed. In his mouth was a pitch-black passage where nothing could be seen at a glance. The basilisk had come out from here before. It's fine to just make a statue, but they actually set the passage in the mouth. Do you think it's fun to spit out snakes? Do you think you're Orochimaru? With a complaint, Remy picked up the now cleaned wand and stepped into the passage. He was curious about what was inside. Remy walked forward and turned countless corners. He felt that he had walked at least 1 kilometer before reaching the end of the passage. Remy was disappointed by the sight at the end of the passage. Under the illumination of a lighting spell, one can clearly see that at the end of the passage is a spacious stone chamber. The chamber is filled with the smell of decay, and there is a layer of snake skin piled on the ground, which should be the old skin shed by the basilisk. It's not rotten yet. It's okay. At least it's a gain. I can make a few snakeskin pockets to store things and lead the fashion trend by the way. He made a box on the spot and put it down. Remy didn't care whether the snake skins were clean or not, and just stuffed them into the box. It was another busy process, and in the end it took 3 large boxes to pack all the snake skins. It was extremely skinny. The Lord Boss has been killed, all the drops have been collected, and now the last hidden treasure chest has been opened. This dungeon has been cleared, confirming to return to the city. With a wave of the magic wand, the 3 boxes automatically floated into the air without wind, following Remy along the passage back to the platform outside. As Remy tapped his wand, the boxes on the platform joined the flying team. They floated behind Remy like a string of candied haw-shaped balloons and left with Remy. Remy walked all the way back to the stone chamber filled with the dead bones of small animals. Looking at the slanting upward passage, he fell into deep thought. Hey, is there another exit from this secret room? Remy took out his notebook and wrote. No. Then how do I get back? Fly back. Oh, my sweetie can't fly. Change it. I can teach you. Any unexpected gains? Remy's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, 2 more lines of words appeared on the notebook. Aren't you trying to hide from Dumbledore? This is a perfect place for you to hide. He won't be able to find you. And you killed the basilisk. The meat on its body will be enough for you to eat for a while. The only question is, do you have the magic book with you that you want to hide? Good boy. So you were waiting for me here? Little black guy, now the truth is revealed. $1% S% at. But should I say that I have the magic book with me? Remy fell into deep thought. The magic book was indeed in his possession, but if he admitted it directly, it would obviously be inconsistent with the previous plan. If he didn't admit it, he couldn't go back now, which would lead to even greater changes. But how could I possibly bring it with me when I was scouting? It's still hidden in the same place. Remy replied, Hurry up and teach me flying magic. If Headmaster Dumbledore finds out I'm missing at this critical moment, he'll definitely be more suspicious. If he finds a magic book I hid when searching for me in the castle, then I'll be finished. Voldemort, who was a little happy when Remy said he didn't bring anything, felt his heart tighten after reading the second half of Remy's sentence. Okay, I'm going to teach you the super flying magic that only one person in the entire magic world has mastered, flying with the wind. When performing this magic, you need to do this first, then this, then that, and finally that. Do you understand? I'll emphasize it again. You must pay attention to the 3rd point, because the 3rd point is related to the success or failure of the entire magic. At the same time, you can't ignore the 2nd point, which is related to the power of the entire magic. Flying with the wind, this flying magic, according to Voldemort, is super cool and only a handful of wizards in the world can master it. The flying speed is so fast that Remy is almost crying. It's true that cheap goods are not good. What you get for free, especially from the opponent, is not a good thing. With a sigh, Remy continued to fly upward along the spiral passage with a string of boxes at an ultra-high speed of 5 centimeters per second. At this speed, I'm afraid only a snail would think it's fast. Even a turtle would shake its head when seeing it. Oh, these 2 can't fly. So, it seems that no animal can fly so slowly. Oh, I'll learn to fly. I'm sorry. I brought shame to the flying army. Amidst continuous sighs, after more than half an hour, Remy finally flew to the end of the sky. At the moment, he was in such a depressed mood that he didn't even have the mood to settle the score with Voldemort. He just wanted to finish the flight as soon as possible. Excuse me, open the door for me. After writing, Remy gently placed the notebook on top and asked Voldemort to open the door for him. I flew out of the passage unsteadily and could see through the skylight that the sky outside was already bright. The bathroom was empty, not even a ghost. Retracting his gaze, Remy gently waved his wand to move the boxes one by one to the ground next to him and put them neatly, then took out a notebook and a quill. Do you know how long it took me to fly up from down there? Remy wrote. Without waiting for Voldemort's reply, Remy continued writing, Over half an hour! You idiot! What kind of wolfberry magic are you teaching me? Are you trying to make me lose face in front of my owl? Bang! Remy, who had been patient all the way, suddenly exploded, threw the notebook to the ground and stepped on it. Voldemort was confused, thinking, I taught you all my magic so that you wouldn't be discovered by Dumbledore and could return to the castle quickly. Why are you turning the tables on me? Could it be that I practiced it wrong? That doesn't make sense. If you practice it incorrectly, the worst that happens is that you won't be able to perform it. It doesn't make sense that the effect would be so different after you perform it. I have clearly learned it all and have been able to perform it, but the speed is so slow. What went wrong? Is it possible that my magic itself is flawed? Just as Voldemort was lost in academic thought, suddenly his expression changed drastically. In the bathroom, Remy, who was still not satisfied after stepping on the notebook, picked up the notebook, looked around, then put it on the sink and swung his magic wand to smash it. Purple air lingered on the magic wand, as if the legendary 3,000 primordial purple air empowered and enchanted the magic wand. He was muttering to himself while smashing things. 80, bang, 80, bang, 80, bang. Again and again, the blows hit the notebook itself, causing pain in Voldemort's heart and making Voldemort intoxicated and ecstatic. Stop! Ouch! Stop now! I'm about to break. If you have something to say, just say it. At worst, I can teach you other magic. Stop it now. Merlin's owl. Bang! After another heavy blow, Remy, noticing someone at the door, had to give up his plan to hit the Demon Spirit Zero to 86 times. Remy calmly put the notebook away and put it in his pocket, then looked up at the skylight. Oh my, how did I wake up here? Did I sleepwalk? Remy said in surprise. Rather than sleepwalking, I think you're more like suffering from mania, Remy. Hey, isn't this Lucy Senpai? Long time no see. Please call me Prefect, Remy. Prefect, Lucy said with a stern face, pushing up her glasses. Hearing Lucy's words, Remy sighed imperceptibly. He knew that he couldn't get away with this matter today. Tell me, why did you come to this abandoned girl's bathroom to cause trouble? Lucy asked. Sabotage? No, I just wanted to find a quiet place to think about life. I came in because I saw there was no one here. I didn't pay attention to where this place was before I came in. Remy said, Do you think I'll believe it? Lucy asked. Yes, I will. Lucy waved her hand, and two male members of the student union immediately stepped forward and held Remy on the left and right. Both of them looked at Remy with unfriendly eyes. They were taken to the office of Professor Flitwick, the dean of Ravenclaw Academy. Lucy reported to Professor Flitwick what she knew and showed him the stolen goods they had found, several boxes of minced meat. Professor Flitwick's eyes widened. That's basically it, Dean. I suspect Remy is not only poaching in the Black Lake, he's also a pervert with a serious mental illness. He brought these things to the abandoned girl's bathroom, definitely not just to hide them. Lucy pushed her glasses and said, Okay, I get it. Professor Flitwick came back to his senses. You guys go out first. Let me talk to Remy. Yes, Dean. As Lucy and the other two walked out of the office, Professor Flitwick jumped off the high chair and ran briskly to the box. Yes, I am not mistaken. This is really the scale of a basilisk. And it is the scale of a basilisk that has lived for a long time. Professor Flitwick said excitedly, Remy, where did you find it? Is it in some unknown secret room in Hogwarts Castle? Remy was stunned for a moment. Without waiting for Remy to answer, Professor Flitwick continued. Yes, it must be. The legend is true. Oh, I'm so stupid. Why didn't I think of it before? Legend has it that Salazar Slytherin raised a basilisk, but there is no mention in the relevant records that he took the basilisk with him when he left, so the basilisk must have been left in Hogwarts. The monster in the legendary Chamber of Secrets that is powerful enough to destroy all unqualified wizards is the basilisk. Yes, only the basilisk has this ability. The eight-eyed spider is too weak in comparison. As he was talking, Professor Flitwick was suddenly stunned, and then he looked at Remy again and again with a strange look. In that case, wouldn't that mean you are the recognized heir of Salazar Slytherin? But aren't your parents both muggles? And you also killed the basilisk left behind by Salazar Slytherin. Professor Flitwick asked. Ah, maybe he is getting old and confused. Professor Flitwick, please believe me. I am not the pervert that Senior Lucy said. I got rid of the basilisk for the safety of the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, said Remy. Oh, and why did you go to the girls' bathroom? Professor Flitwick asked. It's the abandoned girls' bathroom, Professor, Remy corrected. I went there because no one was there, so as not to scare anyone with these things. So you're doing this for Hogwarts' benefit? Professor Flitwick asked. That's a must, Remy said quickly. Professor Flitwick nodded, then suddenly jumped up and punched Remy in the knee. Do you think I'm an idiot? Don't tell me stories. I want to hear the facts. Facts? Can facts be told? Can you please tell me why I didn't tell you earlier? Who in the entire Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry doesn't know that I, Remy, am an honest and reliable young man? The problem is that I can't tell you. Remy remained silent, and Professor Flitwick did not seem to be in a hurry. Instead, he was happy because he had judged the situation correctly. Do you know where your flaw is? Your flaw is that you speak too highly of yourself. Don't you know what kind of person you are? Remy, still not telling? Or are you thinking of making up another story that better fits the character? Remy, take your time to think about it. I don't have any classes today, so I can give you plenty of time. Patting Remy's leg, Professor Flitwick walked over and picked up a scale that was almost as big as his face and began to study it, even using a magnifying glass. He was studying it and making clicking sounds, apparently so absorbed in it that he didn't even notice Remy sitting on his desk. Professor Flitwick was obsessed with his research and was not in a hurry, and Remy was even less anxious. He believed that Headmaster Dumbledore would come to rescue him after receiving the letter. However, life is always full of surprises. Before Headmaster Dumbledore arrived, unexpected situations came uninvited. Boom, bang. Hearing the sound, Remy, who was looking for his class assignments on his desk, quickly looked up. When he saw it, he was stunned. Professor Flitwick was seen lying on the ground motionless, with his hands stretched forward as if he was grabbing something. Looking at the box in front of him, there were 2 seals on it, and the word danger was clearly written in red on the seals. Damn it, how come there are people seeking death more than me? Coming to his senses, Remy hurried to Professor Flitwick, who was lying on the ground, and helped him up. At this moment, his whole body was as stiff as a stone statue. This? Professor Flitwick? Wake up, Professor Flitwick. Remy scratched his head, not knowing what to do for a moment. Just when Remy's mind was in a mess, the office door suddenly opened. Looking at Headmaster Dumbledore walking into the office, Remy felt unprecedented intimacy and excitement. Thank God, Headmaster Dumbledore. Please come and see Professor Flitwick. I don't know what his condition is now. Please come and take a look. Remy said quickly. Headmaster Dumbledore noticed the abnormality and squatted down to check on Professor Flitwick. Remy watched anxiously from the side, not daring to breathe. It was not until Headmaster Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief that Remy also breathed a sigh of relief. It's just petrified. I wonder if Professor Snape still has any mandrakes in stock. Headmaster Dumbledore said, then looked at Remy seriously. What happened? What did you do to Professor Flitwick? I swear to God, I really didn't do anything. Remy raised his finger to the sky and swore, there's only a basilisk eyeball in this box. I sealed it specially for fear of accidents, but Professor Flitwick opened it without paying attention. It's really none of my business. Basilisk? Eyeballs? A blanch. Headmaster Dumbledore was startled and was about to open the box to check. But fortunately, at the critical moment, he regained his sense and stopped him. Where did you get it? Asked Headmaster Dumbledore. Remy perked up when he heard Headmaster Dumbledore ask about the basilisk. Here's what happened. After I left last night, Remy excitedly told Headmaster Dumbledore how he broke through the numerous traps to enter the innermost part of the Chamber of Secrets, and he also eloquently recounted how he fought the basilisk for 300 rounds and finally won the game and killed it. Headmaster Dumbledore had to overclock his brain to extract the pitifully small amount of useful information from the vast amount of information. Okay, stop talking. I think I understand. Headmaster Dumbledore interrupted. So, while Professor Flitwick is petrified, give Voldemort a sense of urgency that you are in danger and put the book into the Chamber of Secrets as soon as possible. Wonderful. Just say that you are now. Don't tell me. I know what's going to happen next. Remy's eyes sparkled with excitement. I said that if I'm not careful, I might kill Professor Flitwick. The Ministry of Magic will definitely find me and put me in Azkaban and search my things, so I have to move all the contraband items to the Chamber of Secrets now. Dumbledore, sure enough, when something like this happens, your brain works better than anyone else's. Since you know what to do, then go ahead. Are you sure the positioning device you set up is useful? Asked Headmaster Dumbledore. Remy nodded vigorously. Of course. I can guarantee it will be 100% effective, and Voldemort won't be able to detect it. Well, I'm just making sure. Go ahead. Okay, bye. Waving goodbye, Remy opened the door, took a deep breath, and started running. Amid the puzzled looks of passing classmates, Remy ran all the way until he was sweating profusely and breathing rapidly. Then he took out his notebook. It's over. I just came back to the dormitory building with the box containing the basilisk's corpse and was caught by Professor Flitwick. He insisted on checking it and ended up opening the box that contained the basilisk's size, and then he fell to the ground and didn't move. It's over. It's completely over. I'm dead now. Remy wrote tremblingly while running. Seeing the lines of words appearing in front of him, Voldemort, who was almost scared to death, suddenly came to his senses. Flitwick is dead? Wonderful. That's terrible. With the death of a professor, the Ministry of Magic will definitely come and catch you. And even if they catch you and find the Chamber of Secrets, they will definitely turn Hogwarts Castle upside down in order to eliminate hidden dangers. I suggest you move the contraband items to the Chamber of Secrets as soon as possible, and then turn yourself into the Ministry of Magic. Don't worry, you are a student, they won't force a confession from you. As long as you insist that you met the basilisk outside Hogwarts Castle, say you met it by the Black Lake or in the Forbidden Forest, they will believe it. The secret room has existed since the school was founded and has never been discovered by outsiders. Even if they searched Hogwarts Castle at that time, they would never have found the secret room. Seeing the long string of messages, Voldemort replied. Remy's mouth corners slightly raised and then disappeared in an instant. Yes, I thought so too. You should be ready to open the door for me at any time. I will go get the things now. After finishing writing, Remy snapped his notebook shut and continued running. He had to act fully. Otherwise, if Voldemort could sense his condition when he opened the chat, wouldn't he be exposed? After running around Hogwarts Castle several times, Remy returned to the abandoned bathroom again. As soon as he opened the door, Remy's mouth twitched. How come this sweet ghost girl is back again?
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.